Sharp's Waterloo by Bernard Cornwell. Read by William Gaminara. The first day, Thursday the 15th of June, 1815. Chapter 1. It was dawn on the northern frontier of France, a border marked only by a shallow stream which ran between the stunted trunks of pollarded willows. A paved high-road forded the stream. The road led north from France into the Dutch province of Belgium, but there was neither guard-post nor gate to show where the road left the French Empire to enter the Kingdom of the Netherlands. There was just the summer-shrunken stream from which a pale mist drifted to lie in shadowy skeins across the plump fields of wheat and rye and barley. The rising sun appeared like a swollen red ball suspended low in the tenuous mist. The sky was still dark in the west. An owl flew over the ford, banked into a beechwood, and gave a last hollow call, which was lost in the dawn's loud chorus that seemed to presage a bright, hot summer's day in this rich and placid countryside. The cloudless sky promised a day for haymaking, or a day for lovers to stroll through heavy-leafed woods to rest beside the green cool of a stream bank. It was a perfect midsummer's dawn on the northern border of France, and, for a moment, for a last heart-aching moment, the world was at peace. Then hundreds of hooves crashed through the ford, spattering water bright into the mist. Uniformed men, long swords in their hands, rode north out of France. The men were dragoons who wore brass helmets covered with drab cloth so the rising sun would not reflect from the shining metal to betray their position. The horsemen had short-barreled muskets thrust into bucket holsters on their saddles. The dragoons were the vanguard of an army. 125,000 men were marching north on every road that led to the river crossing at Charleroi. This was invasion. An army flooding across an unguarded frontier with wagons and coaches and ambulances, and 344 guns, and 30,000 horses, and portable forges, and pontoon bridges, and whores, and wives, and colours, and lances, and muskets, and sabres, and all the hopes of France. This was the Emperor Napoleon's Army of the North, and it marched towards the waiting Dutch, British, and Prussian forces. The French dragoons crossed the frontier with drawn swords, but the weapons served no purpose other than to dignify the moment with a suitable melodrama, for there was not so much as a single Dutch customs officer to oppose the invasion. There was just the mist and the empty roads, and the far-off crowing of cockerels in the dawn. A few dogs barked as the invading cavalrymen captured the first Dutch villages unopposed. The dragoons hammered their sword hilts against doors and window shutters, demanding to know whether any British or Prussian soldiers were billeted within. "They're all to the north! They hardly ever showed themselves here!" The villagers spoke French. Indeed, they thought of themselves as French citizens, and consequently welcomed the helmeted dragoons with cups of wine and offers of food. To these reluctant Dutchmen, the invasion was a liberation, and even the weather matched their joy. The sun was climbing into a cloudless sky and beginning to burn off the mist which still clung in the leafy valleys. On the main highway leading to Charleroi and Brussels, the dragoons were clattering along at a fine pace, almost as if this was an exercise in Provence instead of war. A lieutenant of dragoons was so dismissive of any danger that he was eagerly telling his sergeant how the new science of phrenology measured human aptitudes from the shape of a man's skull. The lieutenant opined that when the science was properly understood, all promotion in the army would be based on careful skull measurements. "We'll be able to measure courage and decisiveness, common sense and honesty, and all with a pair of calipers and a measuring tape." The sergeant did not respond. He and his officer rode at the head of their squadron, and were thus at the very tip of the advancing French army. In truth, the sergeant wasn't really listening to the lieutenant's enthusiastic explanation. Instead, he was partly anticipating the Belgian girls, and partly worrying when this headlong advance would run into the enemy pickets. Surely the British and Prussians had not fled. The lieutenant was somewhat piqued by his sergeant's apparent lack of interest in phrenology, though the sergeant's low and scowling brow ridge undoubtedly betrayed the scientific reason for his inability to accept new ideas. The lieutenant nevertheless persisted in trying to enlighten the veteran soldier. "They've done studies on the criminal classes in Paris, Sergeant, and have discovered a remarkable correlation between—" The remarkable correlation remained a mystery, because the hedgerow 30 yards ahead of the two horsemen exploded with musket fire, and the lieutenant's horse collapsed, shot in the chest. The horse screamed. Blood frothed at its teeth as it lashed frantically with its hooves. The lieutenant, thrown from the saddle, was kicked in the pelvis by a thrashing hoof. He screamed as loudly as his horse, that was now blocking the highroad with its flailing death throes. The astonished dragoons could hear the enemy ramrods rattling in their musket barrels. The sergeant looked back at the troopers. "One of you kill that bloody horse!" More shots hammered from the hedge. The ambushes were good. They had allowed the French horsemen to come very close before they opened fire. The dragoons sheathed their long swords and drew their carbines, but their aim from horseback was uncertain, and the short-barreled carbine was a weapon of notorious inaccuracy. The lieutenant's horse still lashed and kicked on the road. The sergeant was shouting for his men to advance. A trumpet called behind, ordering another troop to file right into a field of growing wheat. A trooper shot the lieutenant's horse, leaning from his saddle to put the bullet plumb into the beast's skull. Another horse fell, this one with a leg bone shattered by a musket ball. A dragoon was lying in the ditch, his helmet fallen into a nettle patch. Horses crashed past the wounded lieutenant, their hooves spurting mud and road flints into the air. The sergeant's long sword shone silver. More shots, but this time the gouts of white smoke were scattered more thinly along the hedgerow. "They're retreating, sir!" the sergeant shouted to an officer far behind him, then, not waiting for any orders, spurred his horse forward. "Charge!" The French dragoons swept past the line of the hedge. They could see no enemy in the long-shadowed landscape, but they knew the ambushers had to be close. The sergeant, suspecting that the enemy infantry was hiding in the mist-skeined wheat field, turned his horse off the lane, forced it through a ditch, and so up into the wheat. He saw movement at the far side of the field, close by a dark-leafed wood. The movement resolved into men running towards the trees. The men wore dark blue uniform coats and had black shakos with silver rims. Prussian infantry. "There they are!" The sergeant pointed at the enemy with his sword. "After the bastards!" 30 dragoons followed the sergeant. They thrust their carbines into the bucket holsters on their saddles and dragged out their long, straight-bladed swords. Prussian muskets pricked flame from the wood's edge, but the shooting was at too long a range, and only one French horse tumbled into the wheat. The remaining dragoons swept on. The enemy picket that had ambushed the French vanguard was hurrying to the shelter of the wood, but some of them had left their retreat too late, and the dragoons caught them. The sergeant galloped past a man and cut back with a savage slash of his sword. The Prussian infantryman clapped his hands to his sword-whipped face, trying to cram his eyes back into their sockets. Another man, ridden down by 2 dragoons, choked on blood. "Charge!" The sergeant was carrying his sword to the infantry among the trees. He could see Prussian soldiers running away in the undergrowth, and he felt the fierce exultation of a cavalryman given a helpless enemy to slaughter. But he didn't see the battery of guns concealed in the deep shadows at the edge of the wood, nor the Prussian artillery officer who shouted, "Fire!" One moment the sergeant was screaming at his men to charge hard home, and the next he and his horse were hit by the metal gale of an exploding canister. Horse and man died instantly. Behind the sergeant, the dragoons splayed left and right, but 3 other horses and 4 more men died. 2 of the men were French, and 2 were Prussian infantry who had left their retreat too late. The Prussian gunner officer saw another troop of dragoons threatening to outflank his position. He looked back to the road where yet more French cavalry had appeared, and he knew it couldn't be long before the first French 8-pounder cannon arrived. "Limber up!" The Prussian guns galloped northwards, their retreat guarded by black-uniformed hussars who wore skull and crossbone badges on their shakos. The French dragoons didn't follow immediately. Instead, they spurred into the abandoned wood, where they found the Prussian campfires still burning. A plate of sausages had been spilt onto the ground beside one of the fires. "Tastes like German shit." A trooper disgustedly spat a mouthful of the meat into the fire. A wounded horse limped in the wheat, trying to catch up with the other cavalry horses. In the trees, 2 Prussian prisoners were being stripped of weapons, food, cash, and drink. The other Prussians had disappeared northwards. The French, advancing to the northern edge of the captured wood, watched the enemy's withdrawal. The last of the mist had burned away. The wheels of the retreating Prussian guns had carved lanes of crushed barley through the northern fields. 10 miles to the south, and still in France, the Emperor's heavy carriage waited at the roadside. Staff officers informed His Majesty that the Dutch frontier had been successfully crossed. They reported very light resistance, which had been brushed aside. The Emperor grunted acknowledgment of the news, then let the leather curtain fall to plunge the carriage's interior into darkness. It was just 107 days since, sailing from exile in Elba with a mere 1,000 men, he had landed on an empty beach in southern France. It was just 88 days since he'd recaptured his capital of Paris. Yet in those few days he had shown the world how an emperor made armies. 200,000 veterans had been recalled to the Eagles. The half-pay officers had been restored to their battalions, and the arsenals of France had been filled. Now that new army marched against the scum of Britain and the hirelings of Prussia. It was a midsummer's dawn, and the emperor was attacking. The coachman cracked his whip, the emperor's carriage lurched forward, and the battle for Europe had begun. Chapter 2. An hour after the French dragoon sergeant and his horse had been broken and flensed by the canister, another cavalryman rode into the bright midsummer sunshine. This man was in Brussels, 40 miles north of where the Emperor invaded Belgium. He was a tall, good-looking officer in the scarlet and blue finery of the British Life Guards. He rode a tall black horse, superbly groomed and evidently expensive. The rider wore a gilded Grecian helmet that was crested with black and red wool and plumed with a white tuft. His bleached buckskin breeches were still damp, for to achieve a thigh-hugging fit they were best donned wet and allowed to shrink. His straight, heavy sword hung in a gilded scabbard by his royal blue saddlecloth that was embroidered with the king's cipher. The officer's black boots were knee-high. His spurs were gilded steel. His sabretache was bright with sequins and with gold embroidery. His short scarlet jacket was girdled with a gold sash, and his tall, stiff collar encrusted with bright lace. His saddle was sheathed in lamb's fleece, and the horse's curb chains were of pure silver. Yet, for all that gaudy finery, it was the British officer's face that caught the attention. He was a most handsome young man, and this early morning he was made even more attractive by his expression of pure happiness. It was plain to every milkmaid and street sweeper in the Rue Royale that this British officer was glad to be alive, delighted to be in Belgium, and that he expected everyone in Brussels to share his evident enjoyment of life, health, and happiness. He touched the black enamelled visor of his helmet in answer to the salute of the red-coated sentry who stood outside an expensive front door, then cantered on through Brussels' fashionable streets until he reached a large house on the Rue de la Blanchisserie. It was still early, yet the courtyard of the house was busy with tradesmen and carts that delivered chairs, music stands, food and wine. An ostler took the cavalryman's horse, while a liveried footman relieved him of his helmet and cumbersome sword. The cavalry officer pushed a hand through his long golden hair as he ran up the house steps. He didn't wait for the servants to open the doors, but just pushed through into the entrance hall, and then into the great ballroom where a score of painters and upholsterers were finishing a long night's work, during which they had transformed the ballroom into a silk-hung fantasy. Shiny swathes of gold, scarlet, and black fabric had been draped from the ceiling, while between the gaudy bolts a brand-new wallpaper of rose-covered trellis disguised the damp patches of the ballroom's plaster. The room's huge chandeliers had been lowered to floor level, where servants laboriously slotted hundreds of white candles into the newly cleaned silver and crystal holders. More workers were twining vines of ivy around pillars, newly painted orange, while an elderly woman was strewing the floor with French chalk so that the dancing shoes would not slip on the polished parquet. The cavalry officer, clearly delighted with the elaborate preparations, strode through the room. "Bristow! Bristow!" His tall boots left prints in the newly scattered chalk. "Bristow, you rogue, where are you?" A black-coated, white-haired man, who bore the harassed look of the functionary in charge of the ball's preparations, stepped from the supper-room at the peremptory summons. His look of annoyance abruptly changed to a delighted smile when he recognized the young cavalry officer. He bowed deeply. "My lord." "Good day to you, Bristow. It's a positive delight to see you." "As it is a delight to see your lordship again. I had not heard your lordship was in Brussels." "I arrived yesterday, last night." The cavalryman, who was called Lord John Rossendale, was staring at the sumptuous decorations in the supper-room, where the long tables were draped in white linen and thickly set with silver and fine china. "Couldn't sleep," he explained his early appearance. "How many are you seating tonight?" "We have distributed 440 tickets, my lord." 442. Lord John Rossendale grinned at Bristow, then, as if he were a magician, produced a letter that he flourished in the elderly servant's face. 2 tickets, if you'd be so kind." Bristow took the letter, unfolded and read it. The letter was from Her Grace's private secretary, and gladly agreed that Lord John Rossendale should be given a ticket for the ball. 1 ticket, the letter said, and Bristow gently pointed to the instruction. It says just 1 ticket, my lord. 2, Bristow, 2, 2, 2. Pretend you can't read. I insist upon 2. It has to be 2. Or do you want me to wreak havoc on the supper tables? Bristow smiled. I'm sure we can manage 2, my lord. Bristow was butler to the Duke of Richmond, whose wife was giving the ball in this large rented house. Competition to attend was keen. Much of London society had moved to Brussels for the summer. There were army officers who would be mortified if they weren't invited, and there was the local aristocracy who had to be entertained. The Duchess's answer to the eagerness of so many to attend her ball had been to have tickets of admission printed. Yet, even so, Bristow expected there to be at least as many interlopers as ticket holders. It was not 2 days since the Duchess had issued instructions that no more tickets were to be given away, but it was hardly likely that such a prohibition would apply to Lord John Rossendale, whose mother was an intimate friend of the Duchess of Richmond. Her Grace is already having breakfast. Would you care to join her? Bristow asked Lord John. Lord John followed the butler into the private rooms, where, in a small sunlit salon, the Duchess nibbled toast. I never do sleep before a ball. She greeted Lord John, then blinked with astonishment at him. What are you doing here? Lord John kissed the Duchess's hand. She was in a Chinese silk robe, and had her hair gathered under a mob cap. She was a quick-tempered woman of remarkable good looks. I came to collect tickets for your ball, of course, Lord John said airily. I assume you're giving it to celebrate my arrival in Brussels? What are you doing in Brussels? The Duchess ignored Lord John's raillery. I've been posted here, Lord John explained. I arrived last night. I would have been here sooner, but one of our carriage horses slung a shoe, and it took 4 hours to find its smith. I couldn't sleep either. It's just too exciting. He smiled happily, expecting the Duchess to share his joy. You're with the army? But of course. Lord John plucked at his uniform coat, as though that proved his credentials. Harry Paget asked for me. I begged Prinny's permission, and he finally relented. Lord John, though a cavalry officer, had never been permitted to serve with the army. He was an aide to the Prince Regent, who had resolutely refused to lose his services. But Henry Paget, Earl of Uxbridge, who was another crony of the Prince, and who also commanded Britain's cavalry, had successfully persuaded the Prince to give Lord John his chance. Lord John laughed as he went to the sideboard, where he helped himself to toast, ham, and coffee. Prinny's damn jealous. He thinks he should be here to fight Napoleon. Talking of whom, is there any news? Arthur doesn't expect any nonsense from him till July. We think he may have left Paris, but no one's really very sure. Arthur was the Duke of Wellington. I asked Arthur whether we were quite safe having our ball tonight, and he assured me we are. He's giving a ball himself next week. I must say, war is an ordeal. Lord John smiled at the Duchess from the sideboard. The Duchess shrugged off his flippancy, and instead offered the elegant young man a most suspicious stare. Have you come alone? Lord John smiled winningly as he returned to the table. Bristow is very kindly finding me 2 tickets. I suppose it's that woman. Lord John hesitated, then nodded. It is Jane, indeed. Damn you, Johnny! The Duchess had sworn in a very mild tone, but her words still made Lord John bridle. Nevertheless, he was too much in awe of the older woman to make any voluble protest. The Duchess supposed she would have to write to Lord John's mother and confess that the silly boy had brought his paramour to Brussels. She blamed the example of Harry Paget, who had run off with the wife of Wellington's younger brother. Such an open display of adultery was suddenly the fashionable sport among cavalrymen, but it could too easily turn into a blood sport, and the Duchess feared for Lord John's life. She was also offended that a young man as charming and eligible as Lord John should flaunt his foolishness. If it was London, Johnny, I wouldn't dream of letting her come to a ball. But I suppose Brussels is different. There's really no saying who half these people are. But don't present this girl to me, John, because I won't receive her. I really won't. Do you understand? Jane's very charming, Lord John commenced a defence of his slighted lover. I don't care if she's as beautiful as Titania, and as charming as Cordelia. She's still another man's wife. Well, doesn't her husband worry you? Well, he would if he were here, but he isn't. At the end of the last war, he found himself some French creature and went to live with her, and so far as we know, he's still in France. Lord John chuckled. The poor fool's probably been imprisoned by Napoleon. You think he's in France? The Duchess sounded aghast. "Well, he certainly isn't with the army. I made sure of that." "Oh, my dear Johnny." The Duchess lowered her cup of coffee and gave her young friend a compassionate look. "Didn't you think to check the Dutch army list?" Lord John Rossendale said nothing. He just stared at the Duchess. She grimaced. "Lieutenant Colonel Sharp is on Slender Billy's staff, Johnny." Rossendale blanched. For a second it seemed that he had been unable to respond, but then he found his voice. "He's with the Prince of Orange? Here? Well, not in Brussels, but very close. Slender Billy wanted some British staff officers because he's commanding British troops." Rossendale swallowed. "And he's got Sharp?" "Indeed he has." "Oh, my God!" Rossendale's face had paled to the colour of paper. "Is Sharp coming tonight?" he asked in sudden panic. "Well, I certainly haven't invited him, but I had to give Slender Billy a score of tickets, so who knows who he might bring." The Duchess saw the fear on her friend's face. "Perhaps you'd better go home, Johnny." "I can't do that." For Lord John to run away would be seen as the most shameful of acts, yet he was terrified of staying. He had not only cuckolded Richard Sharp, but in the process he had effectively stolen Sharp's fortune, and now he discovered that his enemy was not lost in France, but alive and close to Brussels. "Poor Johnny," the Duchess said mockingly. "Still, come and dance tonight. Colonel Sharp won't dare kill you in my ballroom, because I won't let him. But if I were you, I'd give him his wife back and find yourself someone more suitable. What about the Huntley girl? She's got a decent fortune, and she's not really ugly." The Duchess mentioned another half-dozen girls, all eligible and nobly born, but Lord John was not listening. He was thinking of a dark-haired and scarred soldier whom he'd cuckolded and impoverished, a soldier who had sworn to kill him in revenge. 40 miles to the south, the dragoon lieutenant who'd been kicked by his dying horse hemorrhaged in the nettles beside the ditch. He died before any surgeons could reach him. The lieutenant's servant rifled the dead man's possessions. He kept the officer's coins, the locket from about his neck, and his boots, but threw away the book on phrenology. The 1st French Infantry butchered the lieutenant's dead horse with their bayonets, and marched into Belgium with the bleeding joints of meat hanging from their belts. An hour later, the Emperor's coach passed the corpse, disturbing the flies which had been crawling over the dead lieutenant's face and laying their eggs in his blood-filled mouth and nostrils. The campaign was 4 hours old. The Prussian guns withdrew north of Charleroi. The artillery officer wondered why no one had thought to blow up the bridge which crossed the River Sambre in the centre of the town, but he supposed there must be fords close to Charleroi, which would have made the destruction of the fine stone bridge into a futile and even petulant gesture. Once the guns had gone, the black-uniformed Prussian cavalry waited in the town north of the river, reinforcing the brigade of infantry that ransacked the houses near the bridge for furniture, which they rather half-heartedly made into a barricade at the bridge's northern end. The townspeople sensibly stayed indoors and closed their shutters. Many of them took their carefully stored tricolours from their hiding places. Belgium had been a part of France till just a year before, and many folk in this part of the province resented being made a part of the Netherlands. The French approached Charleroi on all the southern roads. The inevitable green-coated dragoons reached the town first, followed by cuirassiers and red lancers. None of the horsemen tried to force a passage across the barricaded bridge. Instead, the red lancers, many of whom were Belgians, trotted eastwards in search of a ford. On the river's northern bank, a troop of black-uniformed Prussian hussars shadowed the red lancers, and it was those hussars who, rounding a bend in the Sambre valley, discovered a party of French engineers floating a pontoon bridge off the southern bank. 6 of the engineers had swum to the northern bank, where they were fastening a rope to a great elm tree. The hussars drew their sabres to drive the unarmed men back into the river, but French artillery had already closed on the southern bank, and as soon as the hussars went into the trot, the first round shot slammed across the water. It bounced a few yards ahead of the hussars' advance, then slammed into a wood where it tore and crashed through the thickly leaved branches. The hussar captain called his men back. He could see red uniforms further up the riverbank, evidence that the lancers had found a place to cross. He led his men back to Charleroi, where a desultory musket fight was flickering across the river. The French dragoons had taken up positions in the southern houses, while the Prussian infantry in their dark blue coats and black shakos lined the barricade. The hussar captain reported to a Prussian brigade commander that the town was already outflanked, which news was sufficient to send most of the Prussian infantry marching briskly northwards. A last derisive French volley smashed splinters from the furniture barricade, and then the town fell silent. The Prussian hussars, left with a battalion of infantry to garrison the northern half of Charleroi, waited as the French infantry reached the town and garrisoned the houses on the river's southern bank. Glass crashed onto cobbles as soldiers bashed out window panes to make crude loopholes for muskets. A half-mile south of the bridge, the first French staff officers were rifling the mail in Charleroi post office in search of letters which might have been posted by Allied officers and thus provide clues of British or Prussian plans. Such clues would add to the embarrassing riches of intelligence which had recently flooded into Napoleon's headquarters from Belgians who desperately wanted to be part of France again. The bright tricolours hanging from the upper floors of Charleroi newly liberated houses were evidence of that longing. A French general of dragoons found a bespectacled infantry colonel inside a tavern close to the river, and angrily demanded to know why the barricaded bridge had not been captured. The colonel explained that he was still waiting for orders, and the general swore like the trooper he had once been, and said that a French officer didn't need orders when the enemy was in plain sight. "Attack now, you damned fool, unless you want to resign from the Emperor's service." The colonel, trained in the proper management of war, diagnosed the general's crude enthusiasm as excitement, and gently tried to calm the old man by explaining that the sensible course was to wait until the artillery reached the town, and only then to mount an attack on the infantry who guarded the barricaded bridge. "2 volleys of cannon fire will clear them away," the colonel explained, "and there'll be no need for our side to suffer any casualties. I think that's the prudent course, don't you?" The colonel offered the general a patronizing smile. "Perhaps the general would care to take a cup of coffee." "Bugger your coffee, and bugger you!" The dragoon general seized the colonel's uniform jacket and dragged the man close so that he could smell the general's garlic and brandy-flavored breath. "I'm attacking the bridge now," the general said, "and if I take it, I'm coming back here, and I'm going to tear your prudent bloody balls off and give your regiment to a real man." He let the colonel go, then ducked out of the tavern door into the street. A Prussian musket bullet fluttered overhead to smack against a house wall that was smothered with posters advertising a fair, which was to be held on the feast day of St. Peter and Paul. Someone had limewashed a slogan huge across the rash of posters. "Vive l'Empereur!" "You!" the general shouted at an infantry lieutenant who was sheltering in an alley from the desultory Prussian fire. "Bring your men! Follow me! Bugler! Sound the assemble!" The general beckoned to his orderly to bring his horse forward, and, ignoring the Prussian musketry, he pulled himself into his saddle and drew his sword. "Frenchmen!" he shouted to gather in whatever men were within earshot. "Bayonets! Sabres!" The general knew that the town had to be taken, and the momentum of the day's advance kept swift, and so he would lead a rag-taggled charge against the Prussian infantrymen who lined the crude barricade. He fancied he could see a lower section of one end of the piled furniture, where a horse might be able to jump the obstruction. He kicked his horse into a trot, and the hooves kicked up sparks from the cobbles. The general knew he would probably die, for infantry took pleasure in killing cavalry, and he would be the leading horseman in the attack on the bridge. But the general was a soldier, and he had long learned that a soldier's real enemy is the fear of death. Beat that fear, and victory was certain. And victory brought glory, and fame, and medals, and money, and, best of all, sweetest of all, most glorious and wondrous of all, the modest, teasing grin of a short, black-haired emperor, who would pat the dragoon general as though he was a faithful dog. And the thought of that imperial favour made the general quicken his horse and raise his battered sword. "Charge!" Behind him, spurred on by his example, a ragged mass of dismounted dragoons and sweating infantry flooded towards the bridge. The general, his white moustaches stained with tobacco juice, spurred onto the bridge. The Prussian infantry levelled their muskets over the furniture barricade. The general saw the glitter of sunlight flashing from the brass decorations of the muskets.
"Kill the bastards! Kill the bastards!"
He screamed to persuade himself that he was not frightened, and suddenly the barricade dissolved in an explosion of smoke, through which the musket flames stabbed like shivers of light, and the general's long white moustache was whipped by a bullet that went on to tear away his left earlobe. But that was the only injury he took, for he had always been a lucky man. And he caught a glimpse of long weeds shivering under the silvery water beneath the bridge. Then he kicked his heels hard back, and his awkward, ugly horse clumsily jumped the heaped chairs at the right-hand end of the barricade. The horse soared through the foul-smelling smoke, and the general saw a bayonet reach towards the animal's belly. But he slashed down with the sword, knocking the bayonet aside, and suddenly the horse had landed safely beyond the furniture and was running free of the smoke. The Prussian hussars, who had waited 50 yards from the bridge to give themselves room to charge any attacker who broke through the infantry, spurred forward, but the general ignored them. He wheeled his horse back to the barricade and drove the animal hard at the frightened infantrymen.
"Bastards! Bastards!"
He killed a Prussian soldier, slicing the sword hard into the man's neck above the stiff black collar. The remaining infantrymen were running. There had not been many Prussians at the bridge, for at best they had only been supposed to delay the French advance. Flames stabbed across the furniture from the French side, and the general shouted at his men to hold their damn fire and to pull the barricade down instead. The Prussian infantry was running north. The cavalry, seeing that the French had captured the bridge with an insolent ease, turned to follow the foot soldiers. The French general, knowing he had earned his pat on the head from the Emperor, shouted derision at their retreat.
"You lily-livered bastards! You boy-lovers! You lapdogs! Stay and fight, you scum!"
He spat, then sheathed his sword. Blood from his torn ear was soaking his left epaulette with its tarnished chains and gilded eagle. French infantry began to dismantle the barricade. The single dead Prussian infantryman, his uniform already looted of food and coins, lay by the bridge. A dragoon sergeant hauled the body aside as more cavalrymen poured across the bridge. A woman ran from one of the houses on the northern bank, and was almost knocked down by a clattering troop of dragoons. The woman carried a bouquet of dried violets, their petals faded almost to lilac. She went to the French general's stirrup and held the pathetic bouquet up to the grim-faced man. "Is he coming?" she asked. There was no need for her to say who he was. Her eager face was enough. The bloodied general smiled. "He's coming, ma poule. These are for you." She offered the general the drooping flowers. Throughout Napoleon's exile, the violet had been the symbol of the Bonapartiste, for the violet was a flower which, like the deposed emperor, would return in the spring. The general reached down and took the little bouquet. He fixed the fragile blossoms in a buttonhole of his braided uniform, then leant down and kissed the woman. Like her, the general had prayed and hoped for the violet's return, and now it had come, and it would surely blossom more gloriously than ever before. France was on the march. Charleroi had fallen, and there were no more rivers between the Emperor and Brussels. The general, scenting victory, turned his horse to search for the infantry colonel who had refused to attack the bridge, and whose military career was therefore finished. France had no need of prudence, only of audacity and victory, and of the small, dark-haired man who knew how to make glory bright as the sun and as sweet as a violet. Vive l'Empereur! Chapter 3. A single horseman approached Charleroi from the west. He rode on the Sambre's northern bank, drawn towards the town by the sound of musketry, which had been loud an hour before, but which now had faded into silence. The man rode a big, docile horse. He didn't like horses and rode badly. He was a tall man, with a weathered face on which a blade had slashed a cruel scar. The scar gave his face a mocking, sardonic cast, except when he smiled. His hair was black, but with a badger's streak of white. Behind his horse a dog loped obediently. The dog suited the man, for it was big, fierce, and unkempt. The man wore French cavalry boots, much patched, but still supple and tight about his calves. Above the scarred boots he wore French cavalry overalls that had been reinforced with leather, where the crutch and inside legs took the saddle's chafing. The red stripes on the overalls' outer seams had long faded to a dull purple. Outside the overalls, he wore a faded green jacket that was decorated with the remnants of black piping. The jacket was the uniform of Britain's 95th Rifles, though it was now so threadbare and patched that it might have belonged to a tramp. The man's brown tricorn hat had come from neither the French nor the British Army, but had been bought at the market in the Norman town of Caen. The scarlet, gold, and black cockade of the Netherlands was gaudy on the hat. In a holster on the man's saddle was a British-made Baker rifle. Stuck into his snake-clasped belt was a long-barreled German pistol, while at his left hip was a battered metal scabbard in which there hung a British heavy cavalry sword. The man was a mockery of a soldier, tattered in a medley of a uniform, and sitting his horse with the grace of a sack of meal. His name was Sharp, Richard Sharp, and he was a British soldier. He came from the gutter, the child of a whore, and he had only escaped the gallows by taking the King's shilling and enlisting as a private in the 33rd Regiment of Foot. He became a sergeant, and later, because of an act of suicidal bravery, became one of the few men promoted from the ranks to become an officer. He had joined the 95th Rifles and later commanded the red-coated Prince of Wales' own volunteers. He had fought in Flanders, in India, in Portugal, in Spain, and in France. He had been a soldier for almost all his life, but of late he had been a farmer in Normandy, drawn to the land of his enemies by a woman met by chance in the chaos of peace. Now, by the chaos of war, and because the exiled Napoleon had returned to France and thrust a new period of battle on Europe, Sharp was a lieutenant colonel in the 5th Belgian Light Dragoons, a regiment he had never met, had no wish to meet, and would not have recognized if it had formed line and charged him. The promotion was nothing more than a device to give Richard Sharp some status on the Prince of Orange's staff, but so far as Sharp himself was concerned, he was still a rifleman. The rising sun, lancing down the sombre valley, dazzled Sharp. He pulled the tricorn hat low over his eyes. The land he rode was marshy, forcing him to weave an intricate course past the more treacherous patches. He kept glancing north to make certain no enemy troops appeared to pin him against the river. Not that he believed that the firing he had heard had been caused by the French. They were not expected to advance till July, and they were certainly not expected in this part of Belgium. So Sharp suspected that the musketry had been caused by Prussian troops at firing practice. Yet a long acquaintance with war's surprises had spurred Sharp to investigate the sound. His horse put up waterfowl, and once disturbed a whole field of rabbits that scampered and panicked towards the hedgerows. His dog, scenting breakfast, took off in pursuit.
"Nosy, you bastard, heel!"
The dog had been named Nosy on the grounds that the Duke of Wellington, Nosy to his men, had spent 20 years giving Sharp orders. So, when Sharp had found the dog in peacetime, he had decided to return the compliment. Nosy reluctantly slunk back to Sharp, then saw something across the river and gave a bark of warning. Sharp saw horsemen, then recognized the shape of the cloth-covered helmets. Dragoons. French. His heart quickened. He had thought after the Battle of Toulouse that his fighting days were over, that an emperor exiled to Elba spelt a Europe at peace, but now, 14 months later, the old enemy was in sight again. He spurred the horse into a canter. So, the French had ridden into Belgium. Maybe it was nothing but a cavalry raid. The enemy dragoons had seen Sharp and ridden to the water's edge, but none tried to cross the deep river. 2 of the green-coated horsemen unholstered their carbines and took aim at Sharp, but their officer shouted at the troopers to hold their fire. The rifleman was too far away for the short-barreled, smooth-bore guns to be effective. Sharp angled away from the river, guiding the horse beside a field of rye which had grown as tall as a man. The field path led uphill. Then, after picking a delicate path through a tangled copse, where tree roots gave treacherous footing for the horse, Sharp slid down an earthen bank onto a rutted road, where he was shadowed and hidden from the dragoons by the trees that arched overhead. From his saddlebag he took out a frayed and crease-torn map. He unfolded it carefully, took a stub of pencil from his ammunition pouch, and marked a cross where he had seen the enemy cavalry. The position was approximate, for he was still not certain how far he was from Charleroi. He pushed the map away, uncorked his canteen, and took a drink of cold tea. Then he took off his hat, which left the mark of its rim indented in his unwashed hair. He rubbed his face, yawned, then crammed the hat back onto his head. He clipped his tongue, urging the horse to the end of the embanked cutting, from where there was a distant view across the low hills north of Charleroi. Dust was pluming from a road in the centre of that landscape, But even with the help of the battered old telescope, Sharp couldn't tell what traffic made the dust rise or in what direction it travelled. There could have been an innocent explanation for the dust cloud. It could have been caused by a herd of cows being driven to market, by a Prussian regiment on exercise, or even by a work gang hammering cobbles into the highway's bed of chalk and flint. Yet the musket fire Sharp had heard earlier, and the presence of the enemy dragoons on the southern bank of the Sambre, suggested a more sinister cause. Invasion? For days now there had been no news from France, evidence that the Emperor had forbidden all traffic over the border. But that silence didn't necessarily suggest an immediate invasion, but rather the concealment of exactly where the French forces concentrated. The best Allied intelligence insisted that the French would not be ready till July, and that their attack would advance through Mons, not Charleroi. The Mons road offered the shortest route to Brussels, and if Brussels fell, the Emperor would have succeeded in driving the British back to the North Sea, and the Prussians back across the Rhine. Brussels, to the French, spelled victory. Sharp urged his horse down the rutted lane that dropped into a shallow valley, before climbing between two unhedged pastures. He veered to his right, not wanting to betray his presence with dust from the dry mud of the lane. The mare was breathing hard as she trotted up the pastureland. She was accustomed to exercise, for each morning for the past 2 weeks, Sharp had saddled her at 3 o'clock, then ridden her south to watch the dawn break over the Sambre valley. But this morning, hearing the crackle of musketry to the east, he had ridden the mare much further than usual. The day also threatened to be the hottest of the summer, but Sharp's fears of the enemy's mysterious appearance made him force the beast onwards. If this was the French invasion, then the news of it must reach the Allied headquarters quickly. The British, Dutch and Prussian armies guarded 80 miles of vulnerable Dutch frontier, the Prussians to the east and the British and Dutch to the west. The Allied forces were spread like a net to trap an emperor, but as soon as the emperor touched the net, it was supposed to contract and entangle him. That was the stratagem. But the emperor was as aware of those Allied hopes as any British or Prussian officer, and he would be planning to slash the net into 2 pieces and separately tear them apart. Sharp's urgent duty was to discover whether this was the Emperor's slashing stroke or merely a cavalry raid launched deep into the Belgian province. From the crest of the next hill he saw more French dragoons. They were half a mile away, but on Sharp's side of the river, and barring his approach to Charleroi. They saw him and kicked their horses forward, so Sharp turned his tired mare northwards and spurred her into a gallop. He crossed the road, thumped across a pasture, then dropped into a small valley where a tangle of thorns grew either side of a trickling brook. Sharp forced his horse through the bushes, then turned east again. He could see a wood far ahead of him. If he could make the shelter of the trees, he thought there might be a chance of watching the high road from the wood's far side. The French dragoons, content with having chased the lone horseman away, did not follow him. Sharp slapped the mare's neck, which was wet with sweat. "Come on, girl! Come on!" She was a 6-year-old hunter, docile and strong, one of the horses that Sharp's friend Patrick Harper had fetched from Ireland. It was cooler and very quiet in the wood that was tangled with old huge trees. Nosy trotted close at the mare's heels. Sharp went slowly, threading the horse between the ancient trunks and past fallen moss-covered logs. Long before he reached the edge of the wood, he knew this was no mere cavalry raid. He knew because he heard the distinctive, never-forgotten thump and jangle of artillery on the move. He curbed the horse, dismounted, and tied her reins to a low branch of oak. From his saddlebag he took a length of rope that he knotted as a leash round Nosy's neck. Then he drew his rifle out of the saddle holster, cocked it, and went silently forward. He held the dog's rope in his left hand, the rifle in his right. The wood ended at a wheat field that sloped downhill to the unhedged road, from which the dust was rising to hang in the hot air. Sharp, his telescope open, stared down at the old, familiar enemy. French infantry, in their blue coats, were marching in the trampled wheat either side of the road, so as to leave the harder road surface for the artillery. The guns were 12-pounders. Every few minutes the guns would halt, as some obstruction worked its way down the long column. Staff officers galloped fine horses down the road's wide verges. On the far slope of the valley, a troop of red lancers cantered through a wheat field, each horse leaving a straight trail of crushed plants. Sharp had no watch, but he estimated that he stayed at the edge of the wood for 2 hours, during which time he counted 22 guns and 48 supply wagons. He also saw 2 carriages that might have been carrying senior officers, and he flirted with the idea that one of the carriages might have belonged to the Emperor himself. Sharp had fought the French for over 20 years, yet he had never seen the Emperor, and, all unbidden, a sudden and childish image of a man with a cloven tail, sharp horns and demonic fangs stalked Sharp's fears that were made worse by the Emperor's real reputation as a soldier of genius whose presence on a battlefield was worth a whole corps of men. Still the French marched north. Sharp counted 18 infantry battalions and 4 squadrons of cavalry, one of which, composed of dragoons, rode very close to his hiding place at the wood's edge. But none of the French troopers glanced left to see where the Englishman and his dog lay in the shadows. The French horsemen were close enough for Sharp to see their cadenet, the pigtails which framed each man's face as a mark of distinction. Their equipment looked good and new, and their horses were well fed. In Spain the French had whipped and ridden their horses to destruction, but these troops were freshly mounted on strong and healthy animals. Newly mounted cavalry, 18 battalions of infantry and 22 cannon did not constitute an army, but they certainly added up to a threat. Sharp knew he was seeing much more than a cavalry raid, though he wasn't certain whether this was the real invasion. It was possible that these men were nothing but a strong feint, designed to draw the Allies towards Charleroi, while the real French thrust, fueled by the Emperor's presence, attacked 25 miles to the west of Mons. Sharp slithered back from the tree line and climbed wearily into the saddle. His job now was to let the Allied headquarters know what he had seen, that the French had crossed the frontier and that the campaign had therefore begun. Sharp remembered that Lucile, who had loyally left France to stay at his side, had been invited to some fashionable and expensive ball that was supposed to take place in Brussels this night. The expense would all go for nothing now, because the Emperor had just rewritten the social calendar. Sharp, who hated dancing, smiled at the thought, then turned and spurred the horse towards home. 2 miles away, in the streets of Charleroi, the Emperor sat outside the Bellevue Inn. His coach had been parked out of sight, while his white saddle-horse had been tethered to a post at the roadside, so that the passing soldiers would think their Emperor was riding to war, instead of being carried in upholstered comfort. The men cheered their monarch as they marched past him. "Vive l'Empereur! Vive l'Empereur!" The drummers, tediously beating the rhythm of the march, broke into joyous flurries when they realized their Emperor was so close. The troops couldn't reach their idol, for he was protected by bearskin guardsmen, but some men broke ranks to kiss the Emperor's pale horse. Napoleon showed no reaction to his men's adulation. He sat motionless, swathed in a greatcoat despite the day's oppressive heat, and with his face concealed by the peak of his hat that he had turned fore and aft to shadow his eyes. He sat in the low chair with his head bowed, looking for all the world like a genius deep in contemplation, though, in fact, he was fast asleep. Beyond the captured bridge, a French gunner officer kicked the body of the dead Prussian infantryman into the River Sambre. For a few moments the corpse was trapped on a half-sunken log, then an eddy loosed the dead man and carried him westwards. And the campaign was 6 hours old. Sharp emerged from the wood and turned the mare northwest. The tired horse faced a journey of at least 20 miles across heavy country, so he kept her at a sedate trot. The sun was high and as harsh as on any day Sharp remembered from the long campaigns in Spain. The dog, seemingly tireless, roamed eagerly ahead. It was a good 5 minutes before Sharp noticed the French dragoons who followed him. The enemy horsemen were silhouetted on the southern skyline, and Sharp suspected they must have been trailing him ever since he had emerged from the trees. He cursed himself for his carelessness, and dug his heels back to speed the weary mare. He hoped the Frenchmen would be content to drive him away from the highroad, rather than pursue and capture him, but as he quickened the mare's pace, so the Frenchmen spurred their own horses. Sharp turned westwards, away from the Brussels road, which he supposed the dragoons were guarding. For 30 minutes he pressed the horse hard, always hoping that his flight would persuade the dragoons to abandon their pursuit. But the Frenchmen were stubborn, or else the chase was a welcome break in their day's tedium. Their horses were fresher, and gradually closed on Sharp, who, to spare the mare's strength, tried to avoid the worst hills. But he eventually found himself trapped in a long valley, and was forced to put the mare at a steep grass slope which led to a bare skyline. The mare plunged gallantly at the hillside, but even the long rest in the dark, cool wood hadn't restored her full strength. Sharp spurred her into a clumsy gallop that made his heavy sword flap in its slings and crash its disc hilt painfully onto his left thigh. The dragoons were bunched like steeplechasers as they reached the foot of the slope. One Frenchman had taken his carbine from his holster and now tried a long shot at Sharp, but the bullet fluttered harmlessly overhead. The mare's breath was roaring as she reached the crest. She wanted to check, but Sharp pushed her through a gap in a straggling hedgerow and spurred her across an undulating pasture, which, years before, had been under the plough, and the old furrows still formed corrugations that faced Sharp like waves of pale grass. Sharp was riding across the grassy waves, and the mare took the hard, uneven ground heavily, jarring him with every step. Nosey raced ahead, circled back, barked happily, then ran alongside the labouring horse. Sharp twisted to look behind, and saw the first dragoons reach the skyline. They had spread out and were racing to capture him. The ridged pasture was falling away in front of Sharp, sloping down to a long dark oak wood from which a cart track ran north towards a big stone-walled farm that looked like a miniature fort. Sharp looked behind again, and saw the closest dragoons were now just 50 yards away. Their long swords were drawn, and their horses' teeth bared. Sharp tried to draw his own sword, but the moment he took his right hand off the reins, he almost fell, and the mare immediately tried to check. "Go on!" he shouted at the mare, and scraped his spurs hard down her flanks. "Go on!" He glanced right and saw another half-dozen dragoons racing to cut him off from the cart track. He swore viciously, turned the mare a touch westward again, but that merely gave the pursuers a better angle to close on him. The wood was only 100 paces away, but the sweat-streaked mare was blown and slowing. Even if she reached the trees, the dragoons would soon ride Sharp down in the tangle of undergrowth. He swore silently. If he lived, he would be doomed to spend the war as a prisoner. Then a distant trumpet blared a challenge, making Sharp turn with astonishment to see black-coated horsemen streaming pell-mell from the fortress-like farm buildings. There must have been at least 20 cavalrymen rowelling their horses down the cart track. Sharp recognized the cavalry as Prussians. Dust spurted and drifted from their hooves, and the bright sun flashed cruel and beautiful from their drawn sabres. The dragoons closest to the Prussians immediately turned and galloped back up the slope towards their comrades. Sharp gave the mare a last despairing hack with his heels, then ducked his head as she crashed through a stand of ferns, and thus into the wood's cool margin. She would go no further, but just pulled up under the trees, shivering and sweating and blowing. Sharp dragged the big sword free. 2 green-uniformed dragoons followed Sharp into the trees. They came at full speed, the leading man aiming to Sharp's left, the other pulling to his right. Sharp had his back to the attackers, and the mare was too exhausted and too obstinate to turn. He slashed across his body to parry the attack of the man on the left. The Frenchman's blade rang like a bell on Sharp's sword, then scraped down the steel to be stopped by the heavy disc hilt. Sharp threw the dragoon's blade off, then desperately back-swung the long sword to meet the second man's charge. The swing was so wild that it unbalanced Sharp, but it also terrified the second dragoon, who swerved frantically away from the blade's hissing reach. Sharp grabbed a handful of his mare's mane to haul himself back upright. Both dragoons had galloped past Sharp, and were now trying to turn their horses for a second attack. In the pasture behind Sharp, the Prussian horsemen were making a line to face the remaining dragoons, who, outnumbered, had cautiously pulled back towards the skyline. That confrontation was none of Sharp's business. His concern was with the 2 horsemen who now faced him in the wood. They glanced past Sharp, judging how best to rejoin their comrades, though it was clear they wanted Sharp's life first. One of them began to tug his carbine out of its holster. "Get him, Nosey!" Sharp shouted, and at the same time he raked his spurs back so savagely that the exhausted and astonished mare jerked forward, almost spilling Sharp out of his tall hussar saddle. He was screaming at the 2 men, trying to frighten them. The dog leapt at the closest man, who, encumbered with carbine and sword, could not cut down at the beast. Then Sharp's mare slammed into the Frenchman's horse, and the big sword slashed down at the dragoon. The blade hit the peak of the man's cloth-covered helmet, ringing his ears like the knell of doom. The beleaguered Frenchman screamed desperately for help from his comrade, who was trying to circle behind Sharp to get a clear thrust at the Englishman's back. Sharp hacked again, this time landing a blow on the back of the helmet. The sword ripped the canvas cover to reveal a flash of scarred brass. The dragoon dropped the carbine and fumbled for his sword, which hung from its wrist strap. He was clumsy and could not make his grip. Sharp lunged, but Nosey had frightened the Frenchman's horse, which twisted away, and so carried the dragoon out of Sharp's reach. Sweat was stinging Sharp's eyes. Everything seemed awkward. He spurred forward, sword raised, then a shout from his rear made him twist in the saddle. He saw 2 German troopers spurring at the second Frenchman. There was the clash of sword on sabre, and a scream that was abruptly silenced. Sharp looked again for his own enemy, but the first dragoon had taken enough and was holding out his sword in meek surrender.
"Nosey, down! Leave him!"
The second dragoon was dead, his throat sliced by an hussar's sabre. His killer, a toothless Prussian sergeant, grinned at Sharp, then cleaned his curved blade by running it through a handful of his horse's mane. The sergeant wore a silver skull and crossbones on his black shako, a sight that made Sharp's prisoner even more nervous. The other Frenchmen were retreating up the slope, unwilling to give battle to the greater number of black-uniformed hussars. The hussar officer was ahead of his men, taunting the French officer to a duel, but the Frenchman was too canny to risk his life for such vain heroics. Sharp reached over and took the reins of the dragoon's horse.
"Get down!"
He spoke to the man in French.
"The dog, monsieur! Get down, hurry!"
The prisoner dismounted, then stumbled out of the wood. When he took off his dented helmet, he proved to have bristly fair hair above a snub-nosed face. He reminded Sharp of Jules, the miller's son from Celle-Église, who used to help Sharp with Lucille's flock of sheep, and who had been so excited when Napoleon returned to France. The captured dragoon shivered as the German cavalry surrounded him. The Prussian captain spoke angrily to Sharp in German. Sharp shook his head.
"You speak English?" "Nein, Français, peut-être?"
They spoke in French. The hussars' captain's anger had been prompted by the French refusal to fight him.
"No one is allowed to fight today. We were ordered out of Charleroi. Why do we even come to the Netherlands? Why don't we just give Napoleon the keys to Berlin and have done with it? Who are you, monsieur?" "My name is Sharp." "A Britisher, eh? My name's Ziegler. Do you know what the hell is happening?"
Ziegler and his men had been driven westwards by a whole regiment of Red Lancers. Like the dragoons on the pasture, Ziegler had retreated rather than face unequal odds. He and his men had been resting in the farm when they saw Sharp's ignominious flight.
"At least we killed one of the bastards."
Sharp told Ziegler what he knew, which merely confirmed what the Prussian captain had already discovered for himself. A French force was advancing northwards from Charleroi, probably aiming at the gap between the British and Prussian armies. Ziegler was now cut off on the wrong side of the Brussels road, but that predicament didn't worry him.
"He'll just ride north till there are no more damned French, then go east."
He turned baleful eyes on the captured dragoon.
"Do you want the prisoner?"
he asked Sharp.
"I'll take his horse."
The terrified young Frenchman tried to answer Sharp's questions, but either he knew very little or else he was cleverly hiding what he did know. He said he believed the Emperor was with the troops on the Brussels road, but he hadn't personally seen him. He knew nothing of any advance further to the west near Mons. Ziegler didn't want to be slowed down by the prisoner, so he ordered the Frenchman to strip off his boots and coat, then ordered his sergeant to cut the man's overall straps.
"Go! Be grateful I didn't kill you."
The Frenchman, in bare feet and clutching his overalls, hurried southwards. Ziegler gave Sharp a length of cold sausage, a hard-boiled egg, and a piece of black bread.
"Good luck, Englishman."
Sharp thanked him. He had mounted the dragoon's horse and was leading the tired mare by her reins. He assumed that by now the Allied generals must be aware of the French advance, but it was still his duty to report what he had seen, and so he kicked back his heels, waved farewell to the Prussians, and rode on. Chapter 4. Clouds were showing in the west. The vapour, rising over the North Sea, drifted slowly eastwards to heap white and grey thunderheads above the coast. The farmers feared heavy rain that would crush their ripening crops. No such worries crossed the mind of the Prussian major, who had been sent to Brussels with news of the French advance and details of the Prussian response. The dispatch told how the Prussian garrison at Charleroi was falling back, not on Brussels, but northeast to where the main Prussian army was assembling. The major's news was vital if the British and Dutch troops were to join the Prussians. The major faced a journey of 32 miles. It was a sunny and a very hot day, and he was tired and monstrously fat. The exertions of the first 5 miles, when he had thought the dragoons might burst from behind every hedgerow or farmhouse, had exhausted both the major and his horse. So once he felt safe, he sensibly slowed to a contemplative and restoring walk. After an hour, he came to a small roadside inn that stood on the crest of a shallow hill, and, twisting in his saddle, he saw that the inn gave him a good view of the road right to the horizon, so that he would see any French pursuit long before it represented any danger. Nothing moved on the road now, except for a man driving 8 cows from one pasture to another. The Major eased himself out of the saddle, slid heavily to the ground, and tied his horse to the inn signpost. He spoke passably good French, and enjoyed discussing food with a pretty young serving girl who came out to the table by the roadside, which the Major had adopted as his vantage point. He decided on roast chicken and vegetables, with apple pie and cheese to follow. He requested a bottle of red wine, but not of the common kind. The sun shone on the long road to the south. Haymakers scythed steadily in a meadow a half-mile away, while much further off, far beyond the blur of fields and woods, dust whitened the sky. That was the artificial cloud kicked up by an army, but no troops threatened the Major's peaceful rest, and so he saw no reason to make undue haste, especially as the roast chicken proved to be excellent. The chicken's skin was crisped nicely, and its yellow flesh was succulent. When the girl brought the Major his pie, she asked him if Napoleon was coming. "Don't you worry, my dear, don't you worry." Far to the Major's north, in Brussels, a detachment of Highland soldiers had been ordered to the Duke of Richmond's house, where they were shown into the dazzling ballroom hung with the Belgian colours. Before supper was served, the Highlanders would offer the guests a display of their dancing. The Highlander lieutenant asked that one of the unlit chandeliers be raised from floor level, so he could make certain there'd be adequate room for his dancers' crossed swords. The Duchess, intent that every particular of her ball should be arranged to perfection, insisted on a demonstration. "You are bringing pipers tonight?" the Duchess demanded. "Indeed, Your Grace," which only gave the Duchess a new detail to worry over. How would the orchestra leader know when to stop his men playing so that the pipers could begin? Her husband averred that doubtless the orchestra and the pipers would arrange things to their own satisfaction, and further opined that the Duchess should leave the ball's arrangements to those who were paid to worry about the details. But the Duchess was insistent on voicing her concerns this afternoon. She earnestly asked her husband whether she should request the Prince of Orange not to bring Lieutenant Colonel Sharp. "Who's Sharp?" the Duke asked from behind his copy of the Times. "He's the husband of Johnny Rossendale's girl. She's coming, I'm afraid. I tried to stop him bringing her, but he's clearly besotted." "And this Sharp is her husband?" "I just told you that, Charles. He's also an aide to Slender Billy." The Duke grunted. Well, Sharp's clearly a fool if he lets an idiot like Johnny Rossendale cuckold him." "That's precisely why I think I should talk to the Prince. I'm told this Sharp is an extremely uncouth man, and is more than likely to fillip Johnny." "If he's uncouth, my dear, then doubtless he won't wish to attend your ball. And I certainly wouldn't mention the matter to Orange. That bloody young fool will only bring Sharp if he thinks it'll cause trouble. It's a sleeping dog, my dear, so let it lie." But it was not in the Duchess's nature to let anything remain undisturbed if it was amenable to her interference. "Perhaps I should mention it to Arthur." The Duke snapped his newspaper down to the table. "You will not trouble Wellington about two damn fools and their silly strumpet." "If you say so, Charles." "I do say so." The rampart of newspaper was thrown up, inviting silence. The other English Duke in Brussels, Wellington, would have been grateful had he known that Richmond had spared him the Duchess's worries, for the Commander-in-Chief of the British and Dutch armies already had more than enough worries of his own. One of those worries, the smallest of them, was the prospect of hunger. Wellington knew from bitter experience that he would be required to make so much conversation at the Duchess's ball that his supper would inevitably congeal on its plate. He therefore ordered an early dinner of roast mutton to be served in his quarters at 3 o'clock that afternoon. Then, noting that clouds were building to the west, he took his afternoon walk about the fashionable quarter of Brussels. He took care to appear blithely unworried as he strolled with his staff, for he knew only too well how the French sympathizers in the city were looking for any sign of Allied defeatism that they could turn into an argument to demoralize the Dutch-Belgian troops. The quality of those troops was at the heart of the Duke's real worries. On paper, his army was 90,000 strong, but only half of that paper force was reliable. The core of the Duke's army was his infantry. He had 30 battalions of redcoats, but only half of those had fought in his Spanish campaigns, and the quality of the other half was unknown. He had some excellent infantry battalions of the King's German Legion, and some enthusiastic troops from Hanover, but together the German and British infantry totaled less than 40,000 men. To make up the numbers, he had the Dutch-Belgian army, over 30,000 infantrymen in all, which he didn't trust at all. Most of the Dutch-Belgians had fought for the Emperor, and still wore the Emperor's uniforms. The Duke was assured by the King of the Netherlands that the Belgians would fight, but Wellington wondered for whom. The Duke had cavalry too, but the Duke had no faith in horsemen, whether Dutch or English. His German cavalry was first class, but sadly few in numbers, while the Duke's English cavalrymen were mere fools on horseback, expensive and touchy, prone to insanity, and utter strangers to discipline. The Dutch-Belgian horsemen, for all the Duke cared, could have packed their bags and ridden home right now. He had 90,000 men, of whom half might fight well, and he knew he would likely face 100,000 of Napoleon's veterans. The Emperor's veterans, fretting against the injustices of Bourbon France, had welcomed Napoleon's return and flocked to the Eagles. The French army, which the Duke still thought was massing south of the border, was probably the finest instrument that Napoleon had ever commanded. Every man in it had fought before, it was freshly equipped, and had sought vengeance against the countries that had humbled France in 1814. The Duke had cause for worry. Yet, as he strolled down the Rue Royale, he was forced to put a brave face on the desperate odds, lest his enemies took courage from his despair. The Duke could also cling to one strong hope, namely that his scratch army would not fight Napoleon alone, but alongside Prince Blücher's Prussians. So long as the British and Prussian armies joined forces, they must win. Separately, the Duke feared, they must be destroyed. Yet, 25 miles to the south, the French were already pushing the Prussian forces eastwards, away from the British. No one in Brussels knew that the French had invaded. Instead, they prepared for a duchess's ball, while a fat Prussian major paid for his roast chicken, finished his wine, then ambled slowly northwards. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 8 hours after the first shots had been fired south of Charleroi, Sharpe met more cavalrymen. This time a patrol in red-faced, dark blue coats, who thundered eagerly across a pasture to surround Sharpe and his 2 horses. They were men from Hanover, exiles who formed the King's German Legion that had fought so hard and well in Spain. Now the German soldiers stared suspiciously at Sharpe's strange uniform, until one of the troopers saw the imperial N on the horse's saddlecloth, and the sabres rasped out of their metal scabbards as the horsemen shouted at Sharpe to surrender. "Bugger off!" Sharpe snarled. "You're English?" the KGL captain asked in that language. He was mounted on a fine black gelding, glossy-coated and fresh. His saddlecloth bore the British royal cipher, a reminder that England's king was also Hanover's monarch. "I'm Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe of the Prince of Orange's staff." "You must forgive us, sir." The captain, who introduced himself as Hans Blasendorf, sheathed his sabre. He told Sharpe his patrol was one of the many that daily scouted south to the French border and beyond. This particular troop had been ordered to explore the villages south and east of Mons, down as far as the Sambre, but not to encroach on Prussian territory. "The French are already in Charleroi," Sharpe told the German. Blasendorf gaped at Sharpe in shocked silence for a moment. "For certain?" "For certain!" Tiredness made Sharpe indignant. "I've just been there. I took this horse off a French dragoon north of the town." The German understood the desperate urgency of Sharpe's news. He tore a page from his notebook, offered it with a pencil to Sharpe, then volunteered his own patrol to take the dispatch to General Dornberg's headquarters in Mons. Dornberg was the general in charge of these cavalry patrols, which watched the French frontier, and, finding one of his officers, had been a stroke of luck for Sharpe. By pure accident, he had come across the very men whose job was to alert the Allies of any French advance. Sharpe borrowed a shako from one of the troopers, and used its flat round top as a writing desk. He didn't write well because he had learnt letters late in life, and, though Lucille had made him into a much better reader, he was still clumsy with a pen or pencil. Nevertheless, as clearly as he could, he wrote down what he had observed, that a large French force of infantry, cavalry, and artillery was marching north out of Charleroi on the Brussels road. A prisoner had been taken, who reported a possibility that the Emperor was with those forces, but the prisoner had not been certain of that fact. Sharpe knew it was important for Dornberg to know where the Emperor was, for where Napoleon rode, that was the main French attack. He signed the dispatch with his name and rank, then handed it to Blasendorf, who promised it would be delivered as swiftly as his horses could cross country. "And ask General Dornberg to tell the Prince's Chief of Staff that I'm watching the Charleroi road," Sharpe added. Blasendorf nodded an acknowledgment as he turned his horse away. Then, realizing what Sharpe had said, he looked anxiously back. "You're going back to the road, sir?" "I'm going back." Sharpe, his message in safe hands, was free to return and watch the French. In truth, he didn't want to go, for he was tired and saddle-sore.
But this day the Allies needed accurate news of the enemy so that their response could be certain, fast, and lethal. Besides, the appearance of the French had spurred Sharp's old excitement. He had thought that living in Normandy would make him ambivalent towards his old enemy, but he had spent too many years fighting the French suddenly to relinquish the need to see them beaten. So, out of habit as much as out of duty, he turned his captured horse and rode again towards the enemy, while to the north Brussels slept. Major General Sir William Dornberg received the pencil-written dispatch in the town hall at Mons, which he'd made into his headquarters, and where he transformed the ancient council chamber into his map room. The panelled room, hung with dusty coats of arms, suited his self-esteem. For Dornberg was a very proud man, who was convinced that Europe didn't properly appreciate his military genius. He had once fought for the French, but they hadn't promoted him beyond the rank of colonel. So he had deserted to the British, who had rewarded his defection with a knighthood and a generalship. But even so, he still felt slighted. He had been given command of a cavalry brigade, a mere 1,200 sabres, while men he thought less talented than himself commanded whole divisions. Indeed, the Prince of Orange, a callow boy, commanded a corps. "Who was this man?" he asked Captain Blasendorf. "An Englishman, sir, Lieutenant Colonel." "On a French horse, you say?" "He says he captured the horse, sir." Dornberg frowned at the message, so ill-written in clumsy pencil capitals that it could have been scrawled by a child. "What unit was this Englishman, Sharp? Is that his name, Sharp?" "If he's the Sharp I think he is, sir, then he's quite a celebrated soldier. I remember in Spain—" Spain. All I hear about is Spain." Dornberg slapped the table with the palm of his hand, then glared with protruding eyes at the unfortunate Blasendorf. "To listen to some officers in this army, one would think that no other war had ever been fought but in Spain. I asked you, Captain, what unit this Sharp belonged to?" "Hard to say, sir." The KGL captain frowned as he tried to remember Sharp's uniform. "Green jacket, nondescript hat, and chasseur overalls. He said he was on the Prince of Orange's staff. In fact, he asked that you tell the Prince's headquarters that he's gone back towards Charleroi." Dornberg ignored the last sentences, seizing on something far more important. "Chasseur overalls? You mean French overalls?" Blasendorf paused, then nodded. "Looked like it, sir." "You're an idiot! An idiot! What are you?" Blasendorf paused, then in the face of Dornberg's overwhelming scorn, sheepishly admitted he was an idiot. "He was French, you idiot!" Dornberg shouted. "They seek to mislead us. Have you learned nothing of war? They want us to think they will advance through Charleroi, while all the time they will come towards us here. They will come to Mons, to Mons, to Mons!" He slammed a clenched fist onto the map with every reiteration of the name, then dismissively waved Sharp's dispatch in Captain Blasendorf's face. "You might as well have wiped your ass with this. You're an idiot. God save me from idiots. Now go back to where you are ordered. Go, go, go!" General Dornberg tore up the dispatch. The Emperor had touched the net spread to contain him, but the British half of the trap was unaware of its catch, and so the French marched on. Southwest of Brussels, in the village of Braine-le-Comte, His Royal Highness the Prince William, Prince of Orange, heir to the throne of the Netherlands, and Duke, Earl, Lord, Stadtholder, Margrave, and Count of more towns and provinces than even he could remember, leant forward in his chair, fixed his gaze at the mirror which stood on the dressing-table, and, with exquisite care, squeezed a blackhead on his chin. It popped most satisfyingly. He squeezed another, this time provoking a small spurt of blood. Damn! Damn, damn, damn! The bloody ones always left a livid mark on his sallow skin, and Slender Billy particularly wanted to look at his best at the Duchess of Richmond's ball. "Eau de citron," the girl on his bed said lazily. "You're mumbling, Charlotte." "Eau de citron. It dries the skins and shrivels away the spots." She spoke in French. "You should use it." "Shit!" the prince said as another blackhead burst bloodily. "Shit and damn and bugger!" He had been educated at Eton College, so had an excellent command of English. After Eton, he had gone to Oxford, then served on Wellington's staff in Spain. The appointment had been purely political, for Wellington had not wanted him, and the exiled prince had consequently been kept well away from any fighting, though the experience had nevertheless convinced the young man that he had a fine talent for soldiering. His education had also left him with a love for all things English. Indeed, apart from his chief of staff and a handful of aides, all his closest friends were English. He wished the girl on the bed were English, but instead she was Belgian, and he hated the Belgians. To the prince they were a common, ox-like race of peasants. "I hate you, Charlotte," he spoke to the girl in English. Her name was Paulette, but the prince called all such girls Charlotte, after the English princess who had first agreed to marry him, then inexplicably broken off the engagement. "What are you saying?" Paulette spoke no English. "You stink like a sow," the prince continued in English. "You've got thighs like a grenadier, your tits are greasy, and in short you are a typical Belgian, and I hate you." He smiled fondly at the girl as he spoke, and Paulette, who in truth was very pretty, blew him a kiss before lying back on the pillows. She was a whore fetched from Brussels, and paid 10 English guineas a day to bed the prince, and in her opinion she earned every ounce of the precious gold. Paulette thought the prince disgustingly ugly. He was obnoxiously thin, with a bulbous round head on a ridiculously long neck. His skin was sallow and pitted, his eyes bulged, and his mouth was a slobbering frog-like slit. He was drunk as often as he was sober, and in either condition held an inflated opinion of his abilities, both in bed and on the battlefield. He was now 23 years old, and commander of the 1st Corps of the Duke of Wellington's army. Those who liked the prince called him Slender Billy, while his detractors called him the Young Frog. His father, King William, was known as the Old Frog. No one of any sense had wanted the Young Frog to be given a command in the Duke's army, but the Old Frog would not hear of the Netherlands joining the coalition unless his son held high command. And thus the politicians in London had forced the Duke of Wellington to concede. The Old Frog had further insisted that his son command British troops, on which point the Duke had also been forced to yield, though only on condition that reliable British officers were appointed to serve on the Young Frog's staff. The Duke provided a list of suitable, sober, and solid men, but the Young Frog had simply scrawled out their names and replaced them with friends he had made at Eton, and when some of those friends declined the honour, he found other congenial officers who knew how to leaven war's rigours with riotous enjoyment. The prince also demanded a few officers who were experienced in battle, and who would exemplify his own ideas of how war should be fought. "Find me the most audacious of men," he ordered his chief of staff, who, a few weeks later, diffidently informed the prince that the notorious Major Sharp was on the half-pay list and evidently unemployed. The Young Frog had immediately demanded Sharp, and sweetened the demand with a promotion. He flattered himself that he would discover a twin soul in the famous rifleman. Yet somehow, and despite the prince's easy nature, no such friendship had developed. The prince found something subtly annoying about Sharp's sardonic face, and he even suspected that the Englishman was deliberately trying to annoy him. He must have asked Sharp a score of times to dress in Dutch uniform, yet still the rifleman appeared in his ancient, tattered green coat. That was when Sharp bothered to show himself at the prince's headquarters at all. He evidently preferred to spend his days riding the French frontier, which was a job that properly belonged to the pompous General Dornberg, which thought reminded the prince that Dornberg's noon report should have arrived. That report had a special importance this day, for if any trouble threatened, the prince knew he could not afford to go dancing in Brussels. He summoned his chief of staff. The Baron Jean de Constant Rebec informed His Highness that Dornberg's report had indeed arrived, and contained nothing alarming. No French troops troubled the road to Mons. It seemed that the Belgian countryside slept under its summer heat. The relieved prince grunted in acknowledgment, then leant forward to gaze critically in the mirror. He twisted his head left and right before looking anxiously at Rebec. "Am I losing too much hair?" Rebec pretended to make a careful inspection, then shook his head reassuringly. "I can't see that you're losing any, sir." "I thought I'd wear British uniform tonight." "A very apt choice, sir." Rebec spoke in English because the prince preferred that language. The prince glanced at a clock. It would take his coach at least 2 hours to reach Brussels, and he needed a good hour to change into the scarlet and gold finery of a British Major General. He would allow himself another 3 hours to enjoy a private supper before going to the Duchess's ball, where he knew the food would be cold and inedible. "Has Sharp returned yet?" he asked Rebec. "No, sir." The prince frowned. "Damn! If he gets back, tell him I expect his attendance at the ball." Rebec could not hide his astonishment. "Sharp? At the Duchess's ball?" Sharp had been promised that his duties to the prince were not social, but only to provide advice during battle. The prince did not care what promises had been made to the Englishman. Forcing Sharp to dance would demonstrate to the rifleman that the prince commanded this headquarters. "He told me that he hates dancing. I shall nevertheless oblige him to dance for his own good. Everyone should enjoy dancing. I do." The prince laughingly trod some capering steps about the bedroom. "We shall make Colonel Sharp enjoy dancing. Are you sure you don't want to dance tonight, Rebecca?" "I shall be your Highness's eyes and ears here." "Quite right." The prince, reminded that he had military responsibilities, suddenly looked grave. But he had an irrepressibly high-spirited nature, and could not help laughing again. "I imagine Sharp dances like a Belgian heifer, thump, 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 and all the time with that gloomy expression on his face. We shall cheer him up, Rebecca." "I'm sure he'll be grateful for it, sir." "And tell him he's to wear Dutch uniform tonight." "Indeed I will, sir." The prince left for Brussels an hour and a half later, his carriage escorted by an honour guard of Dutch carabineers who had learned their trade in the French Emperor's service. Paulette, relieved at the prince's departure, lay cosily in his bed, while Rebecca took a book to his own quarters. The clerks laboriously copied out the orders listing which battalions the prince would visit in the coming week, and what manoeuvres each battalion should demonstrate for the prince's approval. Clouds heaped higher in the west, but the sun still shone on the village. A cat curled up by the boot-scraper at the front door of the prince's headquarters, where the sentry, a British redcoat, stooped to fondle the animal's warm fur. Wheat and rye and barley and oats ripened in the sun. It was a perfect summer's day, shimmering with heat and silence, and all the beauty of peace. The first news of French activity reached the Duke of Wellington while he ate his early dinner of roast mutton. The message, which had originated in Charleroi, just 32 miles away, had first been sent to Marshal Blücher at Namur, then copied and sent on to Brussels, a total journey of 70 miles. The message merely reported that the French had attacked at dawn and that the Prussian outposts had been driven in south of Charleroi. "How many French?" "It doesn't say. And where are the French now? And is the Emperor with them?" the Duke demanded of his staff. No one could tell. The mutton was abandoned on the table while the Duke's staff gathered about a map pinned to the dining-room wall. The French might have advanced into the country south of Charleroi, but the Duke, as ever, brooded over the left-hand side of the map, which showed the great sweep of flat country between Mons and Tournai. That was where he feared a French advance that would cut the British off from the North Sea. If the French took Ghent, then the Duke's army would be denied its supply roads from the North Sea, as well as its route home. Wellington, had he been in the Emperor's boots, would have chosen that strategy. First, he would have pushed a strong diversionary force at Charleroi. Then, when the Allies moved to defend Brussels from the south, he would have launched the real attack to the west. It was by just such dazzling manoeuvres that the Emperor had held off the Russian, Prussian, and Austrian armies in the spring of 1814. Napoleon, in the weeks before his abdication, had never fought more brilliantly, and no one, least of all Wellington, expected anything but the same cleverness now. "We've heard nothing from Dornberg?" the Duke snapped. "Nothing." The Duke looked back at the Prussian message. It didn't tell him how many French had crossed the frontier, nor whether Blücher was concentrating his army. All it told him was that a French force had pushed back the Prussian outposts. He went back to the dinner table. His own British and Dutch forces were scattered over 500 square miles of countryside. They had to be thus dispersed, not only to guard every possible French invasion route, but also so that the mass of men and horses did not strip any one locality of food and grazing. Now, however, he knew the army must begin to shrink towards its battle order. "We'll concentrate," the Duke said. Every division of the army had a pre-arranged town or village where it would gather and wait for further orders. "And send a good man to Dornberg to find out what's happening in front of him." The Duke frowned again at Blücher's message, wondering whether he had overreacted to its small news. Surely, if the French incursion was serious, the Prussians would have sent a more urgent messenger. No matter. If it turned out to be a false alarm, then the army's concentration could be reversed next day. 9 miles to the south, in the little village of Waterloo, the hugely fat Prussian major had stopped his plodding horse at a small inn opposite the church. The wine he had taken for lunch, together with the oppressive afternoon heat, had quite tired him out. He asked for a little restorative brandy, then saw a baker's tray of delicious cakes being carried into the inn's side door. "And some of those pastries, I think. The ones with the almond paste, if you'd be so kind." He slid out of the saddle and gratefully sat on a bench that was shaded by a small chestnut tree. The dispatch which would have told Wellington of the loss of Charleroi and the further French advance lay in the Major's saddlebag. The Major leant against the chestnut's trunk. Nothing much stirred in the village. The paved road ran between wide grass verges, where 2 tethered cows and 4 goats grazed. A few chickens scratched by the church steps where a dog twitched in its sleep. A small child played tit-cat in the archway of the inn stable-yard. The fat Major, pleased with such a scene of rural innocence, smiled happily. Then, as he waited for his snack, dozed. Sharp's horses limped into the Prince of Orange's headquarters just 10 minutes after the Prince had left for Brussels. Aggressive French patrols had prevented Sharp getting close to the road a second time, but he had ridden near enough to see the dust clouds drifting away from the boots, hooves, and wheels of an army on the march. Now, flinching at the soreness in his thighs, he eased himself out of the saddle. He shouted for an ostler, tied Nosy to a metal ring on the stable-yard wall, and gave the dog a bowl of water. Before carrying his map and weapons, he limped into the silent house. Dust floated in the beams of light that flooded through the fanlight over the front door. He looked into the map room, but no one was there. "Duty, officer!" Sharp shouted angrily. Then, when no one answered, he hammered his rifle butt against the wooden panelling in the hallway. "Duty, officer!" A bedroom door opened upstairs, and a face appeared over the banister. "I hope there's a good reason for this noise. Oh, it's you." Sharp peered into the gloom and saw the affable face of the Baron Jean de Constant-Rebec. "Who's on duty?" "Colonel Winkler, I think, but he's probably sleeping. Most of us are. The Prince has gone to Brussels, and he wants you there as well." Rebec yawned. "You're required to dance." Sharp stared upwards. For a few seconds he was too shocked to speak, and Rebec assumed that the silence merely expressed Sharp's horror at being ordered to a ball. But then the rifleman exploded with his news. "Haven't you heard? My God, Rebec, the bloody French are north of Charleroi. I sent Dornberg a message hours ago." The words hung in the hot, still air of the stairwell. It was Rebec's turn to stare silently. "Sweet God," he said after a few seconds, then began buttoning his blue coat. "Officers!" His shout echoed through the house. "Officers!" He ran up the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. "Show me!" He pushed past Sharp into the map room, where he threw back the heavy wooden shutters to flood the tables with sunlight. "There!" Sharp placed a filthy finger on the map just north of Charleroi. "A mixed force. Infantry, cavalry, and guns. I was there this morning, and I went back this afternoon. The road was crowded both times. I couldn't see much this afternoon, but there must have been at least 1 whole corps on that road. A prisoner told me he thought Napoleon was with them, but he wasn't certain." Rebec looked up into Sharp's tired and dust-stained face, and wondered just how Sharp had taken a prisoner, but he knew this was no time for foolish questions. He turned to the other staff officers who were crowding into the room. "Winkler, fetch the Prince back, and hurry! Harry, go to Dornberg, find out what in God's name is happening in Mons. Sharp, you get some food, then rest. I can go to Mons. Rest! But food first. You look exhausted, men." Sharp obeyed. He liked Rebec, a Dutchman who, like his prince, had been educated at Eton and Oxford. The Baron had been the Prince's tutor at Oxford, and was living proof to Sharp that most education was a waste of effort, for none of Rebec's modest good sense had rubbed off on the Prince. Sharp went through to the deserted kitchens and found some bread, cheese, and ale. As he was cutting the bread, the Prince's girl, Paulette, came sleepily into the room. She was dressed in a grey shift that was loosely belted round her waist. "All this noise," she said irritably. "What's happening?" "The Emperor's crossed the frontier." Sharp spoke in French. "Good," Paulette said fiercely. Sharp laughed as he cut the mould off a piece of cheese. "Don't you want butter on your bread?" the girl asked. "I couldn't find any." "It's in the scullery. I'll fetch it." Paulette gave Sharp a happy smile. She didn't know the rifleman well, yet she thought he was by far the best-looking man on the Prince's staff. Many of the other officers considered themselves good-looking, but this Englishman had an interestingly scarred face, and a reluctant but infectious smile. She brought a muslin-covered bowl of butter from the scullery, and good-naturedly pushed Sharp to one side. "You want an apple with your cheese?" "Please."
Paulette made a plate of food for herself, then poured some ale out of Sharp's stone bottle into one of the prince's Sèvres teacups. She sipped the ale, then grinned. "The prince tells me your woman is French." Sharp was somewhat taken aback by the girl's directness, but he nodded. "From Normandy." "How? Why? What? Tell me, I want to know." She smiled in recognition of her own cheekiness. "I like to know everything about everyone." "We met at the end of the war," Sharp said, as though that explained everything. "And you fell in love?" she asked eagerly. "I suppose so, yes." He sounded sheepish. "That's nothing to be ashamed of. I was in love once. He was a dragon, but he went off to fight in Russia, poor boy. And that was the last I saw of him. He said he would marry me, but I suppose he was eaten by wolves or killed by Cossacks." She sighed in sad memory of her lost dragoon. "Will you marry your French lady?" "I can't. I'm already married to a lady who lives in England." Paulette shrugged that difficulty aside. "So, divorce her." "It's impossible. In England a divorce costs more money than you can dream of. I'd have to go to Parliament and bribe them to pass a law especially for my divorce. Pah! The English are stupid. I suppose that's why the prince likes him so much. He feels at home there." She laughed. She had thick brown hair, slanting eyes, and a cat-like face. "Were you living in France with your woman?" "Yes." "Why did you leave?" "Because the Emperor would have put me in prison if I'd stayed, and because I needed my half-pay." "Your half-pay?" Sharp was both amused and irritated by her questioning, but it was harmless, so he indulged her. "I received a pension from the English army. If I'd have stayed in France, there would have been no pension." Hooves sounded loud in the yard as Colonel Winkler took off after the prince. Sharp, glad that he wasn't having to ride anywhere, began tugging at his tight boots. Paulette pushed his hands away, put his right foot on her lap, tugged off the boot, then did the same for his other foot. "My God, you smell!" She laughingly pushed his feet away. "And Madame left France with you?" Paulette's questioning had the guileless innocence of a child. "Madame and our baby, yes." Paulette frowned at Sharp. "Because of you?" He paused, seeking a modest answer, but could think of nothing but the truth. "Indeed." Paulette cradled her cup of ale and stared through the open door into the stable-yard, where chickens pecked at oats and Sharp's dog twitched in exhausted sleep. "Your French lady must love you." "I think she does, yes." "And you?" Sharp smiled. "I love her, yes." "And she's here, in Belgium?" "In Brussels." "With the baby? What sort of baby? How old?" "A boy. 3 months, nearly 4. He's in Brussels, too." Paulette sighed. "I think it's lovely. I would like to follow a man to another country." Sharp shook his head. "It's very hard on Lucille. She hates that I have to fight against her countrymen." "Then why do you do it?" Paulette asked in an outraged voice. "Because of my half-pay again. If I'd have refused to rejoin the army, they'd have stopped my pension, and that's the only income we have. So, when the prince summoned me, I had to come." "But you didn't want to come?" Paulette asked shrewdly. "Not really." Which was true, though that morning, as he had spied on the French, Sharp had recognized in himself the undeniable pleasure of doing his job well. For a few days he supposed he must forget Lucille's unhappiness and be a soldier again. "So, you only fight for the money." Paulette said it wearily, as though it explained everything. "How much does the prince pay you for being a colonel?" £1, 3 shillings and 10 pence a day. That was his reward for a brevet lieutenant colonelcy in a cavalry regiment, and it was more money than Sharp had ever earned in his life. Half of the salary disappeared in mess fees and for the headquarters servants, but Sharp still felt rich, and it was a far better reward than the 2 shillings and 9 pence a day that he had been receiving as a half-pay lieutenant. He had left the army as a major, but the clerks in the horse guards had determined that his majority was only brevet rank, not regimental, and so he had been forced to accept a lieutenant's pension. The war was proving a windfall to Sharp, as it was to so many other half-pay officers in both armies. "Do you like the prince?" Paulette asked him. That was a sensitive question. "Do you?" Sharp countered. "He's a drunk." Paulette did not bother with tact, but just let her scorn flow. "And when he's not drunk, he squeezes his spots. Plip-plop, plip-plop, ugh! I have to do his back for him." She looked to see whether her words had offended Sharp, and was evidently reassured.
You know he was going to marry an English princess?
I know.
She couldn't stand him, so now he says he will marry a Russian princess. Ha! That's all he's good for, a Russian. They rub butter on their skins. Did you know that? All over to keep warm. They must smell.
She sipped her ale, then frowned as her mind skittered back over the conversation.
Your wife in England, she does not mind that you have another lady?
She has another man. The evident convenience of the arrangement pleased Paulette.
So, everything is all right?
No. He smiled. They stole my money. One day I shall go back and take it from them. She stared at him with large, serious eyes. Will you kill the man?
Yes.
He said it very simply, which made it all the more believable.
I wish a man would kill for me,
Paulette sighed, then stared in alarm because Sharp had suddenly raised a hand in warning.
What is it?
Shh! He stood and went in his stockinged feet to the open stable-yard door. Far off, like a crackling of burning thorns, he thought he heard musketry. He couldn't be certain, for the sound was fading and tenuous in the small, warm breeze.
Do you hear anything?
He asked the girl.
No.
There it is, listen. He heard the noise again. This time it sounded like a piece of canvas ripping. Somewhere, and not so very far off, there was a musket fight. Sharp looked up at the weathercock on the stable roof and saw the wind had backed southerly. He ran to the kitchen door, which opened into the main part of the house.
Rebecca! I hear it!
The Baron was already standing at the open front door.
How far off?
God knows. Sharp stood beside Rebecca. The small wind kicked up dust devils in the street. 5 miles? Sharp hazarded. 6? The noise faded to nothing. Then any chance of hearing it again was drowned in the clatter of hooves. Sharp looked down the high street, half expecting to see French dragoons galloping into the small village, but it was only the Prince of Orange who had abandoned his carriage and taken a horse from one of his escort. That escort streamed behind him down the street, together with the aide who had fetched the prince back.
What news, Rebecca?
The prince dropped from the saddle and ran into the house.
Only what we sent you.
Rebecca followed the prince into the map room.
Charleroi, eh?
The prince chewed at a fingernail as he stared at the map.
You've heard nothing from Dornberg?
No, sir, but if you listen carefully, you can hear fighting to the south.
Mons?
The prince sounded alarmed. No one knows, sir.
Then find out, the prince snapped. I want a report from Dornberg. You can send it after me.
After you? Rebecca frowned. But where are you going, sir?
Brussels, of course. Someone has to make sure Wellington has heard this news.
He looked at Sharp.
I particularly wanted you in attendance tonight.
Sharp suppressed an urge to kick His Royal Highness in the royal arse.
Indeed, sir, he said instead. And I insist you wear Dutch uniform. Why aren't you in Dutch uniform now?
I shall change, sir. Sharp, despite the prince's frequent insistence, had yet to buy himself a Dutch uniform. Rebecca, sensing that the prince still intended to dance despite the news of a French invasion, cleared his throat.
Surely there'll be no ball in Brussels tonight, sir.
It hasn't been cancelled yet, the prince said petulantly, then turned back with specific instructions for Sharp.
I want you in evening dress uniform. That means gold lace, 2 epaulettes with gold bullion on each, and blue cushions. And a dress sword, Sharp, instead of that butcher's blade.
The prince smiled, as if to soften his sartorial orders, then gestured at one of his Dutch aides.
Come on, Winkler, there's nothing more to do here.
He strode from the room, leaving Rebecca thin-lipped and silent. The sound of the hooves faded in the warm air. Rebecca listened again for the sound of musketry, but heard nothing, so instead tapped the map with an ebony ruler.
His Royal Highness is quite right, Sharp. You should be wearing Dutch uniform.
I keep meaning to buy one. Rebecca smiled. I can lend you something suitable for tonight.
Bugger tonight.
Sharp twisted the map round so that it faced him.
You want me to go to Mons?
I've already sent Harry. Rebecca went to the open window and stared into the heat haze. Perhaps nothing is happening in Mons. He spoke softly, almost to himself. Perhaps we're all wrong about Mons. Perhaps Napoleon is just swinging open the front doors and ignoring the back gate.
Sir? It's a double-leaf front door, Sharp, that's what it is.
Rebecca spoke with a sudden urgency as he strode back to the table and tapped the map.
"The Prussians are the left-hand door, and we're the right. And when the French push in the middle, Sharp, the two leaves will hinge apart. Is that what Bonaparte's doing to us?"
Sharp stared down at the map. From the prince's headquarters, a road ran eastwards through Nivelles to meet the Charleroi highway at an unnamed crossroads. If that crossroads was lost, then Napoleon would have successfully swung the two doors apart. The British and Dutch had been worrying about Mons, but now Sharp took a scrap of charcoal and scrawled a thick ring round the crossroads. "That's the lock on your doors, Rebecca. Who are our closest troops?"
"Saxe of Weimar's brigade."
Rebecca had already seen the importance of the crossroads. He strode to the door and shouted for clerks.
"I'll go there," Sharp offered.
Rebecca nodded acceptance of the offer.
"But for God's sake, send me prompt news, Sharp. I don't want to be left in the dark."
"If the French have taken that damn crossroads, we'll all be in the dark, permanently. I'm borrowing one of the prince's horses. Mine's blown."
"Well, take two, and take Lieutenant Doggett with you. He can carry your messages."
"Does that crossroads have a name?" That was an important question, for any messages Sharp sent had to be accurate. Rebecca searched the table to find one of the larger-scale maps that the Royal Engineers had drawn and distributed to all their army headquarters.
"It's called Quatre Bras. 4 arms.
That's what it says here, Quatre Bras, 4 arms. Just what you need for opening double doors, eh?" Sharp did not respond to the small jest. Instead, he shouted for Lieutenant Doggett, then went to the kitchen where he sat and tied on his boots. He yelled through the open stable-yard door for 3 horses to be saddled, 2 for himself and 1 for Lieutenant Doggett.
"And untie my dog!"
The orders for Prince Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar, sealed with Rebecca's copy of the Prince of Orange's personal seal, came 10 minutes later. Rebecca brought the orders himself and handed them to Sharp, who was already mounted.
"Remember, you're supposed to be dancing tonight."
Rebecca smiled at Sharp. Paulette had come into the stable-yard and was leaning against the sun-warmed wall. She smiled at Sharp as he twisted the prince's horse towards the archway.
"Go carefully, Englishman," she called.
The courtyard was filling with horses as staff officers, all alerted by the distant musketry, arrived from the various brigade headquarters to seek information and orders. Sharp blew the prince's whore a kiss, then rode to find a crossroads. Chapter 5. The bedroom of the hotel on Brussels' Rue Royale stank of vinegar, which Jane Sharp's maid had sprinkled onto a red-hot shovel to fumigate the room. A small metal bowl of sulphur powders still burnt in the hearth to eradicate whatever pestilential airs the vaporizing vinegar might have missed. It was, Jane had complained, a foul little suite of rooms, but at least she would make sure they held no risk of contagion. The previous occupant had been a Swiss merchant who had been evicted to make way for the English milord and his lady, and Jane had a suspicion that the Swiss, like all foreigners, harboured strange and filthy diseases. The noxious stench of the scorched vinegar and burning sulphur was making Jane feel ill, but in truth she had not felt really well ever since the sea crossing from England. Lord John Rossendale, elegantly handsome in white breeches and silk stockings, black dancing shoes and a gold-frogged cutaway coat with a tall blue collar and twin epaulettes of gold chain, stood at the bedroom's window and stared moodily at the Brussels rooftops. "I don't know whether he'll be there or not. I just don't know." It was the 20th time he confessed such ignorance, but for the 20th time it did not satisfy Jane Sharp, who sat naked to the waist at the room's small dressing-table. "Why can't we find out?" she snapped. "What do you expect me to do?" Lord John ascribed Jane's short temper to her upset stomach. The North Sea crossing seemed to have disagreed with her, and the journey in the coach to Brussels had not improved her nausea. "Do you expect me to send a messenger to Braine-le-Comte?" "Why not, if he can provide us with the answer?" "Braine-le-Comte is not a person, but the village where the prince has his headquarters." "I cannot think." Jane paused to dab her cheeks with the eau de citron, which was supposed to blanch the skin of her face and breasts to a fashionable death-mask whiteness. "I cannot think," she resumed, "why the Prince of Orange, whoever in hell he is, should want to appoint Richard as a staff officer. Richard doesn't have the manners to be a staff officer. It's like that Roman emperor who made his horse into a consul. It's madness." She was being unfair. Jane knew just what a good soldier her husband was, but a woman who has deserted her man and stolen his fortune soon learns to denigrate his memory as a justification for her actions. "But don't you agree that it's madness?" She turned a furious, damp face on Rossendale, who could only shrug his mute agreement. Lord John thought Jane looked very beautiful, but also rather frightening. Her hair was splendidly awry because of the lead curling strips, which, when removed, would leave her with a glorious gold-bright halo, but which now gave her angry face the fierce and tangled aspect of a Greek fury. Jane turned back to the mirror. She could spend hours at a dressing table, gravely staring at her reflection, just as an artist might gaze on his work in search of a final gloss that might turn a merely pretty picture into a masterpiece. "Would you say there's colour in my cheeks?" she asked Lord John. "Yes." He smiled with relief that she had changed the subject away from Richard Sharp. "In fact, you're looking positively healthy." "Damn!" She glowered at her reflection. "It must be the hot weather." She turned as her maid appeared from the anteroom with 2 dresses, one gold and one white, which were held up for Jane's inspection. Jane pointed to the pale gold dress, then returned her attention to the mirror. She dipped a finger into a pot of rouge and, with exquisite care, reddened her nipples. Then, obsessively, she went back to blanching her face. The table was crowded with flasks and vials. There was bergamot and musk, eau de chypre, eau de luce, and a bottle of Sans Pareil perfume that had cost Lord John a small fortune. He didn't resent such gifts, for he found Jane's beauty ever more startling and ever more beguiling. Society might disapprove of the adulterous relationship flaunted so openly, but Lord John believed that Jane's beauty excused everything. He couldn't bear to think of losing her, or of not wholly possessing her. He was in love. Jane grimaced at herself in the mirror. "So what happens if Richard is at the ball tonight?" Lord John sighed inwardly as he turned back to the window. "Well, he'll challenge me, of course. Then it'll be grass before tomorrow's breakfast." He spoke lightly, but in truth he dreaded having to face Sharp in a dawn duel. To Lord John, Sharp was nothing but a killer who had been trained and hardened to death on innumerable battlefields, while Lord John had only ever brought about the death of foxes. "We needn't go tonight," he said hopelessly. "And have all society say that we're cowards?" Jane, because she was a mistress, rarely had an opportunity to attend the more elegant events of society, and she was not going to miss this chance of being seen at her Duchess's ball. Not even Jane's tender digestion would keep her from tonight's dancing, and nor did she have any real fear of meeting her husband, for Jane well knew Sharp's reluctance to dance or to dress up in a frippery uniform. But the possibility of his presence was an alarming thought that she couldn't resist exploring. "Why, I shall just try to avoid meeting him," Lord John said helplessly. Jane dabbed a tentative finger to test whether her rouged nipples had dried. "How soon before there's a battle?" "I'm told the peer doesn't expect the French to move till July." Jane grimaced at the implied delay, then stood with her slender arms raised high to allow her maid to drop the gauzy dress over her head. "Do you know what happens in battle?" she asked Lord John from under the cascading cloth of gold. It seemed a rather broad question, and one for which Lord John could not think of a specific answer. "Rather a lot of unpleasantry, I imagine," he said instead. "Richard told me that in battle a lot of unpopular officers are killed by their own men." Jane twisted herself to and fro in front of the mirror to make sure the dress hung properly. The dress was high-waisted and low-breasted, a fashionably filmy screen through which her brightly coloured nipples showed as enticing shadows. Other women would doubtless be wearing such dresses, but none, Jane thought, would dare to wear one without any petticoat, as she herself intended. Satisfied, she sat as her maid began to untwist the lead strips from her hair and tease the ringlets into perfection. "He told me that you can't tell what happens in a battle because there's too much smoke and noise. A battle, in short, is an ideal place to commit a murder." "Are you suggesting I should kill him?" Lord John was genuinely shocked at the dishonour of the suggestion. Jane had indeed been hinting at the opportunity for her husband's murder, but she couldn't admit as much. "I'm suggesting," she lied smoothly, "that he may not wish to risk his career by fighting a duel, but instead might try to kill you during a battle." She dipped her finger in scented black paste that she applied to her eyelashes. "He's a man of excessive pride and extraordinary brutality." "Are you trying to frighten me?" Lord John attempted to pass the conversation off lightly. "I'm trying to make you resolute. A man threatens your life and our happiness, so I'm suggesting that you take steps to protect us." It was as close as Jane dared go to a direct suggestion of murder, though she couldn't resist one more enticement. "You're probably in more danger from a British rifle bullet than you are from any French weapon." "The French," Lord John said uneasily, "may take care of him anyway. They've had plenty of chances before, Jane said tartly, and achieved nothing. Then, ready at last, she stood, her hair ringleted, bejewelled and feathered, crowned an ethereal and sensuous beauty that dazzled Lord John. He bowed, kissed her hand, and led her down to the courtyard, where their carriage waited. It was time to dance. His Serene Highness Prince Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar took one look at Rebecca's orders, grunted his acceptance, and tossed the paper to his brigade major. "Tell the Prince to be at the crossroads in 1 hour," he told Sharp. Sharp did not reveal that the Prince of Orange knew nothing of the orders. Instead, he thanked his Serene Highness, bowed his way out of the inn, which was Prince Bernhard's headquarters, and remounted his horse. Lieutenant Simon Doggett, who had been charged with keeping Nosey from killing the chickens that pecked in the inn-yard, followed Sharp out to the road. "Well, sir?" he asked Sharp, but in a nervous voice, which suggested that he expected his temerity in asking to be met with a savage reproof. "He'll be at the crossroads in 1 hour with 4,000 men. Let's hope the bastards can fight." Saxe-Weimar's men were mostly German troops in Dutch service, who had fought for Napoleon in the previous wars, and not even Saxe-Weimar himself was certain whether they would now fight against their old comrades. Doggett rode eastwards beside Sharp. Like so many of the Englishmen who served the Prince of Orange, Doggett was an old Etonian. He was now a lieutenant in the 1st Foot Guards, but had been seconded to the Prince's staff because his father was an old friend of the Baron Rebec. Doggett was fair-haired, fair-skinned, and, to Sharp's eyes, absurdly young. He was, in fact, 18, had never seen a battle, and was very nervous of the notorious Lieutenant Colonel Sharp, who was 38 years old and had lost count of all his battles. Sharp now anticipated another battle, one for a crossroads that linked two armies. "If the French already hold Quatre Bras, you'll have to go back and warn Saxe-Weimar," Sharp told him. "Then go to Rebec and tell him the bad news." "Yes, sir." Doggett paused, then found the courage to ask a question. "And what will you be doing, sir? If the French have captured the crossroads, I mean." "I'll be riding to Brussels to tell the Duke to run like hell." Doggett glanced to see whether the rifleman was smiling in jest, and decided he was not. The two men fell silent as they cantered their horses between low hedgerows that were bright with the early spears of foxgloves. Beyond the hedges, the cornfields were thick with poppies and edged with cornflowers. Swallows whipped low across the fields, while rooks flew clumsily towards their high nests. Sharp twisted in his saddle to see that the western sky was still clouded, though there were great gaps between the heaping clouds, through which the sun poured an incandescent flood of light. It was evening, but there were still 4 hours of daylight left. In a week's time it would be the longest day of the year, when in these latitudes a gunner could accurately sight a 12-pounder at 9:30 of an evening. They passed a great dark wood that grew southwards from the road, and, quite suddenly, the pale strip of the paved highroad stretched stark across the landscape ahead. Sharp instinctively reined in his horse as he stared at the small cluster of buildings that marked the crossroads called Quatre Bras. Nothing moved at the crossroads, or nothing that threatened a soldier's life. There were no troops at the crossroads, and the highway was empty, just a pale, dusty strip between its vivid green verges. Sharp tapped his heels to start his horse moving again. Wisps of smoke revealed that the cottagers were cooking their evening meals at the hearths of the small hamlet which lay to the north of the crossroads. There was one large stone farmhouse, outside which a small dark-haired girl was playing with some kittens by an empty farm cart. 3 geese waddled across the road. 2 old women, bonneted and shawled, sat tatting lace outside a thatched cottage. A pig rooted in an orchard, and milk cows lowed from the farmyard. One of the shawled women must have seen Sharp and Doggett approaching, for she suddenly called the small girl, who ran nervously towards the thatched cottage. Beyond the tiny hamlet, the smaller unpaved road climbed a shallow hill before disappearing eastwards in a stand of dark trees. "You understand the importance of this road?" Sharp pointed at the smaller road on which he and Doggett travelled. "No, sir," Doggett replied honestly. "It's the road that joins us and the Prussians. If the French cut it, we're on our own. So if we lose these crossroads, the Crepots have won the damned campaign." Sharp spurred down to the crossroads, touched his hat to the old ladies, who were staring with alarm at the 2 horsemen. Then he turned to gaze down the long southwards road that led to Charleroi. The highway stretched pale and deserted in the evening sun, yet this was the very same road on which Sharp had seen a French corps marching that morning. That sighting had been only 12 miles south of this crossroads, yet now there was no sign of any Frenchman, Had they stopped? Had they retreated? Sharp felt a sudden fear that he had raised a false alarm, and the force he had seen had been nothing but a feint. Or maybe the French had marched past this crossroads and were already nearing Brussels. No, he dismissed that fear instantly, because there was no sign of an army's passing. The tall rye in the fields either side of the road was untrampled, and the road's crude paving of cobbles on impacted chalk and flint had no deep ruts like those made by the passage of heavy guns. So where the hell were the French? "Oh, let's go and find the bastards," Sharp grunted. And once he had said it, he marvelled at how easy it was to slip back into the old ways of speaking about the enemy. He had lived in Normandy for 7 months. He had learned the French language and come to love the French countryside. Yet now, just as if he had never met Lucille, he spoke of the French as a hated enemy. The strangeness of that thought suddenly made him miss the chateau. Lucille's home was very grandly called a chateau, though in truth it was nothing more than a large moated farm with a crenellated tower to remind passers-by that the building had once been a small fortress. Now the chateau was Sharp's home, the first home he had ever truly known. The estates had been neglected in the war, and Sharp had begun the laborious task of repairing the years of neglect. At this time of the year, if Napoleon had not returned, Sharp should have been thinning the apple crop, stripping away basket-loads of the young fruit to give the remaining crop a better chance of ripening in the autumn. But instead he was riding a dusty road in Belgium and searching for an enemy that had mysteriously disappeared. The road dropped gently down to a ford. To Sharp's left the stream flowed into a lake, while ahead of him, beyond the shallow ford, a farm with an arched gateway stood on the left-hand side of the road. A woman stared suspiciously from the farm's arch at the 2 soldiers, then stepped back into the yard and slammed the heavy gate. Sharp had stopped at the ford to let the horses drink. Bright blue dragonflies hovered and darted in the reeds. The evening was warm, a gentle quiet dusk in which the only sounds were the rippling water and the slight clatter of the rice-stalks moving in the breeze. It seemed impossible that this might become a battlefield, and perhaps it wouldn't, for Sharp was already beginning to doubt what he had seen that same morning. Where the hell had the French gone? He touched the horse's flanks, splashed through the ford, and began to climb the gradual slope beyond. Dogs barked in the farmyard, and Nosy howled in reply, till Sharp snapped at him to be quiet. The familiar, homely stink of a dung-heap wafted across the highway. Sharp rode slowly, as though hurrying might spoil the calm of this perfect summer's evening. The road was unhedged, running between wide strips of rank grass, in which wood garlic, foxgloves, columbine, and yellow archangel grew. Elder and blackthorn bushes offered patches of shade. A rabbit thumped the verge in alarm at the horseman's approach, then scurried into the rice-stalks. The evening was fragrant, warm, and rich, lit by the great wash of gold light that flooded through the cloud chasms in the western skies. After Sharp's left, about a mile away, he could see the roofs of 2 more farmhouses, while to his right the wood gave way to rolling cornfields intersected by a farm track that twisted between the crops. Nothing untoward moved in the landscape. Had he come to the wrong crossroads? He had a sudden fear that this was not the Charleroi to Brussels road. He took out his map, which indeed suggested that he was riding on the main Brussels highway, but maps were notoriously inaccurate. He looked for a milestone, but none was in sight. He stopped again and listened, but could hear neither musketry nor the sounds of marching men. Had he imagined the enemy this morning? Or the musketry this afternoon? But Rebecca had heard the musketry too, so where were the French? Had they been swallowed into the warm fields? The road bent slightly to the right. The rye was growing so tall that Sharp couldn't see what lay around the bend. He loosened his rifle in its holster and called Nosy to heel. Simon Doggett, riding alongside Sharp with a spare horse, seemed to share the rifleman's nervousness. Both men were instinctively curbing their horses. They edged round the road's bend. Ahead now was a road junction shaded by 2 big chestnut trees. The highway bent to the left, while a smaller track went off to the right. Far beyond the junction, and half obscured by the tall rye, was a village. The map tallied with what Sharp saw, so the village had to be Frun. "We'll go as far as the village," Sharp said. "Yes, sir." The sound of their voices broke the nervous spell, and both men dug in their heels to make their horses trot.
Sharp had to duck under a low chestnut branch as he turned the next corner to see 500 yards ahead of him the wide village street. He stopped again. The street seemed empty. He pulled out the battered sea captain's telescope that he'd bought in Caen to replace the expensive glass that he'd lost after Toulouse. He trained the awkward heavy instrument on the village's single street. 3 men sat outside what must be the village inn. A woman in thick black skirts led a donkey laden with hay. 2 children ran towards the church. The image of the church wavered. Sharp checked the glass's tremor, then froze. "Jesus Christ!" "Sir?" Doggett asked in alarm. "We've got the bastards!" Sharp's voice was filled with satisfaction. The French had not disappeared, and he had not imagined them. They were in Frasnes. At the far end of the village street, just coming into sight, and foreshortened by distance and the ancient lens, was a battalion of French infantry. They must have been singing, for though Sharp could hear nothing, he could see their mouths opening and closing in unison. This battalion wore darker blue coats than most French infantry, and had very dark blue trousers. "They're a battalion of voltigeurs," Sharp told Doggett. "Light infantry, skirmishers. So where the hell are their dragoons?" He panned the telescope left and right, but no horsemen showed in the evening sunlight. Doggett had taken out his own glass and was staring at the French. They were the first enemy troops he had ever seen, and the sight of them had made him go pale. He could hear the beat of his bloodstream echoing fast in his ears. He'd often imagined seeing the enemy for the first time, but it was strange how very commonplace, and yet how exciting this baptism was. "How many of them are there?" he asked. 600, Sharp guessed, and they're cocksure bastards to march without a cavalry screen. The only horsemen he could see were 10 mounted French officers, but he knew the cavalry and guns could not be far behind. No general pushed unsupported skirmishers too far ahead of the main force. He turned to Doggett. "Right, you go back to Quatre Bras, wait there for Saxe-Weimar, give him my compliments and tell him there's at least 1 battalion of French skirmishers coming his way. Suggest he advances as far as the stream and stops them there, but make it a tactful suggestion. Take Nosey and the spare horse, then wait for me at the crossroads. Understand?" "Yes, sir." Doggett turned his own horse and awkwardly led the spare horse round in a circle. "Well, what will you do, sir?" "I'll keep an eye on these bastards. If you hear shooting, don't worry. That's just me playing games. And give Nosey a good kicking if the bastard gives you any trouble." Doggett spurred away, followed by a reluctant Nosey, while Sharp dismounted and led his horse back to the chestnut trees which grew at the road's fork. Just beyond the chestnuts, in the long grass of the verge, a heavy wooden brush harrow had been abandoned. Sharp tied the horse's reins to the harrow's stout frame, then slid his rifle out of its saddle holster. He checked that the weapon was loaded, then that the flint was firmly seated in its leather-padded jaws. He went back past the chestnuts, keeping in the shadows of the tall rye on the western side of the road. He ran steadily, getting ever closer to the village and to the approaching enemy. The French troops had not stopped in Frasnes, but were marching doggedly on towards Sharp, who supposed that their orders were to seize the crossroads at Quatre Bras before nightfall. If Saxe-Weimar could reach the crossroads first, and if his men would fight, the French would fail, but it would be a very close race. Sharp wanted to slow the French advance. Even a few minutes would help. He dropped in a shallow scrape by the roadside, half hidden by a hazel bush which had been invaded by pink dog roses. None of the approaching enemy seemed to have noticed him. He slid his rifle through the thick grass, then pushed his tricorn hat back so that its peak would not catch on the weapon's doghead. He waited. The pistol in his belt dug into his belly. The grass of the road's verge was warm and dank. There'd been rain earlier in the week, and the soil under the thick vegetation was still damp. A ladybird crawled up a dry stalk, then stepped delicately across the oiled and battered stock of the rifle. The enemy marched careless and unsuspecting. The shadows stretched long over the road. It was a summer's evening as beautiful as God had ever blessed on a wicked world. A hare appeared on the opposite verge, quivered for a second, then ran swiftly up the road only to leap sideways out of the path of the approaching French infantry. The enemy were 300 yards away now, and marching in a column of 4 ranks. Sharp could hear their strong singing. An officer rode ahead of the column on a grey horse. The officer had a red bloom on his blue shako and a tall red collar on his unbuttoned blue coat. The red plume was nodding to the rhythm of the horse's steps. Sharp aimed at the plume, suspecting that at this extreme range the bullet would drop to hit the horse. He fired. Birds squawked and exploded out of the crops. Smoke banged from the pan by Sharp's right eye, and the burning scraps of powder flayed back to his cheek. The rifle's heavy brass butt crashed back into his shoulder. He moved even before the singing stopped, rolling into the thick rye stalks, where, without bothering to see what damage his shot had done, he began reloading. Prime the pan, close it, pour the cartridge powder down the smoking barrel, then ram in the cartridge's paper and the ball. He slid the ramrod out, jammed it down the long barrel, then pulled it free. No one had shot back. He rolled again into the shadow of the hazel bush, where his foul-smelling powder smoke still lingered. The column had stopped. The officer had dismounted from the grey horse, which was skittering nervously at the road's edge. Birds wheeled overhead. The officer was unhurt, and none of the men seemed to have been hit. Perhaps the horse was wounded. Sharp took the loaded pistol from his belt, cocked it, and laid it beside him. Then he aimed the rifle again, this time at one of the men in the front rank. He fired. Within seconds he fired again, this time emptying the pistol towards the Frenchman. The second shot would do no damage, but it might persuade the Frenchman that there was a group of enemy in front of them. Sharp rolled right again, this time plunging deeper into the rye stalks, before reloading the rifle. He pushed the pistol into his belt. French muskets banged. He heard the heavy lead balls flicking through the stalks of rye, though none went near him. Sharp was loading fast, going through the drill he had first learned 22 years before. Another volley of musketry hammered from the French, who were firing blind into the tall crops. Sharp did the same, simply aiming the rifle in the direction of the column and pulling the trigger so that the bullet whipped off through the stalks. He tap-loaded the next cartridge, not bothering to use the cumbersome ramrod, but just slamming the rifle's butt hard on the ground in hope that the blow would jar the ball down to the loose charge. He fired again, and felt the lesser kick which told him the ball had only lodged halfway down the barrel. That bullet would be lucky to go 100 yards, but that was not the point. The point was to fire fast, to persuade the French that they had run into a strong picket line. He fired one more tap-loaded bullet, then ran back parallel to the road. He forced his way through the rye till he was past the chestnuts, then turned to his right. He ran across the road and heard the French shout as they saw him. But by the time they'd pulled their triggers, he was already in the shelter of the tall trees. The nervous horse rolled its eyes white and flicked its ears towards the crackling sound of the muskets. Sharp reloaded the rifle, this time ramming the bullet hard down against a charge, then released the horse. It was a big black stallion, one of the best in the prince's stable, and Sharp hoped the beast was battle-trained. Men had died because an untrained horse had taken fright at the sound of musketry. He pulled himself into the saddle, settled his sore thighs, and pushed the rifle into its holster. He pulled the horse round to face eastwards, then spurred it into the tall field of rye. So far, the French had been fired on from the field on their left. Now they would see an officer on the right of their advance. A shout told Sharp he had indeed been seen. The rye hid him from the French rankers, and only those officers on horseback could see the rifleman over the tall crop. Sharp waved his right arm as though he was beckoning a skirmish line forward. For all the French officers knew, the thick rye might have concealed 2 whole battalions of greenjackets. A trumpet sounded from the French. Sharp trotted in a semicircle, going to the enemy's flank to suggest an enfilading attack. Then he turned and spurred back towards Quatre Bras. A wasteful volley was shot towards him, but the range was far too long, and the balls spent themselves among the thick stalks. 3 mounted officers rode into the field after the volley, but Sharp had spurred well clear of any threat from the 3 men. He just trotted northwards, thinking to fire some more rifle shots from the farm by the ford. Then hoofbeats pounded to Sharp's left, and he saw another French officer galloping furiously down the high road. Sharp urged the black stallion on, but the footing under the rye was treacherous. The soil was damp and still held the shape of the plough furrows, and the stallion couldn't match the Frenchman's speed on the paved road. The stallion stumbled, and Sharp almost fell. And when he recovered himself, he saw that the Frenchman had swerved off the road and with drawn sabre was charging straight for him. The man was young, probably a lieutenant. Damn the bloody man. In all armies there were officers who needed to prove their bravery by single combat. The duel could also help a career. If this young French lieutenant could take Sharp's horse and weapons back to his battalion, he'd be a hero. Maybe he'd even be made into a captain. Sharp slowed his horse and dragged his big, unwieldy sword out of its scabbard. "Go back!" he shouted in French. When you're dead, monsieur."
The Frenchman spoke cheerfully. He looked as young as Doggett. His horse, like Sharp's, had been slowed by the plough furrows in the rye field, but the Frenchman rowelled it on as he got close to Sharp. Sharp stood his ground, his right arm facing the attack. The lieutenant, like all French skirmishing officers, carried a light, curved sabre, a good slashing weapon, but not the most accurate blade for the lunge. This man, eager to draw first blood, swerved as he neared Sharp, then leant out of his saddle to give a gut-slicing sweep with the glittering blade. Sharp simply parried the blow by holding his own heavy sword vertically. The clash of steel jarred up his arm, then he kicked his heels back to force the stallion toward the road. The Frenchman had swept past him and now tried to turn in the clinging rye. Sharp only wanted to reach the road. He had no need to prove anything in single combat. He glanced over his left shoulder and saw the 3 other officers were still 200 yards away. Then a shouted challenge from his right revealed that the French lieutenant had succeeded in turning his horse and was now spurring back to make a new attack. He was approaching from behind and slightly to the right of Sharp. That was foolish, for it meant the Frenchman would have to make his sabre cut across his own and his horse's body.
"Don't be stupid,"
Sharp called back to him.
"Are you frightened, Englishman?"
The lieutenant laughed. Sharp felt the anger then, the cold anger that seemed to slow the passage of time itself and make everything appear so very distinctly. He saw the Frenchman's small moustache above the bared teeth. The man's shako had a red, white, and blue cockade, and some of the shako's overlapping brass plates were missing from its leather chin-strap. The lieutenant's horse was tossing its head, snorting, raising its bright hooves high as it trampled the crop. Husks of rye and scraps of straw were being splintered aside by the charging horse. The lieutenant's sabre was raised, reflecting the dying sun in its brilliant polish, and ready for the downwards cut that was supposed to hack into Sharp's skull. Sharp was holding his own sword low beside his stirrup, almost as if he couldn't be bothered to fight. The long blade was whipped by the rye stalks. Sharp was deliberately curbing the stallion to take shorter, slower steps, thus letting the eager Frenchman overtake him. But, just a heartbeat before the sun-bright sabre whipped hard down, Sharp jerked the long sword back and upwards. The heavy blade smashed brutally hard into the mouth of the lieutenant's horse. The beast reared up on its hind legs, screaming, with blood showing at its lips and teeth. Sharp was already turning the stallion across its front. The lieutenant was desperately trying to stay in the saddle. He flailed for balance with his sabre arm, then screamed because he saw the heavy sword coming at his throat. He tried to twist away, but instead his horse plunged back onto its forefeet and threw the lieutenant's weight fast forward. Sharp held his straight-bladed sword pointed at the lieutenant's throat and locked his elbow as the Frenchman fell onto the blade. There was an instant's resistance, then the sword's point punctured skin and muscle to tear into the great blood vessels of the Frenchman's neck. His scream of fear was silenced instantly. He seemed to stare at Sharp as he died, offering the Englishman a look of mingled surprise and remorse. Then a gout of blood, bright as the sun itself, slashed out to soak Sharp's right arm and shoulder. Specks of the blood spattered his face. Then the Frenchman was falling away, and his dying weight ripped his body clear of the long steel blade. Sharp twisted the stallion away. He thought briefly of taking the lieutenant's horse, but he didn't want to be encumbered by the beast. He saw the other 3 French officers check their advance. He flourished the bloody sword at them in a mocking salute, then trotted back to the road. He stopped there, wiped the blade on his overalls, and sheathed the sword. His right arm was soaked with the Frenchman's blood that had saturated the flimsy green sleeve of his old uniform. He grimaced at the smell of fresh blood, then pulled the loaded rifle from its holster. The 3 officers watched him, but none tried to come close. He watched the turn in the road by the chestnut trees. After a minute, the first French skirmishers ran into sight. They stopped when they saw him, then dived left and right. But at 50 yards the rifle was lethal, and Sharp saw his bullet lift a man clean off the ground. But at 50 yards the French muskets were almost as accurate as the Baker rifle. Sharp slammed back his heels and took off down the road, as if the demons of hell were at his heels. He counted to 8, then swerved hard left into the tall rye, just as the French volley whipped through the dust cloud left by the stallion's hooves. The small volley missed. Sharp rode on down the slope till he reached the stream, where, as the stallion drank, he reloaded the rifle and shoved the weapon into its holster. Then, satisfied that the French would check their advance till they were certain no picket line waited in ambush, he stared westwards towards the clouds and let out a long, heavy breath.
He was measuring the fear he had just felt. For months he had been haunted by his memories of the Battle of Toulouse, reliving the bowel-loosening terror he had felt at that last conflict of the last war. There had been no horror particular to Toulouse to explain that extraordinary fear. The battle had been less threatening than a half-dozen of the Spanish engagements, yet Sharp had never forgotten the awful fear, nor his relief when peace had been declared. He had hung the battered sword over the spice cupboard in Lucille's kitchen, and had claimed to be glad that he would never again have to draw the ward's old blade from its metal scabbard. Yet, ever since Toulouse, he had wondered whether his nerve had gone forever. Now, holding his blood-soaked right hand to the evening light, he found his answer. The hand was motionless, yet at Toulouse that hand had shaken like a man afflicted with the palsy of St. Vitus's dance. Sharp slowly closed the hand into a fist. He felt an immense relief that his nerve had come back, but he also felt ashamed that he had enjoyed the discovery. He looked up at the clouds. He had assured Lucille that he fought only because his pension would be jeopardized if he refused, but in truth he wanted to know whether the old skills were still there, or whether, like a cannon fired too fast and too often, he had simply worn himself out as a soldier. Now he knew. And it had all been so damned easy. The young lieutenant had ridden onto the blade, and Sharp had felt nothing. He doubted if his pulse had even quickened as he killed. 22 years of war had honed that kill to near perfection, and as a result, a mother in France would soon be weeping. He looked southwards. Nothing moved among the tall crops. The French would be collecting their casualties, and their officers would be staring northwards in search of a non-existent picket line. Sharp patted the stallion, then walked him downstream until he reached the ford, where, once more, he waited for the enemy's advance. The woman had come back to the farm's archway, from where she and 2 men stared nervously up the road towards Frun. A horsefly settled on the stallion's neck. Sharp slapped it bloody, then unsheathed the rifle and held it across his saddle. He'd give the French one more shot before retreating back to the crossroads. Then, from behind him, from the north, he heard the thump of heavy drums and the jaunty thin notes of a flute playing. He twisted in the saddle to see a column of infantry at the crossroads of Quatre Bras. For a second Sharp's heart leapt, thinking that a battalion of riflemen had arrived. Then he saw the yellow crossbelts over the green coats, and he knew he was seeing Prince Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar's force of Nassau's. The German brigade officers were already spurring down the road towards Sharp. Saxe-Weimar had arrived at the very nick of time. On the long slope above Sharp, the French battalion had spread into skirmish order. They were invisible in the tall rye, yet their purposeful advance could be traced by the disturbance of the crop through which they moved. The Nassau's battalion was doubling down the road, while their officers spurred towards the stream to mark the place where the infantry would form a line. Sharp rode back behind the advancing troops. Some of the men gave him curious looks because of the blood that had sheeted his right side. He uncorked his canteen and took a long drink of water. More Nassau infantry were running down the road, their heavy boots stirring a thick dust. Small drummer boys, their lips caked with the road's dust, beat a ragged advance as they ran. The troops seemed eager enough, but the next few seconds would be the acid test of their willingness to fight against their old master, Napoleon. The 1st Nassau Battalion was formed in a line of 4 ranks on the left-hand side of the road. The battalion's colonel stared at the thrashing of unseen men in the rye field on the stream's far bank, then ordered his men to make ready. The muskets were lifted to the men's shoulders. The colonel paused. "Fire!" There was a split-second silence, then the volley crashed hugely loud in the still evening air. The musket balls slammed across the small stream and bent the rye crop as though a squall of wind had struck the stalks. Rooks protested the disturbance by flapping angrily up from the roadside. "Reload!" To Sharp's eyes, the battalion's musket drill was lamentably slow, but it didn't matter. They were fighting. A few French skirmishers returned the fire, but they were massively outnumbered, and their shooting was wild. Another Nassau battalion had formed a line to the right of the stream. "Fire!" Again a volley hammered at the evening's perfection. A bank of smoke, thick and vile-smelling, rolled across the stream. "Fire!" That was the 1st battalion again. Yet more men were coming from the crossroads and deploying left and right beyond the first 2 units. Staff officers were galloping busily behind the lines where the battalion's colours were bright in the dusk. The drummers kept up their din. "How many of them?" The brigade major, who spoke English with a thick German accent, reined in beside Sharp. "I saw one battalion of skirmishers. Guns? Cavalry?" "None that I saw, but they can't be far behind." "We'll hold them here as long as we can." The brigade major glanced at the sun. It was not long now till nightfall, and the French advance would certainly stop with the darkness. "I'll let headquarters know you're here," Sharp said. "We'll need help by morning," the brigade major said fervently. "You'll get it." Sharp hoped he spoke the truth. Lieutenant Simon Doggett waited at the crossroads and frowned when he saw the blood on Sharp's arm. "Are you hurt, sir?" "That's someone else's blood." Sharp brushed at the bloodstain, but it was still wet. "You ought to go back to Braine-le-Comte, tell Rebecque that the crossroads at Quatre Bras is safe, but that the French are bound to attack in greater strength in the morning. Tell them we need men here, as many as possible." "And you, sir? You staying here?" "No, I'll take the spare horse." Sharp slid out of the saddle and began unbuckling its girth. "You take this horse back to headquarters." "Where are you going, sir?" Doggett, seeing the flicker of irritation on Sharp's face, justified his question. "Well, the Baron's bound to ask me, sir." "Tell Rebecque I'm going to Brussels. The Prince wants me to go to a bloody ball." Simon Doggett's face blanched as he looked at Sharp's frayed and blood-drenched uniform. "Like that, sir? You're going to a ball dressed like that?" "There's a bloody war on. What does a young frog expect? Bloody lace and pantaloons?" He handed Doggett the stallion's bridle, then carried the saddle over to the spare horse. "Tell Rebecque I'm riding to Brussels to see the Duke. Someone has to tell him what's happening here. Go on with you." Behind Sharp the firing had died away. The French had retreated, presumably back to Frasnes, while Saxe-Weimar's men had begun to make their bivouacs. Their axes sounded loud in the long wood as they cut the timber for their cooking fires. The people of the hamlet, sensing what destruction would follow the coming of these soldiers, were packing their few belongings into the farm cart. The small girl was crying, looking for her lost kittens. A man cursed at Sharp, then went to help harness a thin mule to the cart. Sharp wearily mounted his fresh horse. The crossroads were safe, at least for this one night. He clicked his fingers for Nosy to follow him, then rode northwards in the dusk. He was going to a dance. Chapter 6. Lucille Castinot stared gravely at her reflection in the mirror, which, because it was only a small broken sliver, was being held up by her maid, Jeanette, who was forced to tilt the glass up and down in an effort to show her mistress the whole dress. "It looks lovely," Jeanette said reassuringly. "It's very plain." "Oh, well, I am plain." "That's not true, madame," Jeanette protested. Lucille laughed. Her ball gown was an old grey dress which she had prettified with some lengths of Brussels lace. Fashion dictated a filmy sheath that would scarcely cover the breasts, and with a skirt slit to reveal a length of thigh barely disguised beneath a flimsy petticoat, but Lucille had neither the tastes nor the money for such nonsense. She had taken in the grey dress so that it hugged her thin body more closely, but that was her sole concession to fashion. She would not lower its neckline, nor would she have dreamt of cutting the skirt. "It looks lovely," Jeanette said again. "That's because you haven't seen what anyone else will be wearing." "I still think it's lovely." "Not that it matters," Lucille said, "for I doubt whether anyone will be looking at me, or will even dance with me." She well knew Richard Sharp's reluctance to dance, which was why she had been surprised when the message came from the Prince of Orange's headquarters informing her that Lieutenant Colonel Sharp would be attending His Royal Highness at the Duchess of Richmond's ball, in anticipation of which His Royal Highness took pleasure in closing a ticket for Madame la Vicomtesse de Sèvres. Lucille herself never used her title, but she knew Sharp was perversely proud of it, and must have informed the Prince of its existence. The reluctant Vicomtesse now propped the broken mirror on a shelf and poked fingers at her hair, which she'd piled loosely before decorating with an ostrich feather. "I don't like the feather." "Everyone's wearing them." "I'm not." Lucille plucked it out and tickled the sleeping baby with its tip. The baby twitched, but slept on. Henri Patrick had black hair like his father, but Lucille fancied she already saw her own family's long skull in the baby's wrinkled face. If he had his father's looks and his mother's brains, Lucille liked to say, Henri Patrick should be well blessed. She was unfair, at least to herself. Lucille Castinot had lived all her 27 years in the Norman countryside. And, though she came from a noble family, she proudly considered herself to be a farm woman. The rural life had denied her Jane Sharp's fashionable pallor. Instead, Lucille's skin had the healthy bloom of country weather. She had a long, narrow, and strong-boned face, its severity softened by her eyes, which seemed to glow with laughter and sense. She was a widow. Her husband had been an elegant officer in Napoleon's cavalry, and Lucille had often wondered why such a handsome man had sought to marry her. But Xavier Castelnau had thought himself most fortunate in his wife. They had been married only for a few weeks before he had been hacked down by a sabre. In the peace after the wars, when Lucille had found herself alone in her family's Norman chateau, she had met Sharp and became his lover. Now she was the mother of his son. Loyalty to her man had brought Lucille to Brussels. She had never been a Bonapartist, yet that distaste had not made it any easier for her to leave France and follow an army that must fight against her countrymen. Lucille had left France because she loved Sharp, whom she knew was a better man than he thought himself to be. The war, she told herself, would end one day, but love was timeless, and she would fight for it, just as she would fight to give her child his father's company. Lucille had lost one good man, she would not lose a second. And tonight, surprisingly, she had an opportunity to dance with her good man. Lucille took a last look in the mirror, decided there was nothing that could be done to make herself any more elegant or beautiful, and so picked up her small bag that contained the precious pasteboard ticket. She kissed her child, gave her hair one last despairing pat, and went to a ball. A tall man waited at the stable entrance of the lodging-house where Lucille Castelnau had rented 2 attic rooms. He was a man whose frightening appearance commanded instant respect. His height, 4 inches over 6 feet, was formidable enough. Yet he also carried the muscles to match his inches, and this evening he looked even more threatening, for he hefted an oak cudgel and had a long-barreled horse pistol thrust into his belt, and a British Army rifle slung on one shoulder. He had sandy hair and a flat, hard face. The man was in civilian clothes, yet in this city thronged with soldiers, he had a confidence that suggested he might well have worn a uniform in his time. The tall man had been leaning against the stable's open gates, but straightened up as Lucille appeared from the house. She looked nervously at the western sky, tumultuous with dark clouds that had so hastened the dusk that the first lamps were already being lit in the city's archways and windows. "Shall I bring an umbrella?" she asked. "It's not going to rain tonight, Mom." The tall man spoke with a harsh accent of Ulster. "You don't have to walk me, Patrick." What else would I be doing tonight? Besides, the Colonel doesn't want you walking the streets alone after dark." Harper took a step back and gave Lucille an appreciative smile. "You look just grand, so you do." Lucille laughed good-naturedly at the compliment. "It's a very old dress, Patrick." In truth, Patrick Harper had not really noticed Lucille's dress, but, being a married man, he knew the importance a woman attached to a compliment. Harper's own wife would need more than a few such compliments when he reached home, for she had been adamantly opposed to her husband travelling to Brussels. "Why do you do this to me?" Isabella had demanded. "You're not a soldier anymore. You have no need to go. Your place is here with me." That place was Dublin, where at the end of the last war Harper had gone with a saddlebag full of stolen gold. The treasure had come from the French baggage captured at Victoria in Spain, a country where Sergeant Patrick Harper had found both wealth and a wife. Discharged from the army, he had intended to return to his beloved Donegal, but he had reached no further than Dublin, where he bought a tavern close to the city's quays. The tavern also did a thriving trade in the sale of stolen horses, an activity that provided Harper with an excuse to travel deep into the Irish countryside. The return of the Emperor to France and the subsequent declaration of war had been good for Harper's trade. A good hunter stolen from a Protestant plantation in Ireland would fetch a prime price in England, where so many officers equipped themselves for the campaign. Harper had used the excuse of horse trading to explain his journey to Isabella, but she knew the real truth of his escapade. It was not horses that fetched Harper to Belgium, but Sharp. Sharp and Harper were friends. For 6 years, on battlefields and in sieges, they had fought side by side, and Harper, as soon as he heard of the new war, had waited for a word from his old officer. Instead, and to Isabella's chagrin, Sharp had come to Dublin himself. At first it had seemed he was only there to sit out the war with his Frenchwoman, but then the summons had come from the Dutch army, and Isabella had known that her husband would follow Sharp. Isabella had tried to dissuade Patrick. She'd threatened to leave him and return to Badajoz. She'd cursed him, she'd wept, but Harper had dismissed her fears. "I'm only going to trade a few horses, woman, nothing else." "You want to be fighting?" "Now, why in the name of all Ireland would I want to be fighting?" "Because of him." Isabella knew her man. "And because you can't resist joining a fight." "I'm not in the army, woman. I just want to make a few pennies by selling some horseflesh. What's the harm in that?" In the end, Harper had sworn a sacred oath on the Holy Mother and on all the bleeding wounds of Christ that he would not go into battle, that he would remember he was a husband and a father, and that if he so much as heard a musket shot, he would turn tail and run away. "Did you hear there was a wee scrap down south today?" Harper's voice had a note of relish as he spoke of the fighting to Lucille. "A battle?" Lucille sounded alarmed. "Probably just a skirmish, ma'am." Harper thrust aside the beggars who shuffled and reached towards Lucille. "I expect the Emperor's getting bored with the waiting and decided to see if anyone was awake on his side of the border." "Perhaps that's why I haven't heard from Richard today." "If he's got a choice between a battle and a dance, ma'am, then, begging your presence, I'll take a battle any day." Harper laughed. "He's never been much of a man for dancing, not unless he's drunk, and then he'll dance with the best of them." Harper suddenly realized that he might be betraying some confidences. "Not that I've ever seen him drunk, ma'am." Lucille smiled. "Of course not, Patrick. But we'll hear from him soon enough." Harper raised the cudgel to drive away the beggars, who swarmed ever more threateningly the closer they got to the Duke and Duchess of Richmond's rented house. There were beggars throughout Europe. Peace had not brought prosperity, but higher prices, and the normal ranks of the indigent had been swollen by discharged soldiers. By day, a woman could safely walk Brussels streets, but at night, the pavements became dangerous. "Get back, you bastards! Get back!" Harper thrust two ragged men aside. Beyond the gutter, shouting children pursued the polished carriages that rattled towards the Rue de la Blanchisserie, but the coachmen were experts with their long whips, which snapped sharply back to drive the urchins off. A squadron of British hussars were on duty in the Rue de la Blanchisserie to keep the beggars away from the wealthy. A helpful corporal with a drawn sabre rode his horse in front of Harper to help clear Lucille's passage to the big house. "I'll wait for you, ma'am," Harper told Lucille when they were safely in the courtyard. "You don't have to, Patrick. I'm sure Richard will escort me home." "I'll wait here, ma'am," Harper insisted. Lucille was nervous as she climbed the steps. A gorgeously dressed footman inspected her ticket, then bowed her into the hallway, which was brilliant with candles and thronged with people. Lucille already felt dowdy. She glanced about the hall, hoping against hope that Richard would be waiting for her, but there was no sign of Sharp, nor of any of the Prince of Orange's staff. Lucille felt friendless in an enemy country, but then was relieved to see the Dowager Countess of Maubeuge, who, like so many other Belgian aristocracy, thought of herself as French and wanted the world to know it. The old lady was defiantly wearing her dead husband's Légion d'honneur about her neck. "Your husband was a member of the Legion, was he not?" she greeted Lucille. "Indeed he was. Then you should wear his medal." Not that the ball needed an extra medal, for to Lucille it seemed as though a jewel shop had been exploded into extravagant shards of light and colour. The colour came from the men's uniforms, gorgeous uniforms, uniforms of scarlet and gold, royal blue and saffron, silver and black, uniforms of hussars, dragoons, guards, Jaegers, and kilted Highlanders. There were plumes, froggings, epaulets, aiguillettes, and gold-furnished scabbards. There were fur-edged dolmans, silk-lined pelisses, and gorgets of pure gold. There were princes, dukes, earls, and counts. There were plenipotentiaries in court uniforms, so decked with gold that their coats seemed like sheets of light. There were jewelled stars and enamelled crosses worn on sashes of brilliant silk, and all lit by the glittering chandeliers which had been hoisted to the ceiling with their burdens of fine white candles. The women wore paler colours, white or washed yellow or delicate blue. Those ladies slim and brave enough to wear the high fashion were ethereal in gauzy dresses that clung to their bodies as they moved. The candlelight glinted from pearls and rubies, diamonds and gold. The room smelt of scents, orange water or eau de cologne, beneath which were the sharper smells of hair powder and sweat. "I don't know." The Dowager Countess leant close to Lucille. "Why some of them bother to dress at all? Look at that creature." The Countess jabbed her walking cane in the direction of a girl with bright gold ringlets and eyes as radiant as sapphires. The girl was undeniably beautiful, and clearly knew it, for she was wearing no petticoat, and a diaphanous dress of pale gold that did little to hide her body.
"She might as well be stark naked," the Countess said.
"It's the fashion."
Lucille felt very drab. "When I was a girl, it took 12 yards of cloth just to make an underskirt for a ball gown. Now they simply unfold some cheesecloth and throw it over their shoulders."
Hardly that, even, for most of the women's shoulders were bared, just as most bosoms were almost naked.
"And see how they walk, just like men."
In the Countess's childhood, before the Revolution, and before Belgium had been liberated from Austrian rule by the French, women had been taught to glide along the floor, their feet hidden by wide skirts and their slippers barely leaving the polished boards. The effect was graceful, suggesting effortless motion, while now the girls seemed not to care. The Countess shook her head with disgust.
"You can tell they're Protestants. No manners, no grace, no breeding."
Lucille diverted the old lady by showing her the supper room, which, like the ballroom, had been draped with the Belgian colours of black, gold, and scarlet. Beneath the silk hangings, the long tables were covered in white linen, and were thick with silver and fine china.
"They'll lose all their spoons tonight,"
the Countess said with undisguised satisfaction, then turned as applause greeted the stately polonaise which had progressed from the far side of the house, advanced through the entrance hall, and now entered the ballroom to open the dancing formally. Lucille and the Countess sat by the supper-room entrance. The uniformed officers and their ladies stepped delicately in the dancing line. They bowed and curtsied. The music rang sweetly. A child, allowed to stay up and watch the ball's beginning, stared wide-eyed from a balcony, while the Countess tapped her stick on the parquet floor in time to the music. After the polonaise, the first waltz brightened the room with its jaunty rhythm. The windows were black with night, but sheeted with the reflections of 1,000 candles sparkling on 10,000 jewels. Champagne and laughter ruled the room, while the dancers whirled in glittering joy. Lucille watched the pretty girl in the diaphanous golden dress, who danced with a tall and handsome officer in British cavalry uniform. Lucille noted how the girl refused all partners but that one man, and she felt a surge of sympathy, because she knew the girl must be in love, just as she herself was in love. Lucille thought the girl and the cavalry officer made a very fine couple, but she wished the girl would smile, rather than hold her face in such a cold and supercilious expression. Then Lucille forgot the girl as the ballroom was swamped by a sudden and prolonged applause, which forced the orchestra to pause. The Duke of Wellington had appeared with his staff. He stood in the ballroom entrance and acknowledged the applause with a small bow. He was not a tall man, but something about his confidence and reputation gave him an impressive stature. He was dressed in the scarlet and gold of a British field marshal, with a tactful Netherlands decoration worn on an orange sash. Lucille, politely applauding with the rest of the room, wondered whether this man truly was the greatest soldier of his time. Many, including Sharp, insisted that he was. No one, not even the Emperor, had fought so many battles, and no other general had won all the battles he had ever fought, though the Duke, as every person in the ballroom was aware, had never fought the Emperor. In Vienna, where the Duke had travelled as Britain's ambassador to the Congress, society had greeted him with outrageous flattery, calling him le vainqueur du monde. But Lucille guessed that Bonaparte might have other ideas of the Duke's military stature. Now the conqueror of the world's conqueror gestured to stop the applause.
"He has a good leg," the Dowager Countess confided in Lucille.
"He's a handsome man," Lucille agreed.
"And he's not in a corset. You can tell that by the way they bow. My husband never wore a corset, not like some here tonight."
The Countess cast a scathing eye at the dancers who were beginning yet another waltz, then looked back to the Duke.
"He's a young man."
46, Lucille told her, the same age as the Emperor.
"Generals are getting younger. I'm sure the soldiers don't like it. How can a man have confidence in his stripling?"
The Countess fell into a disapproving silence as a young and handsome British officer offered Lucille a low and evidently uncorseted bow. "My dear Lucille!" Captain Peter D'Alembert was resplendent in scarlet coat and white breeches. "Captain!" Lucille responded with genuine pleasure. "How nice to see a friendly face! My colonel received an invitation, didn't know what to do with such a thing, so he gave it to me. I can't believe you've persuaded Sharp to attend, or have you turned him into a dancing man?" "He's supposed to be accompanying the prince," Lucille named D'Alembert to the Dowager Countess of Maubeuge, who gave the officer a very suspicious examination. "Your name is French," the Countess accused him. My family were Huguenots, my lady, and therefore unwanted in La Belle France. D'Alembort's contemptuous scorn for France made the Countess bridle, but he had already turned back to Lucille. "You'll do me the honour of dancing?" Lucille would. D'Alembert was an old friend who had dined frequently with Sharp and Lucille since they had come to the Netherlands. Both men had served in the Prince of Wales's own volunteers, where D'Alembert had succeeded Sharp to the command of the 1st Battalion's Light Company. That battalion was now bivouacked in a village to the west of Brussels, where D'Alembert had heard no news of any skirmishes on the frontier. Instead, his day had been spent indulging the Colonel's passion for cricket. "I think he plans to kill us all with boredom," D'Alembert told Lucille as they took the floor. "Poor Peter." "Not at all. I am the most fortunate of men, except for Sharp, of course." Lucille smiled at the dutiful but pleasing compliment. "Of course. And how is Anne?" "Very well. She writes to tell me that her father has found a house that will be suitable for us, not too large, but with adequate stabling and a few acres of grazing." "I'm glad for you." D'Alembert smiled. "I'm rather glad for me, too." "So, stay alive and enjoy it, Peter." "Don't even tempt fate to suggest I won't." D'Alembert was newly engaged, and filled with a touching happiness at the prospect of his marriage. Lucille rather envied him, wishing that she could marry Sharp. That admission made her smile to herself. Who would ever have believed that Lucille, Vicomtesse de Saint-Église and widow of Colonel Xavier Castelnau, would be mother to a half-English bastard? She turned lively to the music and saw that the blue-eyed girl in the golden dress was watching her very coldly. Was it the dowdy grey dress that had earned the girl's scorn? Lucille suddenly felt very shabby and uncomfortable. She turned her back to the girl. "Good God!" D'Alembert, who was a very good dancer, suddenly faltered. His eyes were fixed on someone or something at the room's edge, and Lucille, turning to see what had caught his astonished attention, saw the golden girl returning D'Alembert's gaze with what seemed to be pure poison. "Who is she?" Lucille asked. D'Alembert had quite given up any attempt to dance. Instead, he offered Lucille his arm and walked her off the floor. "Don't you know?" Lucille stopped, turned to look at the girl once more, then, intuitively, she knew the answer, and looked for confirmation into D'Alembert's worried face. "That's Richard's wife?" She could not hide her astonishment. "God only knows what she's doing here. I'm with a damned lover." D'Alembert steered Lucille firmly away from Jane and Lord John Rossendale. "Richard will kill him." Lucille could not resist turning one more time. "She is very beautiful," she said sadly. Then she lost sight of Jane as the Duke of Wellington's party moved across the ballroom floor. The Duke was offering bland reassurance about the scanty news of the day's skirmishes. Brussels was full of rumours about the French attack, rumours that the Duke was scarcely able to correct or deny. He knew there had been some fighting about Charleroi, and he'd heard of some skirmishes being fought in the villages south of the Prince of Orange's headquarters. But whether the French had invaded in force, or whether there was an attack coming in the direction of Mons, the Duke still did not know. Some of his staff had urged that he abandon the Duchess's bull, but such an act, he knew, would only have offered encouragement to the Emperor's many supporters in Brussels, and could even have prompted the wholesale desertion of Belgian troops. The Duke had to appear confident of victory, or else every waverer in his army would run to be with the Emperor and the winning side. "Is Orange here?" the Duke asked an aide. "No, sir." "Let's hope he brings news. My dear Lady Mary, how very good to see you." He bowed over her hand, then dismissed her fears of an imminent French invasion. Gently disengaging himself, he walked on and saw Lord John Rossendale waiting to present himself, and with him a young, pretty, and underdressed girl who somehow looked familiar. "Who in God's name brought Rossendale here?" the Duke angrily asked an aide. "He's been appointed to Uxbridge's staff, sir." "Damn Harry! Haven't we enough bloody fools in the cavalry already?" Harry Paget, Earl of Uxbridge and commander of the British cavalry, was second in command to the Duke. Uxbridge had eloped with the wife of the Duke's younger brother, which did not precisely endear him to the Duke. "Is Harry here?" the Duke now asked. "No, Your Grace." "He sent Rossendale as deputy adulterer instead, eh?" The Duke's jest was grim. Then his face froze into a chill smile as Rossendale ushered Jane forward. "Your Grace," Lord John bowed, "may I name Miss Jane Gibbons for you?" He deliberately used Jane's maiden name. "Miss Gibbons." The Duke found himself staring down her powdered cleavage as she curtsied. "Have we not met, Miss Gibbons?"
Briefly, Your Grace, in southern France." He had her now. Good God! Wellington stiffened, remembering the details of the gossip. This was Sharp's wife. What in hell's name did Rossendale think he was doing? The Duke, realizing that the introductions had been made in order to give the adulterous liaison the appearance of his approval, icily turned away without another word. It was not the adultery that offended him, but the stupidity of Lord John Rossendale risking a duel with Sharp. The Duke turned abruptly back, intending to inform his lordship that he did not permit duelling among his officers, but Rossendale and Jane had been swallowed up into the crowd. The Duke forced a smile and airily denied to a lady that he had any fear of an imminent French attack. "It takes longer to push an army up a road than you might think. It's not like herding cows, madam. We'll have good warning when Bonaparte marches, I do assure you." Another burst of applause announced the arrival of the Prince of Orange, who had come with a handful of staff officers. The young frog waved happily to the dancers, and, ignoring his hostess, made straight for the Duke. "I knew you wouldn't cancel the ball." "Should I have done?" the Duke asked tartly. "There have been rumours," the Prince said airily. "Nothing but rumours. Isn't this splendid?" He stared eagerly about the room in search of the prettiest faces, but instead caught sight of Lieutenant Harry Webster, one of his own British aides, who was hurrying across the dance floor. Webster offered the Prince a perfunctory bow, then offered him a dispatch. Most of the ballroom saw the dispatch being given, and could tell from Webster's dust-stained boots that he must have ridden hard to bring the paper to Brussels, but the Prince merely thrust the dispatch into a pocket of his coat and went back to his scrutiny of the younger women. Webster's face showed alarm. The Duke, catching the expression, smiled thinly at the Prince. "Might I know the contents of the dispatch, Your Highness?" "If you wish, of course." The Prince carelessly handed over the sealed paper, then sent one of his Dutch aides to inquire about the identity of the girl in the diaphanous gold dress. The Duke tore the dispatch open. Rebecque, in Braine-le-Comte, had news both from the Prussians and from Dornberg in Mons. The French had advanced north from Charleroi, but had turned eastwards to attack Blücher, and had halted for the night at the village called Fleurus. General Dornberg reported no activity at all on the roads leading to Mons. His cavalry patrols had ridden 10 miles into France and had met no enemy troops. The Prince, his eyes more bulbous than ever, had seized Webster's arm. "You see that girl? Do you know her?" "Lieutenant Webster." The Duke's voice was as cold as a sword in winter. "4 horses instantly to the Prince of Orange's carriage. Your Highness will return immediately to your headquarters." The Prince blinked in surprise at his commander-in-chief, then offered a small laugh. "Surely it can wait instantly, sir." The Duke did not raise his voice, but there was something quite terrifying in his tone. "Your corps will concentrate on Nivelles now. Go, sir. Go." The Prince, aghast, stayed a half-second, then fled. 1,000 eyes had watched the brief altercation, and now the whispers began in earnest. Something must have happened, something alarming enough to send the Prince scurrying from the ball. The Duke and Duchess of Richmond sought an answer, but the Duke of Wellington merely smiled and blithely proposed that the company should proceed to supper. He offered the Duchess his arm, and the orchestra, seeing the gesture, stopped their playing to allow the Highland pipes to begin their sword dance. The pipes wailed and squealed into life, then caught their air to fill the room with a martial sound, as the company, 2 by 2, and slow as an army's progress up a country road, went in to supper. There were quail's eggs served on scrambled eggs and topped with caviar, which the Duchess's chef obscurely called les 3 œufs de victoire. They were followed by a port wine jelly and a cold soup. The Duke of Wellington was happily seated between 2 attractive young ladies, while Lucille found herself between D'Alembert and a Dutch gunner colonel, who complained about the victory eggs, refused the soup, and said the bread was too hard. Lucille had seen the Prince's arrival and hasty departure, and had resigned herself to Sharp's absence. In a way she was glad, for she feared Sharp's violence if he discovered Lord John Rossendale at the ball. Lucille, a Norman, had been raised on stories of the merciless English pirates who lived just across the Channel, and who for centuries had raided her homeland to kill and burn and plunder. She loved Sharp, yet she saw in her lover the embodiment of those ghouls who had been used to scare her into childhood obedience. In the last few months, as the soldier had tried to become a farmer, Lucille had tried to educate her Englishman. She had convinced him that sometimes diplomacy was more effective than force, that anger must sometimes be tamed, and that the sword was not the clinching argument of peace. Yet Lucille knew
he would remember none of those pacifist lessons if he saw Lord John. The big sword would scrape free. Peter Dalrymple, who shared her fears, had promised to restrain Sharp if he appeared. Now, it seemed, he would not be coming, for the prince had fled the ball. No one knew why, though the Dutch gunner colonel opined that the reason for the prince's hasty departure could not have been of great importance, or else the Duke would surely have left with the prince. The most reasonable assumption was that the French had pushed a cavalry raid across the frontier. "I'm sure we'll discover the cause by morning," Dalrymple said, then turned to Lucille to offer her a glass of wine. But Lucille had gone quite white. She was staring wide-eyed and frightened at the supper-room's open doorway, which, like a proscenium arch, framed the Highland dancers, and, quite suddenly, now also framed her lover. Sharp had come to the ball after all. He stood blinking in the sudden candlelight, a shabby rifleman among the dancing Scotsmen. "Good God Almighty!" Dalrymple stared in awe at his friend. Silence spread slowly across the supper tables as the hundreds of guests turned to stare at the rifleman, who in turn searched the supper tables for a particular person. A woman gasped in horror at the sight of him, and the pipes groaned a last uneasy note before the dancers froze above their swords. Sharp had come to the ball, but drenched in blood. His face was powder-stained, and his uniform darkened with gore. Every other man in the room wore white breeches and silk stockings, yet here, looking like the ghost in the Scottish play, came a soldier from a battlefield. A soldier bloodied and marked, grim-faced as slaughter. Jane Sharp screamed, the last sound before the room went wholly silent. Lucille half stood, as if to reveal herself to Sharp, but he had seen the Duke, and, seemingly oblivious of the effect his entrance had caused on the ball's guests, now strode between the tables to the Duke's side. Wellington's face seemed to shudder in reaction to the stench of powder, blood, sweat, and crushed grass that wafted from Sharp's uniform. He waved the rifleman down to a crouch so that their conversation could be more private. "What is it?" the Duke asked curtly. "I've just come from a crossroads called Quatre Bras, sir. It's north of Charleroi on the Brussels road. The French attacked there at sunset, but were checked by Saxe-Weimar's men. Prince Bernhard is certain the enemy will make a much stronger attack in the morning." Prince Bernhard had said no such thing, but Sharp had decided it would be more efficacious to assign the opinion to the prince than to confess that it was his own view. The Duke stared at Sharp for a few seconds, then flinched at the blood which was caked on the rifleman's jacket. "Are you wounded?" "A dead Frenchman, sir." The Duke dabbed his mouth with a napkin, then very casually leant towards his host. "You have a good map in the house?" "Upstairs, yes, in my dressing-room." "Is there a back staircase?" "Indeed." "Pray let us use it." Wellington looked to an aide who was seated a few places down the table. "All officers to their regiments, I think." He spoke quite calmly. "Come with us, Sharp." Upstairs, in a room filled with boots and coats, the two dukes leant over a map, while Sharp amplified his report. Wellington moved a candle across the map to find the village of Fleurus, where the Prussians now faced the French. That had been the first news this night had brought the Duke, that Napoleon's army had branched off the Brussels road to drive the Prussians eastwards away from the British. That news had been serious, but not disastrous. The Duke had planned to assemble as much of his army as possible, then march at dawn onto the French flank to help Blücher's Prussians. But now Sharp had brought much worse news. The French had closed on Quatre Bras, effectively barring the Duke's planned march. Now, before he could help the Prussians, the Duke must thrust the French aside. The gap between the British and Prussian armies was still very narrow, yet Sharp's news proved that the Emperor had his foot between the two doors, and in the morning he would be heaving damned hard to drive the doors apart. Wellington bit his lower lip. He had been wrong. Napoleon, far from manoeuvring about the Duke's right flank, had rammed his troops into the seam between the Allied armies. For a second the Duke's eyes closed, then he straightened up and spoke very quietly. "Napoleon has humbugged me, by God. He's gained 24 hours. He sounded astonished, even hurt. What do you intend doing?" The Duke of Richmond had gone pale. "The army will concentrate on Quatre Bras." The Duke of Wellington seemed to be speaking to himself, as though he groped towards a solution of the problem Napoleon posed. "But we shan't stop him there, and if so—" Wellington's gaze flicked across the map, then settled. "I must fight him
He paused again to lean over the map for a few final seconds. Here. He pressed his thumbnail into the map's thick paper. Sharp stepped a pace forward to look down at the map. The Duke's thumbnail had forced a small scar into the map at another crossroads, this one much closer to Brussels and just south of a village with the odd name of Waterloo. "He's humbugged me," the Duke said again, but this time with a grudging admiration for his opponent. "Humbugged?" Richmond was worried. "It takes our armies 2 days to assemble," Wellington explained. "They're not assembled. Yet the Emperor's army is already on our doorstep. In brief, he has humbugged us. Sharp?" The Duke turned abruptly on the rifleman. "Sir? You might have dressed for the dance." It was a gloomy jest, but softened with a smile. "I thank you. You'll report to the Prince of Orange, I assume?" "I was going back to Quatre Bras. Doubtless he'll meet you there. I thank you again, and good night to you." Sharp, thus dismissed, made a clumsy bow. "Good night, sir." The Duke of Richmond, when Sharp had gone, grimaced. "A menacing creature? He came up from the ranks. He saved my life once." Wellington somehow managed to sound disapproving of both achievements. "But if I had 10,000 like him tomorrow, then I warrant would see Napoleon beat by midday." He stared again at the map, seeing with sudden, chilling clarity just how efficiently the Emperor had forced the Allied armies apart. "My God, but he's good." The Duke spoke softly. "Very good." Outside the dressing room, Sharp found himself surrounded by anxious staff officers who waited for Wellington. The riflemen brushed aside their questions, going instead to the main staircase, which led down into the brightly lit chaos of the entrance hall, where a throng of officers demanded their horses or carriages. Sharp, suddenly feeling exhausted and reluctant to force his way through the crowd, paused on the landing, and saw Lord John Rossendale. His lordship was standing at the archway that led into the ballroom. Jane was with him. For a second, Sharp couldn't believe his eyes. He'd never dreamt that his enemy would dare show his face in the army, and Lord John's presence seemed evidence to Sharp of just how the cavalryman must despise him. The rifleman stared at his enemy, just as many of the crowd in the entrance hall stared up at the blood-soaked rifleman. Sharp translated the crowd's attention as a derision due to a cuckold, and in that misapprehension his temper snapped. He impulsively ran down the last flight of stairs. Jane saw him and screamed. Lord John turned and hurried out of sight. Sharp tried to save a few seconds by vaulting the banister. He landed heavily on the hall's marble flagstones, then thrust his way through the press of people. "Move!" Sharp shouted in his best sergeant's voice, and the sight and sound of his anger was enough to make the elegant couple shrink away from him. Lord John had fled. Sharp had a glimpse of his lordship running through the ballroom. He ran after him, clear of the crowd now. He dodged past the few remaining couples who still danced, then turned into the supper room. Lord John was hurrying round the edge of the room, making for a back entrance. But Sharp simply took the direct route, which meant jumping from table to table straight across the room. His boots smashed china, ripped at the linen, and cascaded silver to the floor. A drunken major, finishing a plate of roast beef, shouted a protest. A woman screamed. A servant ducked as Sharp jumped between two of the tables. He kicked over a candelabra, upset a tureen of soup, then leapt from the last table to land with a crash in Lord John's path. Lord John twisted round, running back towards the ballroom. Sharp pursued him, kicking aside a spindly gilt chair. A group of scarlet-coated cavalry officers appeared in the supper room entrance, and Lord John, evidently encouraged by these reinforcements, turned to face his enemy. Sharp slowed to a walk and drew his sword. He dragged the blade slowly through the scabbard's wooden throat, so that the sound of the weapon scraping would be as frightening as the sight of the dull steel. "Draw your sword, you bastard!" "No." Lord John, as white-faced as any of the fashionable women at the ball, backed uncertainly towards his friends, who hurried towards the confrontation. Sharp was just a few paces from his enemy. "Where's my money? You can keep the whore, but where's the money?" "No!" That was Jane, screaming from the supper-room's entrance. "Stop! I say, stop!" One of the cavalrymen, a tall captain in lifeguard's uniform, hurried to Lord John's side. Sharp, though he was still far out of sword's reach, suddenly lunged, and Lord John, in utter fear, stepped hurriedly backwards and tripped on his spurs. He flailed for balance, snatched at the closest tablecloth, and dragged a cascade of smashing china and chinking silver to the floor as he fell. There was a second's silence after the last shard of china had settled.
"You shit-faced, yellow-bellied bastard," Sharp said to the sprawling Lord John. "Enough!" Lord John's leading rescuer, the lifeguards captain, drew his own sword and stood above his lordship. "You want to be filleted?" Sharp didn't care. He kept walking forward, ready to hack down all the high-born, long-nosed bastards. The captain held his sword blade upright, almost at a salute, to show that he was neither menacing Sharp nor trying to defend against him. "My name is Manville, Christopher Manville. You and I have no quarrel, Colonel Sharp." "I've got a quarrel with that piece of yellow shit at your feet. Well, not here," Captain Manville warned. "Not in public." Dueling had been forbidden to serving officers, which meant that any duel would have to be fought in secret. 2 other cavalry officers stood behind the captain. Lord John slowly climbed to his feet. I tripped," he explained to his friend. "Indeed." Manville kept his eyes fixed on Sharp, half fearing that the rifleman might still attack. "You can keep the whore," Sharp said again to Lord John, but this time loud enough for Jane and the other spectators to hear. "But I want my money." Lord John licked his lips. He knew that Sharp's insults were more than mere anger, but a deliberate provocation to a duel. No man could hear his woman described as a whore and not fight. Yet Lord John was truly terrified of the rifleman, and had no doubt who would win a duel. And so, despite the insults and despite the people who witnessed his humiliation, he nodded his acceptance of Sharp's demand. I'll send you a note tomorrow," he said humbly. Captain Manville was plainly astonished at Lord John's swift collapse, even disgusted by the cowardice, but had no choice but to accept it. "Does that satisfy you, Colonel Sharp?" Sharp was just as surprised at his sudden victory. He felt oddly cheated, but sheathed his sword anyway. "You can bring the note to me at the Prince of Orange's headquarters." He had spoken to Lord John, but Manville chose to answer. "I shall act for his lordship in this matter. You have a second to whom I can present the note?" "He does," Peter Dallenbohr spoke up from the crowd which listened from the supper-room's wide entrance. Lucille, her face pale by fear, held Dallenbohr's arm as he walked a few paces into the room and bowed primly to Christopher Manville. "My name is Dallenbohr. I can be found with the Prince of Wales' own volunteers, who are a part of Sir Colin Halkett's brigade." Manville gave the smallest nod to acknowledge Dallenbohr's bow. "I shall serve you a promissory note tomorrow, Captain Dallenbohr. Is that agreeable?" "Entirely." Manville thrust his own sword home, then took Lord John's elbow and led him away. Jane, watching from the entrance, had a hand over her mouth. Sharp caught her eye for a second, then turned away as Lucille ran to him. "I should have killed the bastard," Sharp growled. "You're a fool." Lucille brushed at the blood on his jacket, then touched his cheek. Dallenbohr, behind Lucille, waited until the spectators had drifted away. "What happened?" he asked Sharp. "You heard for yourself, didn't you? A bastard collapsed." Dallenbohr shook his head. "What happened with Wellington? What was the news?" Sharp had to drag his thoughts back to the earlier events of the night. "Napoleon's stolen a march on us. His army's just a day away from here, and ours is still scattered over half Belgium. We've been humbugged, Peter." Dallenbohr smiled very wanly. "Oh, my God." "So, it's time to see how an emperor fights," Sharp said grimly. Then he put an arm round Lucille's shoulders and steered her towards the ballroom, where, because the orchestra had been engaged till dawn, the music still played and a few last couples still danced. The Highland dancers had left, taking their swords for other employment. A few girls, their escorts already gone to join their regiments, wept. The windows had been opened wide, and a small breeze fluttered the candles. The remaining dancers, holding each other very close, slowly circled the floor, which was littered with discarded flowers and dance cards, and even a pair of silk gloves. A pearl necklace had broken, and 2 liveried servants scrabbled on hands and knees to retrieve the jewels. The music was winsome. Like the wind that gutted and blew out the candles, a bloodied man had broken through the dancers' joy to break the glittering ball into dark fragments, yet still some few couples could not bear to relinquish the last moments of peace. A young infantry major danced with his wife of just 3 weeks. She wept softly, while he held her, and believed in the augury that this happiness could not possibly end in death on a battlefield, for such an end would be against all that was good and sweet and lovely in the world. He would live because he was in love. He clung to the thought until, reluctant and with tears in his eyes, it was time to draw away from his love. She held his hands tight,
But he smiled, freed his hands, then reached for the grey ostrich feathers she wore in her hair. The Major plucked one of the grey feathers, kissed his wife's hand, then went to find his regiment. The Emperor had humbugged them all, and the killing would begin. The second day, Friday the 16th of June, 1815. Chapter 7. At 1 in the morning, in the heart of the brief night, Lucille shivered in the courtyard of her Brussels lodging-house. 2 horses trampled nervously on the cobbles by the yard's arched entrance. The only light came from a lantern which hung in the stable doorway. Her child slept upstairs. "Take this." Lucille thrust a bundle toward Sharp. "It belonged to Xavier." Sharp shook the bundle loose to reveal that it was a dark blue woolen cloak lined with scarlet silk, a luxury that had belonged to Lucille's husband. "It's beautiful." He felt awkward, not certain that he was worthy of the gift. He folded the cloak over his arm, then touched Lucille's cold cheek. "I'll see you late tomorrow." "Maybe." Lucille absently brushed at the dried blood on Sharp's threadbare jacket. "How can you tell?" "One day to hold them," he said lightly, "and one day to beat them." "Maybe," she said again. Then, looking up into his eyes, "And what if you lose?" "Take a canal barge to Antwerp. I'll find you there. If it's really bad, make your way to Ostend and cross to England." Lucille's despondency was caused by a fear of Sharp's death, not a British defeat, but she dared not articulate such a thought. She sensed a difference in her man. There was a remoteness in Sharp this night, which, though he tried to hide it, was very obvious to Lucille. She knew he had killed one of her countrymen the previous evening, and she supposed he was now preparing himself for all the others he would fight. She also detected a certain relief in Sharp. Instead of wrestling with the imponderables of land and trees and drainage and crops, he was back where his skills gave him a harsh certainty. She glanced through the open gateway, her attention caught by the tramp of boots. A Scottish battalion was marching down the street, its pace dictated by the soft beat of a muffled drum. "Maybe I should go home," she said almost despairingly, "to Normandy." Sharp put his hands on her shoulders. "The quickest way home for both of us is to get rid of Napoleon." "So you say." She rested her cheek on his jacket. "I love you." He awkwardly stroked her hair. "I love you." "I don't know why you do." She pulled away slightly. "I'm not beautiful, like Jane." Sharp traced a finger down Lucille's long nose. "She has no beauty inside herself." Lucille scorned that compliment with a grimace, then gave Sharp a warning look. "Her eyes are full of hate. Be careful." "There's nothing she can do now, and her man didn't dare face me in a duel." "Be careful, though," Lucille insisted. Sharp bent and kissed her. "Till tomorrow night, my love. Nosy will look after you till then." He let go of her shoulders and took a pace backwards. "Let's be moving, Patrick." "Whenever you're ready." Harper, tactfully waiting just inside the stable door, appeared with his weapons and pack. He was wearing his old rifleman's uniform, less its sergeant's stripes. He had insisted on accompanying Sharp to Quatre Bras, not to fight, he said, but just for the chance of glimpsing the Emperor. "You take care of yourself, Patrick," Lucille called in English. "You'll not catch me anywhere near the fighting, Mom. I've got too much sense for that, so I have." He had all his old weapons about him, all of them lovingly cleaned and oiled and ready. Lucille reached up and touched Sharp's cheek. "Go with God." "And with your love?" "You know you have that." He hated such a parting. Words were hopeless. Sharp suddenly feared the loss of Lucille, and he thought how love made a man fearful and vulnerable. His throat felt thick, so he just turned away and took the reins that Harper held ready. He gripped the pommel, pushed his left boot into the cold stirrup iron, and heaved up into the hussar saddle with its high spoon that offered support during long hours of riding. His sore thighs complained at being back on a horse. He filled his right boot into its stirrup, touched the rifle stock superstitiously, pushed the sword into a comfortable position, then rolled the cloak into a bundle that he jammed under the rifle's holster strap. He looked for a last time at Lucille. "Kiss the child for me." I'll see you tomorrow night." She forced a confident smile. The dog whined a protest as Sharp rode away. The rifleman ducked under the arch, then waited as Harper closed the 2 heavy gates. The Irishman swung himself into the saddle, then followed Sharp in the footsteps of the Highlanders. Sharp and Harper were going back to war. In the same short darkness of that midsummer night, Lord John Rossendale took a road leading west from Brussels towards a rendezvous with the Earl of Uxbridge and the British cavalry. Lord John didn't ride his horse, but rather drove in a gleaming open cabriolet that he had brought from London. Harris, his coachman, was up on the driving box, while Lord John's groom and valet were bringing on the saddle horses behind. Captain Christopher Manville had ridden on ahead. Lord John had hoped that his friend would accompany him, but he sensed how much Manville despised him for so easily surrendering to Sharp's threat. Rossendale closed his eyes and silently cursed. He was in turmoil, trapped between honour and beauty. It was not Manville's displeasure that worried him, but Jane's anger. She had lacerated Lord John for his cowardice. He remembered a time when Jane had feared a duel as much as he, but now she seemed more eager to protect her money than Lord John's life. "And you have no right to promise him any money," Jane had reminded Lord John when they had regained the privacy of their hotel suite. "It is not your money, but mine." In truth, if the money belonged to anyone, it was the property of the Emperor's brother, Joseph Bonaparte, erstwhile King of Spain and the Indies, who had lost his fortune with the Battle of Vittoria. King Joseph had fled, and the British had swarmed over his supply wagons, where some men, Sharp and Harper among them, had become rich. Sharp had taken a royal fortune off the battlefield, and it was that fortune which Jane had stolen from him, and much of which he had already spent on a London house, and on silks, and on furniture, and on jewels, and on Lord John's debts, and on silverware and gold plate and Chinese wallpaper, and on lapdogs and satin, and on the cabriolet in which Lord John now rode towards the cavalry in battle. It was that same fortune which, to save his life, Lord John had promised to return to Sharp. "You will not," Jane had said after the shameful confrontation at the ball. "You'd have me fight him?" Lord John had asked. "If you were a man," Jane had sneered, "you wouldn't ask the question." Lord John, recognizing the horrid truth in her mockery, had wondered why love's happiness was so easily soured. "I can fight him if you insist." "I don't insist. I can fight him, though." Lord John had sounded hopeless, for he knew he would lose a duel against Sharp. Jane had suddenly staunched her anger and melted Lord John with a smile. "All I want," she had said, "is the chance to marry you. And once we're married, the money will be yours by right, but we cannot marry until—" She didn't need to go on. Lord John knew that litany. They couldn't marry while Sharp lived. Therefore Sharp must die. And if he wasn't to be killed in a duel, then he must be taken care of in another way. And in the darkness, as Lord John had said his farewells, Jane had urged him to the other way. "Harris!" Lord John now called to his coachman. "I can hear you, my lord," Harris shouted from the cabriolet's driving seat. "Did you ever hear of officers being murdered in battle?" Harris, who had been a cavalry trooper before a French cannonball had crushed his left foot at the Battle of Corunna, laughed at the naivety of the question. "Why, you hear about it all the time, my lord." Harris paused for a few seconds while he negotiated the cabriolet over some deep ruts in the high road. "I remember a major who begged us not to kill him, my lord. He knew we couldn't abide his ways, and he was sure one of us was going to take a hack at him, so he begged for the honour of being killed by the enemy instead." "Was he?" "No. A mucky little devil called Shaughnessy shoved a sword into his back." Harris laughed at the memory. "Clean old job he made of it, straight out of the drill book." "And no one saw?" "No one who was going to make a malarkey out of it, my lord. And why should they? No one liked the major. Not that you need worry, my lord." "I wasn't concerned for myself, Harris." Harris plucked a bugle from the seat beside him and sounded a blaring note of warning. A battalion of infantry that was marching towards the cabriolet shuffled onto the grass verge. The men, their faces sallow in the small light of the cabriolet's twin lamps, stared reproachfully at the wealthy officer, whose carriage clipped by so smartly behind its matched pair of bays. The battalion's officers, under the misapprehension that such an equipage must contain a senior officer, saluted. Lord John said nothing more of murder. He knew he had behaved badly this night, that he should have faced Sharp and accepted the challenge. He had lost face. He had lost honour. Yet now he flirted with the thought of murder, which was beyond all honour, and he did it solely for a woman. Lord John leant his head back on the cabriolet's folded leather hood. Some of his friends said he was bewitched, but if he was, it was a willing enthralment. He remembered how fondly Jane had said farewell after her anger had abated, and the memory made him lift his hand to see, in the first creeping light of dawn, the small smear of rouge that still remained on his forefinger. He kissed it. Marriage, he thought, would solve everything. No more deception, no more circumspection, no more begging Jane for funds, and no more disdain from society for a golden girl who surely deserved the rewards of marriage. Jane's happiness would take just one death on a field of slaughter, one more corpse among the battalions of the dead. And if it was done properly, no one need ever know. And if, in the morning, Lord John withdrew his promise to repay the money and accepted the challenge of a duel, then the world would accept him as a man of brave honour. And if Sharp was to die in battle before the duel could be fought, then the honour would be untarnished. Lord John had behaved badly this night, but he knew that all could be repaired, all won, and all made good, and all for a girl of winsome, heartbreaking beauty. Behind Lord John, the first beam of sunlight struck like a golden lance across the world's rim. It was dawn in Belgium. Clouds still heaped in the west, but over the crossroads at Quatre Bras, and above a stream just north of Fleurus, the sky was clear as glass. Larks tumbled in song above the roads where 338,000 men in the armies of Prussia, Britain, and France converged on death.
God save Ireland!
Harper reined in at Quatre Bras. In front of him and smeared across the southern sky was the smoke of thousands of campfires. The smoke betrayed an army encamped. The French troops were hidden by the folds of ground and by the woods and high crops, but the smoke was evidence enough that thousands of men had closed on Frasnes in the night to support the battalion of French skirmishers who had been balked the previous evening. Closer to Sharp and Harper, around the crossroads of Quatre Bras, more men had gathered, all of them Dutch-Belgians of the Prince of Orange's corps. There was a smattering of musket fire from far beyond the stream, evidence that the rival picket lines of skirmishers were bidding each other a lethal good morning. The Baron Rebec, waiting with a group of the Prince's aides at the crossroads, seemed relieved to see Sharp. "We're concentrating the corps here instead of at Nivelles." "Quite right, too," Sharp said fervently. Rebec unfolded a sketch map he had made. "The French are in Frasnes, and we're holding all the farms beyond the stream, except this one by the ford. We'll only garrison that if we're forced back to it." "I'd garrison it now," Sharp recommended. "Not enough men." Rebec folded his map. "So far only 8,000 infantry have arrived, with 16 guns and no cavalry." Sharp cast a professional eye at the smoke of the French cooking fires. "Well, they've got 20,000, Rebec. I was hoping you wouldn't tell me that." Rebec, accepting Sharp's experienced estimate without question, smiled grimly. "So, if I can make a suggestion—" "My dear Sharp, anything. Tell our skirmishers to hold their fire. We don't want to provoke the Crapauds into nastiness, do we?" There was no sense in inviting battle from a much stronger enemy. It was better to delay any fighting in the hope of more Allied troops arriving to even the numbers who faced each other north of Frasnes. The sky above Quatre Bras was dirtied by the campfires, but to the east the rising sun betrayed a much vaster quantity of rising wood smoke. That larger smear in the sky showed where the Prussian army faced the main force of the French, and where the day's real battle would be fought. The French would be trying to defeat the Prussians before the British and Dutch could come to their aid, while the Prussians, to be certain of victory, needed Wellington's troops to march from Quatre Bras and assault the Emperor's left flank. But that rescue mission had been stopped dead by the presence of the 20,000 Frenchmen encamped in Frasnes, who'd been sent by the Emperor to make sure that the Allied armies did not combine. All that the French needed to do was take the crossroads at Quatre Bras. Sharp reckoned it couldn't take the enemy longer than an hour to overrun the fragile line of Dutch-Belgian troops, and in one further hour they could have fortified the crossroads to make them impassable to the British. The French were thus 1 hour from victory, just 1 hour from separating the Allied armies. Yet as the sun climbed higher, and as the smoke of the dying fires thinned, the French made no move to advance on the crossroads. They didn't even follow the retreating Dutch skirmishers, but seemed content to let the morning's skirmish die to nothing. Sharp looked to the north and west, searching for the telltale drifts of dust that would speak of reinforcements hurrying towards the threatened crossroads. No dust showed above the roads yet, evidence that the French had plenty of time to make their attack. The Prince of Orange arrived 3 hours after dawn, excited at the prospect of action.
"Morning, Sharp. A bright one, isn't it? Rebecca, all well?"
Rebecca attempted to tell the prince how his troops were deployed, but the prince was too restless merely to listen.
"Show me, Rebecca, show me. Let's go for a gallop, all of us."
He gestured to his whole staff, who dutifully fell in behind Rebecca and the prince as they spurred away from the crossroads towards the south. The prince waved happily at a party of soldiers who drew water from the stream, then twisted in his saddle to shout at Sharp.
"I expected to see you at the ball last night, Sharp."
"I arrived very late, sir."
"Did you dance?"
"Regrettably not, sir."
"Nor me. Duty called."
The prince galloped past the deserted Gemiancourt farm, through a bivouac Dutch brigade, and didn't rein in till he had passed the forward Dutch pickets and could see clear down the paved highway into the village of Frasnes. There had to be some enemy skirmishers close by, yet the prince blithely ignored their threat. His staff officers waited a few yards to the rear as the young man stared towards the enemy encampment.
"Sharp?"
Sharp walked his horse forward.
"Sir." "How many of the devils are facing us, would you say?"
Very few enemy troops were actually in sight. A battery of guns stood at the edge of the village, some cavalry horses stood unsaddled in the street beyond, and a battalion of infantry was bivouacked in a field to the right of the guns, but otherwise the enemy was hidden, and so Sharp stuck with his earlier estimate.
20,000, sir."
The prince nodded.
"Just what I'd say. Splendid."
He smiled genially at Sharp.
"And just when are you going to appear in a Dutch uniform?"
Sharp was taken aback.
"Soon, sir." "Soon? I've been requesting that small courtesy for weeks. I want to see you in proper uniform today, Sharp, today."
The prince shook an admonishing finger at the rifleman, then took out his telescope to stare at the battery of French guns. It was hard to see what caliber the cannon were, for the air was already hot enough to shimmer and blur the details of the far guns.
"It's going to be a hot day,"
the prince complained. His yellowish skin glistened with sweat. He was in a blue uniform coat that was thickly encrusted with gold loops and edged with black astrakhan fur. At his hip hung a massively heavy sabre with an ivory hilt. The prince's vanity had made him dress for a winter's campaign on what threatened to be the summer's hottest day yet. The sultry air pressed heavily on the men who guarded the farms that marked the perimeter of the Dutch position. If that perimeter was broken, there was still the Gemiancourt farm by the ford, which could be an anchor to a defensive line. But once Gemiancourt was captured, there was nothing between the French and the crossroads. Sharp prayed that the French would go on waiting, and that the British troops who were marching desperately to reinforce the outnumbered defenders at Quatre Bras reached the crossroads in time. By 8 o'clock, the French had still not attacked. At 9 o'clock, the Dutch troops still waited. At 10, the Duke of Wellington reached the crossroads, and, content that nothing yet threatened the Dutch troops, galloped eastwards to find the Prussians. The morning inched onwards. It seemed impossible that the French still hesitated. At intervals, an enemy horseman might appear at the edge of the village to gaze through a spyglass at the Dutch positions, but no attacks followed such reconnaissances. No skirmishers wormed their way through the fields, and no cannon crashed shell or round-shot at the fragile Dutch lines. At midday, the French still waited. The heat was now oppressive. The western clouds had thickened, and the old wounds in Sharp's leg and shoulder began to ache, a sure prophecy of rain. He lunched with the Prince of Orange's staff in the remains of an orchard behind the farm at the crossroads. Harper, of whose status none of the Dutch was quite certain, shared the princely cold chicken, hard-boiled eggs, and red wine. The prince, momentarily forgetting his orders for Sharp to change into Dutch uniform, dominated the luncheon conversation as he eagerly expressed his wish that the French would attack before the Duke returned from his meeting with the Prussians, for then the prince could defeat the enemy with only the help of his faithful Dutch troops. The prince dreamt of a great Netherlands victory, with himself as its hero. He saw pliant girls offering him the laurels of victory before they fainted before his conquering feat. He couldn't wait to begin such a triumph, and prayed that the French would offer him the chance of glory before the arrival of any British reinforcements. And in the early afternoon, and before the hurrying British reinforcements could reach the crossroads, the prince's wish was granted. An enemy cannon banged its signal, and the French, at last, were advancing to battle.
"Was that a gun? I swear that was a gun. Would you say that was a gun, Vine?"
Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Ford, commanding officer of the Prince of Wales' Own Volunteers, twisted in his saddle and stared anxiously at his senior major, who, because he was deaf, had heard nothing. Major Vine, thus unable to confirm or deny the sound which had so alarmed his colonel, merely offered a bad-tempered scowl as a reply. So Colonel Ford looked past him to seek the opinion of the captain of his light company. "Was that a gun, Dallenbaugh? Would you say that was a gun?" Dallenbaugh, his head aching with hangover, still wore his white dancing breeches and buckled shoes from the night before. He didn't want to speak to anyone, let alone Ford, but he made an effort and confirmed that the colonel had indeed heard a cannon's report, but very far away, and with its sound much muted by the humid air. "Oh, we're going to be late," Ford worried. Just at this moment, Dallenbaugh didn't care how late they would be. He just wanted to lie down somewhere very dark and very cool and very silent. He wished the colonel would go away, but he knew Ford would keep pestering until he received some reassurance. "The brigade marched on time, sir," he told the worried Ford, "and no one can expect more of us." "But there's another gun. Do you hear it, Vine? There. And another. 'Pon my soul, Dallenbaugh, but it's begun indeed." Ford's eyes behind their small, thick spectacles betrayed excited alarm. Ford was a decent man, and a kind one, but he had a worrying nervousness that aggravated Dallenbaugh's patience. The colonel fretted about the opinions of senior officers, the diligence of his junior officers, and the loyalty of his non-commissioned officers. He worried about the spare ammunition, about the ability of the men to hear orders in battle, and about the morality of the wives who followed the marching column like a gypsy rabble. He agonized about losing his spectacles, for Ford was as short-sighted as a mole, and he worried about losing his battalion's colours, and about losing his hair. He was ever anxious about the weather, and when he could think of nothing else to be anxious about, he became worried that he must have forgotten something important that should have been causing him worry. The ever-anxious Ford had been appointed to replace Major Richard Sharp as commanding officer of the battalion, which of itself was cause for the colonel to worry, for Joseph Ford was keenly aware that the rifleman had been a most competent and experienced soldier. Nor did it help Ford that many of his junior officers and a good third of his rankers had seen far more fighting than he had himself. Ford had been appointed to the battalion in the dying weeks of the last war, and he had only experienced a few skirmishes, yet now he must lead the Prince of Wales' own volunteers against the Emperor's field army, a realization that naturally occasioned Ford constant trepidation. But at least, he comforted his officers, "It's a veteran battalion." "It is that, Colonel, it is that." Major Vine, a small, strutting, dark-eyed, bad-tempered stoat of a man, always agreed with the colonel when he managed to hear what the colonel had actually said. Ford, distrusting such easy agreement, would seek support for his views from the more experienced officers of the battalion, but those officers, such as Peter Dallenbaugh, doubted whether the Prince of Wales' own volunteers could truthfully be called a veteran battalion. A third of its men were new recruits, who had seen no fighting. Almost another third had seen as little as the colonel, while only the rest, like Dallenbaugh, had actually faced a French army in open battle. Still, that experienced third was the battalion's backbone, the men whose voices would stiffen the ranks and give the colonel the victory he needed in his opening engagement. And that was all Dallenbaugh prayed for at this moment, that Ford would learn success fast, and thus calm his worried fears. Dallenbaugh also prayed for a swift and overwhelming victory for himself. He wanted to return to England where a bride and a house and a secure civilian future waited for him. His bride was called Anne Nickerson, the daughter of an Essex landowner whose reluctant consent to an army marriage had turned to wholehearted approval when Peter Dallenbaugh had put up his captaincy for sale. Then, just as Dallenbaugh was about to sell his commission and retire to one of his prospective father-in-law's farms, Napoleon had returned to France. Colonel Ford, worried that he was losing his veteran captain of skirmishers, had begged Dallenbaugh to stay for the impending campaign, and, implicit in the colonel's plea, was a promise that Dallenbaugh would receive the next vacant majority in the battalion. That enticement was sufficient. The captaincy would sell for £1,500, which was a good enough fortune for any young man contemplating marriage, but a majority would fetch £2,600, and so Dallenbaugh, with some misgivings, but reassured by the prospects of a fine marriage portion, had agreed to Ford's request. Now, ahead of Dallenbaugh, the gunfire rumbled like dull thunder to remind him that the £2,600 must be earned the hard way. Dallenbaugh, contemplating how much happiness he now stood to lose, shivered with a premonition, then told himself that he'd always feared the worst before every battle. Joseph Ford, frightened because he was about to fight his first real battle, worried that either he or his men might not do their duty, and as ever when worry overwhelmed him, he snatched off his spectacles and polished their lenses on his sash. He believed that such a commonplace action expressed a careless insouciance, whereas it really betrayed his fretting nervousness. Yet, this day, as they marched towards the gunfire, the men of the Prince of Wales' own volunteers were oblivious of their colonel's fear. They trudged on, breathing the dust of the dry summer road that had been shuffled up by the boots ahead, and they wondered if there would be an issue of rum before the fighting began, or whether they would be too late for the fighting, and would instead be billeted in some soft Belgian village where the girls would flirt and the food would be plentiful. "He's sounding bad." Private Charlie Weller spoke of the distant gunfire, which didn't really sound so very awful yet, but Weller was feeling a flicker of nervousness and wanted the relief of conversation. "We've heard worse than that, Charlie," Daniel Hagman, the oldest man in the light company, said. But he spoke tiredly, dutifully, unthinkingly. Hagman was a kind man who recognized Charlie Weller's apprehension, but the day was too hot, the sun too fierce, and the dust too parching for kindness to have much of a chance. Major Vine curbed his horse to watch the 10 companies march past. He snapped at the men to pick up their feet and straighten their shoulders. They took no notice. They didn't like Vine, recognizing that the Major despised them as a lumpen, dull, ugly mass, but the men themselves knew better. They were Wellington's infantry, the finest of the best, and they were marching east and south to where a pall of gun smoke was forming like a dark cloud over a far crossroads, and to where the guns cleared their throats to beckon men to battle. The French attack began with a cannonade which punched billows of grey-black smoke into the hazing, dancing air above the village of Frasnes. The Prince of Orange, unable to resist the lure of danger, galloped from the crossroads to be with those troops closest to the enemy, and the Prince's staff, their luncheon brutally interrupted by the French gunfire, hurried after him. Sharp was among the staff officers who trotted their horses down the Charleroi road, past the Gemiancourt farm by the ford, and so on up the shallow hill until they reached the infantry brigade which guarded against any frontal attack up the high road. The French guns were firing at the flanks of the Prince's position, aiming at the farmhouses to east and west. Nothing seemed to be moving on the road itself, though Sharp supposed the French must have some skirmishers concealed in the fields of Long Rye. "They'll be coming straight up the middle, won't they?" Sharp turned to see that Harper had joined him. "I thought you were staying well away from any danger." "What danger, for God's sake? No one's firing at us now." Harper had rescued the cold carcass of a roast chicken from the Prince's interrupted lunch, and now tossed Sharp a leg. "They look bloody strange, don't they?" He was referring to the brigade of Dutch-Belgian infantry that was spread in 4 ranks either side of the road to block a direct attack from Frasnes. The strangeness lay in the men's uniforms, which were the standard French infantry uniforms. Only the eagle badge on their shakos had been changed, replaced by a W for King William of the Netherlands, but otherwise the Dutch-Belgians were dressed exactly like the men they were doubtless about to fight. "You know what to do?" the Prince asked the brigade commander in his native French. "If we can't hold them, sir, we fall back on Gemiancourt." "Exactly." The farm by the ford was the last bastion before the vital crossroads. Loopholes had already been made in the stone walls of Gemiancourt's huge barns, which, like the buildings of so many of the isolated farms in the Low Countries, were joined together and protected by a high stone wall, making the whole farm into a massively strong fortress. "Something stirring, huh?" The Prince, reverting to English, was elated by an outburst of musket fire, which sounded from somewhere in front of the Dutch line. The musketry was not the huge eruptions of platoon fire, but rather the smaller, sporadic snapping of skirmishers, which betrayed that the French voltigeurs were closing on the Dutch light troops, but both sets of skirmishers were well hidden from the Prince and his staff by the tall crops. "Funny to hear that sound again, isn't it?" Harper commented dryly. "Did you miss it?" "Never thought I would," the Irishman said sadly. "But I did." Sharp remembered the familiar skill with which he'd killed the French lieutenant in this very rye field. "It's the thing we're good at, Patrick. Maybe we're doomed to be soldiers forever." "You maybe, but not me. I've a tavern and a horse-thieving trade to keep me busy." Harper frowned at the Belgians in their French uniforms. "Do you think these buggers will fight?" "They'd bloody better," Sharp said grimly. The brigade with its supporting artillery was all that lay between the French and victory. The Dutch-Belgians certainly looked prepared to fight. They'd trampled down the Rye ahead of their line to make a killing ground some 60 yards deep.
and judging by the sound of their musketry, the Dutch-Belgian skirmishers were fighting with a brisk energy. The two wings of the Dutch-Belgian brigade stretched a half-mile on either side of the highway, while, athwart the road itself, was a battery of 6 Dutch 9-pounder cannons. The gunners had parked their limbers and ammunition wagons in the field behind Sharpe. The guns were loaded, their port fires smoking gently in readiness for the French.
"Four-legged bastards, off to the right,"
Harper said warningly, and Sharpe turned to see a troop of enemy cavalry trotting towards the Dutch right flank. The horsemen were green-coated lancers, with high helmets topped with forward-sweeping black plumes. They were still a good distance off, at least a half-mile, and were not yet any threat to the Prince's troops. The Prince had positioned himself just behind the 6 guns of the Dutch battery. Rebecque, staying close to his master, gravely inspected one of the cannon, almost as if he had never seen such an object before. Then, suddenly afflicted by hay fever, he sneezed. The Prince muttered, "Bless you," then stood in his stirrups to gaze at the lancers through a telescope. The French cannons abruptly ceased fire. The only sounds now were the intermittent crackle of the skirmishers' muskets and the ragged music of a Dutch band. The Prince's horse whinnied. Rebecque's pawed at the trampled rye-stalks. This was the silence before battle. "Stand ready!" The Prince, unable to bear the quiet, spurred his horse towards the closest Belgian battalion. "You'll see the enemy infantry soon," he shouted at the men. "A few volleys will see them off, so stand firm."
"The bloody gunners are just changing their aim," Harper said scathingly after Sharpe had translated the Prince's words.
"Probably," Sharpe said. He patted his horse's neck. Rebecque suddenly sneezed again, and, as if it had been a word of command, the French batteries resumed their cannonade. Harper had been right. They had merely been changing their aim, and now the French gunners concentrated their shots at the centre of the field. There were more enemy guns firing than before. Sharpe counted 24 gouts of smoke in the first salvo. The French gunners were masked by the rye, but some of their balls struck home in the waiting Dutch battalions. One round shot bounced cleanly between 2 of the Dutch guns, and somehow missed every single horseman surrounding the Prince. The artillery colonel asked for permission to return the fire, but the Prince ordered him to wait till the enemy infantry was in sight. The French batteries fired another volley. Sharpe saw the blossoming smoke a fraction before the sound punched the air. More men were struck in the Dutch battalions, but most balls went overhead, for the French gunners were firing a fraction too high. Sharpe saw one cannonball's passage marked by the flickering of the rye-stalks in a darkening line that shot at extraordinary speed across the field behind him. Another round shot went close enough to Sharpe to sound like a sudden, harsh, whip-cracking wind. If the balls had been fired higher still, the sound would have rumbled like a cask being rolled over floorboards. "You should go back to the crossroads," Sharpe told Harper.
"Aye, I will."
Harper did not move. The Prince cantered towards the Dutch-Belgian battalions on the right-hand side of the road. He had drawn his massive sabre. He called for Rebecque to accompany him. The Baron, his eyes streaming with the hay fever, sneezed once more, and the French guns magically ceased fire. Men wounded by the cannon fire were screaming, and the band was playing, but it seemed like a rather ominous quiet. Then the French drums began.
"I never thought I'd hear Old Trousers being played again,"
Harper said wistfully. It was the sound of French infantry being drummed to the attack. A mass of drums was being beaten, but the drummers, like the approaching infantry, were hidden by the tall crop of rye. There was something curiously menacing in the repetitive drum beats that seemed to come from nowhere. Then Sharpe saw the far crops being trampled flat, and he knew that each patch of collapsing rye betrayed the advance of a French column. He counted 3 formations directly to the front. Each column was a solid formation of men aimed like a battering ram at the Dutch line. A crash of musketry off to the right flank betrayed that the farms to the west were under attack. But here in the centre, where the road led enticingly to the crossroads, the enemy was still hidden. Hidden, but not silent. The drums suddenly paused, and the columns shouted their great war cry, "Vive l'Empereur!" The sound of that cheer stopped the Dutch band cold. The musicians lowered their instruments and stared into the concealing field, where the rye seemed to move as though an invisible giant's footsteps crushed it down. The French gunners opened fire again, this time using short-barreled howitzers that fired shells in a high arc over the heads of their own columns, and which exploded in small, dirty gouts of flame and smoke. The first French skirmishers were appearing at the edge of the trampled area. The Dutch skirmishers had yielded the field, retreating to their battalions, so now the scattering of enemy voltigeurs could kneel unmolested at the Rye's edge and fire at the waiting defenders. Men began to fall. Others screamed. Some died. The main enemy attack was still nothing but a sound of blended menace, a crashing noise in the Rye, a thump of drums, and a deep-throated cheer. Rebec galloped back towards the Dutch battery, shouting at its colonel to open fire on the concealed columns, but the colonel was staring at one of his officers who had been killed by a skirmisher's bullet. The officer lay on the chalky road where his blood showed remarkably bright against the white dust. Other gunners were falling. A bullet clanged monstrously loud on a brass barrel and ricocheted up into the sky. "Fire!" Rebec shouted angrily at the gunners. The artillery colonel jerked round, stared at Rebec for an instant, then bellowed his own orders, but instead of ordering a killing volley into the tall Rye, he commanded his men to retreat. The drivers whipped the horse teams onto the road, while the gun crews manhandled the weapons back to hook them onto their limbers. The huge ammunition wagons set off for the crossroads, their massive iron-rimmed wheels digging great gouges into the road's surface. The gun teams began to follow, but two teams collided, their limber wheels locked, and there was a sudden tangle of cursing drivers, stalled cannon, and frightened horses. Sharp had spurred forward. "Where are you going?" he shouted in French across the chaos. "Bec!" the gunner colonel shouted over the noise of an exploding howitzer shell. "Stop at the farm! Stop at Gemiancourt!" Sharp knew the panic could not be controlled here, where the French columns filled the air with menace, but perhaps the sturdy walls of Gemiancourt would give these gunners some necessary reassurance. "Bec! Bec the gun away!" The colonel slashed with his riding crop as he tried to disentangle the trapped limbers. Another volley of French howitzer fire miraculously missed the melee of gunners and horses, which, stung by the shell's threat, magically disentangled itself. The fleeing Dutch guns crashed up onto the road, their chains and buckets swinging. Those gunners who had no riding place on the guns or limbers were running down the verges in an undisciplined retreat. "Stop at the farm!" Sharp bellowed after the gunner colonel. An howitzer shell screamed down to smash the wheel of the last gun limber. For a second, the shell lay with a smoking fuse amidst the wreckage of the wheel. Then it crashed apart in a deafening explosion. One horse died instantly, its guts flung red and wet across the road. Another screaming beast collapsed on broken hind legs. The rest of the team, panicking, tried to gallop free and only slewed the broken limber round. A gunner fell off his seat on the ammunition box and was crushed by the limber's scraping violence. He clawed at the broken wheel that first dragged him across, then pinned him to the road. The other gunners ignored him. Instead, they slashed at the traces with swords or knives, eventually freeing the 4 live horses, which galloped wild-eyed towards Gemiancourt. The dying horse was mercifully shot by an officer, who then took off after his men, abandoning the gun. The man under the limber was also abandoned. He was left screaming in a terrible, wailing sob that made the nearest infantry look nervously round. Harper rode up to the man and saw the broken wheel spokes impaled in his belly and groin. He took the rifle off his shoulder, aimed it, and shot once. The French skirmishers cheered their victory over the panicked gun teams, then turned their muskets on the nearest Belgian battalions. The Prince of Orange was shouting at his men to stand fast, to wait, but the attrition of the skirmishers was fraying their nerves. They began to edge backwards. "They'll not stand," Harper warned Sharp. "The buggers bloody well will." Sharp spurred towards the nearest Belgians, but before he could even get close to the battalion, a French column burst out of the Rye, and the Belgians, without even firing a volley, turned and ran. One moment they were a formed battalion, and the next they were a mob. Sharp reined in. 2 howitzer shells exploded a few paces from his horse, both blasts beginning small fires among the Rye. The French were cheering. The prince was hitting at the running men with the flat of his sabre, but they feared an emperor far more than they feared a prince, and so they kept on running. The other battalions were infected by the panic and also fled. The French skirmishers turned their force on the prince's staff. Rebec, his eyes red and swollen from hay fever, reined his horse alongside Sharp. "This isn't a very impressive beginning, is it? Get out of here, sir!" Sharp could hear the hiss and whiplash of musket bullets all around them. "Can you find out what's happening to Saxe-Weimar?" Rebec asked. Sharp nodded. "I will, sir, but you go, now!" The first French skirmishers were running forward, but instead of tackling the staff officers, who still lingered close to the Dutch position,
They laid their hands on the abandoned gun, the first trophy of their attack. A trumpet sounded behind the column, and a Dutch aide shouted a warning of enemy cavalry. The prince turned his horse and galloped north towards Gemiancourt and Quatre Bras. Rebec galloped after the prince, while Sharp and Harper rode west. All along the centre of the position the Dutch had collapsed, leaving a great inviting hole into which the French could swarm. Yet from the far right flank there still came the sound of reassuring volleys, proof that Saxe-Weimar's men were defending staunchly. Prince Bernhardt's battalions, which had held the crossroads the night before, now protected it again. They were retreating from the French attack, but they were not running. Instead, they were marching backwards, and pausing every few steps to fire steady and effective volleys at their French attackers. Those Frenchmen, Sharp noticed, had deployed from column into a line that overlapped and outnumbered Saxe-Weimar's brigade. Yet the Nassauers were fighting well. Better still, instead of retreating back to the crossroads, they were going to the cover of the dark wood, which ran like a bastion down the left flank of the French route to Quatre Bras. If the prince could hold the wood, and the centre was somehow saved, there was still a chance. It was a very slight chance, a mere wisp of straw snatched against an overwhelming disaster, for Sharp could not see how any general, let alone a pimpled prince, could reform the broken troops of the centre and stop the French from sweeping forward to take the crossroads. And once the crossroads were taken, then no British troops could reach the Prussians, and thus the armies would be irrevocably split, and the Emperor would have won his campaign. "We're going back!" Sharp shouted at Harper. They turned their horses away from Saxe-Weimar's men, who were now edging the tree line with deadly musketry. Sharp and Harper trotted northwards, staying a few hundred yards ahead of the advancing French. To their left was the long forbidding wood, with its tangle of trees and stubborn defenders. In the centre was Gemiancourt Farm, which should have been a fortress to hold up the French, but was now empty because the Belgian guns and infantry had fled straight past the farm, thus yielding its strong walls and loophole barns to the enemy. Far ahead of Sharp was the crossroads itself, where the dark mass of fugitives was milling in confusion, while to the right, and acting somewhat as another bastion, was a smaller wood and a handful of cottages. "Look! Look!" Harper was standing in his stirrups, pointing and cheering at the smaller wood to the right. "God bless the bastards! Well done, lads!" For in that far wood, which protected the road that ran towards the Prussian army, were riflemen. Green jackets, the best of the goddamn best. The British reinforcements had started to arrive. But behind Sharp and Harper, the victorious French marched on, and between them and the crossroads there was nothing. Chapter 8. The Prince of Orange, blithely disregarding that nearly half of his troops had fled the field, greeted the Duke of Wellington with good news. "We're holding the woods," he announced in a tone that implied victory was thereby guaranteed. The Duke, returning from Ligny, where the Prussians waited for Napoleon's attack, cast a cold eye on the fugitives who streamed northwards towards Brussels, then turned a grave face on the excited prince. "The woods?" The Duke's polite request for a more precise report was icy. "Over there." The prince pointed vaguely towards the right flank. "Isn't that so, Rebec?" Rebec deferred to Sharp, who had actually visited the right flank. "Prince Bernhardt's brigade retreated into the woods, sir. They are holding the tree line." The Duke nodded curt acknowledgment, then urged his horse a few paces forward so he could survey the ruin he'd inherited from the Prince of Orange. The Belgian troops had been driven from all the forward farms, and, even more disastrously, had failed to garrison Gemiancourt. French cavalry, artillery, and infantry had already advanced as far as the stream, and it could only be a matter of moments before they thrust a strong attack at the vital crossroads. The only good news was that Prince Bernhardt of Saxe-Weimar's men held the woods on the right, thus denying the French the shelter of the trees as they attacked the crossroads. But that slim advantage would count for nothing unless the Duke could construct another defensive line to protect the highway. The materials for that line were at last arriving. The riflemen that Harper had seen were the vanguard of Sir Thomas Picton's 5th Division. The rest of that division was now marching through the crossroads and past the remnants of the dispirited Belgians. "I promised Blücher would march to his aid," the Duke greeted Sir Thomas Picton, "but only if we weren't attacked here." A French gun fired a ranging shot from Gemiancourt, and the ball skipped off the road, past the Duke, and crashed into a wall of the farm at the crossroads. "It seems the Prussians will have to fight without us today," the Duke said dryly, then gestured towards the fields which lay to the left of Quatre Bras. "Your men to line the road there, Sir Thomas, with your right flank in front of the crossroads." Lieutenant General Sir Thomas Picton, a burly and bad-tempered man who had fought gallantly through Spain, glared at the Duke. "I'll not take orders from that bloody little Dutch boy." "You will take orders from me, Picton, and not from His Royal Highness, I quite agree. May I trouble you now to obey those orders?" Picton, dressed in a top hat and a civilian coat that looked like a farmer's cast-off, obeyed. His infantry marched through the disorganized Dutch battalions and took their station just south of the Nivelle road. Closest to the crossroads was the 92nd, a Highland battalion in kilts, caftan hose, and black plume bonnets. Next to them were more Highlanders, the 42nd, or Black Watch, who wore a dark plaid and red hackles, and whose officers flaunted vultures' feathers in their caps and carried lethal broadswords. Next to them were the 44th, the East Essex, placid countrymen in coats of yellow-faced scarlet. All three battalions were veterans, immune to French drums and French cheers, and content to smoke their short clay pipes as they waited to see what the day would bring from the long fields of rye. The French batteries had been moved forward from Frasnes to the slopes above Gemiancourt. Their gunners now made the last adjustments to their cannons' elevating screws, while the infantry, which had taken the battlefield centre with scarce a scratch to themselves, rested in the rye. The French seemed to have no sense of urgency, perhaps believing the Battle of Quatre Bras already won. 7 miles to the east, another and larger battle had begun, evidenced by the sudden and overwhelming sound of cannon salvos that rolled and punched across the intervening countryside. The Emperor had launched his attack on the Prussians. The first batteries of British artillery reached Quatre Bras and were ordered to unlimber at the crossroads. Almost immediately the gunners came under strong musket fire from French skirmishers who had crept forward in the long rye. The enemy voltigeurs were especially thick in the wedge of field between the highway and the woods, where Saxe-Weimar's men kept up their stubborn resistance. The Highlanders sent their light companies forward to beat back the French. Sharp was a skirmisher himself, and he watched the light company's battle with a professional eye. The job of the skirmisher was simple enough. A battle line was a mass of close-packed men who could fire a deadly weight of metal in disciplined volleys. But to upset those men and thin their ranks, the skirmishers were sent ahead like a swarm of wasps to sting and unsettle them. The best way to defeat the skirmishers was with other skirmishers, the two swarms meeting in a private battle between the lines. It was a battle that the British were accustomed to winning against the French, but today the French seemed to have deployed far more skirmishers than usual. The Highlanders made a spirited attack, but were held up at the field's margin by the sheer weight of French musket fire that smoked and flickered out of the rye. "There's thousands of the boggers." Harper had never seen a French skirmish line so overwhelming in numbers. "I thought you were staying out of trouble." Sharp had to raise his voice over the sound of the French fire. "Hey, arm! Then get back!" Even more French skirmishers were pushing forward, so that all along the line of Picton's division the redcoats were falling, and the sergeants had begun their litany of battle. "Close up! Close up!" The light companies were helpless against such a horde of enemy skirmishers. Twice the Duke sent whole battalions forward in line to sweep the French voltigeurs away, but as soon as the British battalion resumed its station, the enemy skirmishers crept back, and their musket smoke blossomed again from the rye's margin. The cartridge wadding from the French guns had begun small fires in the dry crops. The flames crackled palely in the strong sunlight, adding yet more smoke to the thickening cloud of powder smoke. Cavalry reached the crossroads. They came down the Nivelle road in a cheerful jingle of curb chains. The horsemen were Dutch Belgians and Brunswickers. The black-coated Brunswickers were commanded by their own Duke, who led a charge into the wedge of field that lay to the west of the highway. The French skirmishers fled the Duke of Brunswick's sabres like mice fleeing a scourge of cats. But then the Death's Head horsemen came across a French infantry brigade that was concealed in the tall crops beyond the stream. The brigade had formed squares, and blasted the German horsemen with volleys of musket fire, so that the cavalry milled about in confusion, men and horses dropping, until, bleeding and balked, they were forced to retire. Some galloped for safety into the woods, others retreated through the rye to the crossroads. The Duke of Brunswick was dead. The Prince of Orange had been inspired by the success of the Brunswickers. He galloped past Sharp. "Come on, Sharp, come on! That's the way to clear them off!" "Stay here," Sharp warned Harper, then kicked his heels back to follow the prince, who was eagerly ordering his own newly arrived cavalry into 2 ranks. The black-coated Brunswickers, some with bloodied sabres, reinforced the Dutch Belgians, who followed their prince out into the wide expanse of field, where the French skirmishers still raked the redcoats with musket fire. The prince had drawn his ivory-hilted sabre, which he now waved above his head as a signal for the 2 lines to quicken into a trot. The horses plunged into the smoking rye. The French skirmishers, rightly terrified of the curved blades, fled precipitately, and the British infantry cheered as their tormentors were driven away. Sharp rode with Rebec and the other staff officers between the 2 Dutch ranks, while the prince cantered ahead of the horsemen. The prince was happy. This was war. He had been cheered by the redcoats, proof that his heroism was appreciated. His horse curvetted prettily, and the sun reflected off his sabre's polished blade. The French skirmishers were running in terror from him, fleeing like game from the beaters, and in a moment he would order the full gallop, and he imagined the thrill of breaking through the enemy lines, then sabring the gunners and pouncing on the French baggage. Europe would learn that a new military power had risen, William, Prince of Orange. Still the swarm of French skirmishers retreated before the prince. A few Frenchmen stopped to fire at their pursuers, but they dared not pause long for fear of the sabres, and thus their wild shooting did no damage. The fleeing Frenchmen splashed through the stream and ran past Gemeoncourt farm. There seemed to be no French columns ahead, just the inviting field of rye climbing to the low crest, where the French gunners waited to be cut down by the prince's sabres. Lieutenant Doggett, riding next to Sharp, nervously drew his sword. "I've never fought on horseback." "Just concentrate on staying in the saddle and try not to chop your horse's ears off." "Yes, sir." Doggett gave his horse's ears a rather speculative look. "Don't chop with your sword," Sharp continued his last-minute tuition, "but stab with it. And keep your horse moving. If you stand still in a melee, you'll be dead." "Yes, sir." The prince seemed to have no fear, but trotted through the ford straight towards the French guns, which stood silent on the skyline. He was wondering why he hadn't thought to have had a huge banner of orange silk made, a banner that would follow him on a battlefield to terrify the enemy. He turned to look for Rebec, intending to order the Chief of Staff to have just such a banner made, but instead he saw that the entire first rank of his horsemen had come to an ignominious halt at the far bank of the stream. "Come on!" the prince shouted at them. "Follow me!" Not a man nor a horse moved, and the second rank of horsemen stopped a few paces behind the first. The prince turned back to his front and saw why. A brigade of French light cavalry had appeared beside the enemy guns. The enemy horsemen were lancers and hussars, gaudy in green, scarlet, and blue, who now spread ahead of the cannons to make their own 2 lines of attack. The French standard-bearers carried guidon flags, while each lancer had a small red and white swallowtail flag attached just beneath his weapon's slender blade. The French cavalry were outnumbered by the prince's force, but they still advanced with a jaunty confidence. It would be sabre against sabre, and sabre against lance. The French came to a halt 200 yards from the immobile Dutch cavalry. The lancers formed the front rank, while the hussars reined in 50 paces behind. For a few seconds the 2 bodies of cavalry just stared at each other. Then the prince raised his heavy sabre high over his head. "Charge!" He shouted it in a fine, loud voice. At the same instant he spurred forward and lowered his sabre's point. But then he realized that his men had not moved from the stream bank. The staff officers had dutifully begun to follow the prince, but the Belgian horsemen had stayed obstinately still. "Charge!" the prince shouted again, but again no one moved. Some officers tried to urge their men forward, but those few who were forced ahead soon pulled aside and stopped again. "Bloody hell!" Sharp drew his sword, then looked at Simon Doggett. "In a few seconds, Lieutenant, this is going to be a goddamn bloody shambles. Ride like hell for the crossroads when it starts. Don't look back, don't slow down, and don't try and play games with lancers." "Yes, sir." Doggett glanced left and right, but the Belgians would not close on the Frenchmen. Just a year ago these Belgians had been a part of the French army, and they had no wish to kill their old comrades. Some of the Belgian horsemen pulled their horses' heads round to demonstrate their unwillingness to charge. The French horses snorted, tossed their heads, and trampled the rye. The lancers held their 8-foot-long weapons vertically, so that the red and white flags made a brave show against the sky. Sharp hated lancers. He had been captured at Lance Point in India, and still bore the scar on his chest. Some men preferred fighting lancers to sabres, claiming that once the Lance Point was evaded, the lancer was dead meat. But Sharp had never felt easy facing the razor-sharp and narrow-bladed spears. Then, with a deliberate, slow menace, and apparently without any order being given, the whole front rank of the French cavalry swung their lance points down into the charge. The sight of the blades dropping was enough for the Belgian horsemen. They wrenched their horses about, rammed back their spurs, and fled. The staff officers tried to rally the nearest horseman, but it was hopeless. Sharp pulled Doggett's bridle round.
"Get out of here! Ride!"
The prince had already fled. Rebecca was staring at the enemy through eyes made swollen and watery by hay fever. A French bugle sounded loud and mocking, starting the lancers on their pursuit.
"Come on, Sharp!"
Rebecca shouted. Sharp had already turned his horse. He saw the prince ahead of him, head down and galloping. He spurred his own horse, hearing the crash of the galloping enemy horses behind. The enemy's trumpet calls filled the sky with threat. It was a race. The quickest of the French horses swiftly overtook the slower Belgians. Lancers were drawn back and thrust forward into unprotected backs. Men screamed, arched their spines, and fell. Hooves drummed up great chunks of soil. A Dutchman cut blindly at a lancer, and, to his own surprise, knocked the man backwards from his saddle. A bleeding horse limped. A Brunswicker tumbled from his saddle, scrambled to his feet, and was immediately cut down by an hussar's sabre. The hussars were catching up with the slower Dutch-Belgian horsemen now, and their sabres slashed into necks and laid open ribs. Blood slicked the rye straw. Hundreds of broken Dutch-Belgian horsemen streamed northwards towards the crossroads, and the enemy rode among them, screaming to keep the panic bubbling, killing and slashing when they could. The Duke of Wellington rode forward to stop the rout, but the Dutch-Belgian cavalry ignored him, parting about his staff in a flood of sweating horses and frightened men. The French were racing up behind and on the flanks.
"Get back, sir!"
A staff officer shouted at the Duke, who still swore and shouted at the panicked Belgians. All the Duke could see was a chaos of dust, burning rye, blood, and frightened horsemen, until, clear in the panicked swirl, he suddenly saw the bright gleam of French helmets and lance blades. The Duke turned his horse and spurred hard. There was no escape on the road, for that was crowded with fugitives. So instead he galloped straight towards the solid ranks of the 92nd. There were Frenchmen to his left and right, trying to cut ahead of the Duke. 2 lancers were behind, rowelling their horses' flanks bloody in an attempt to reach him. Copenhagen, the Duke's horse, named for one of his early victories, stretched out his neck. The Highlanders were in 4 standing ranks that bristled with bayonets. No horse would charge home into such a thickly packed formation, but the Duke was shouting at the Scotsmen, "Down! Down! Down!" 4 files of men dropped to the ground. Copenhagen gathered himself, jumped, and the Duke sailed safely over the 16 crouching men.
"Fire!"
a Highlander officer shouted, and a volley of musketry slashed into the French pursuers. The 2 lancers died instantly, their horses flailing bloodily along the ground almost to the feet of the front rank.
"Reload!"
The officer who shouted the fire orders had been one of the men dancing above the crossed swords in the Duchess's ballroom the night before.
"Fire!"
An hussar's face disappeared in blood as his wounded horse reared. Man and beast fell screaming into the path of a galloping lancer. The lancer's horse tumbled, legs breaking, while its rider sprawled unhurt. The lance, driven deep into the soil, quivered.
"Reload!"
the Scots officer shouted. A mixture of French and Dutch-Belgian cavalry galloped at the infantry line. The Belgians, desperate for safety, spurred through the gaps between the battalions, and the French horsemen rode with them. The redcoats suddenly realized that there were enemy horsemen in their rear. The Black Watch was ordered to form square. The wings of the battalion curved backwards and inwards, but the enemy lancers were already behind the line and spurring into the space between the wings. They saw the Scottish colours and rammed their lances forward at the men who protected the great silk banners. 2 Scottish officers faced them on horseback. One lancer went down under a claymore's strike, his skull split down to his coat collar. Colonel Macara was shouting at his flanks to close, and by sheer brute strength, the 2 ends of the line forced themselves inwards to make a crude square. A dozen enemy lancers were trapped inside the formation. One lunged at the colonel, but Macara knocked the lance aside, then rammed his claymore forward. "Platoon, fire!" he shouted while his sword was still killing the lancer. Other lancers were being dragged from their saddles by vengeful Scottish soldiers who stabbed down with bayonets. Outside the square, the horsemen veered away from the platoon volleys, while inside the square the trapped lancers were butchered. The colours were safe, and the pipes had never stopped playing. The neighbouring battalion, the East Essex, stayed in their line. They, like the Scots, had been in 4 ranks, but their colonel simply turned his rear rank about and opened fire front and rear, killing Dutch, Belgians, and the French horsemen indiscriminately. One band of determined French cavalry spurred hard from the rear in a furious attempt to capture the battalion's colours. The spears chopped down 2 British sergeants, a sabre slashed a redcoat aside, and then a lancer rammed his long blade into the eye of the ensign carrying the regimental flag. Ensign Christie fell, but he held tight to the big yellow silk banner as he collapsed. 2 hussars attacked the fallen Christie, leaning down from their saddles to hack at the 16-year-old with their sabres. Redcoats scrambled forward, climbing over their own dead and wounded. A lancer tried to pick up the colour with his weapon's point, but Christie hung on grimly. The 2 hussars grunted as they chopped at him with their sabres. A musket shot killed one Frenchman. The other parried a bayonet thrust, then stabbed down at Christie a last time. Another musket hammered, and the hussar was plucked out of his saddle like a puppet jerked on strings. A knot of red-coated officers and men surged over the prone Christie, driving the last enemy away. A lancer had speared a corner of the flag, and now jerked his lance up to tear a fragment of the yellow silk away. But even that trophy was denied the French. 3 muskets flamed, and the lancer toppled backwards from his horse.
"Close up! Close up!"
the sergeant shouted. A crashing volley cleared a space in front of the battalion. The air was thick with the foul powder smoke, rank with the stench of blood, and loud with the noise of screaming horses and men. A loose horse galloped wildly across the face of the line, streaming blood. A lancer staggered away on foot and was dropped by a musket bullet. The French horsemen were turning and riding away, trying to escape the musket volleys. Ensign Christie was alive, still with the colour gripped to his body that had been slashed with more than 20 sabre and lance wounds. His men made a litter of muskets and blankets, and carried him back to the surgeons who had set up for business in the barn by the crossroads. The colour, its bright yellow silk slashed by steel and stained with Christie's blood, was raised again. The French cavalry, like an ebbing tide of blood, reformed a quarter-mile away. The crossroads had held. The Black Watch dragged the dead lancers from inside their square and dumped the bodies as a kind of rampart to trip any more charging horses. Men reloaded their muskets. The wounded limped back to the surgeons. One man fell to his knees, vomited blood, then collapsed. The French had come perilously close to breaking the British line apart. Some of the hussars and lancers, who had ridden to the rear of the red-coated battalions, had galloped along the road they were trying to capture, and had only retreated back through the intervals between the battalions because there were not enough horsemen to hold the temporarily captured road. It now seemed to the French that one more effort would surely succeed, and that the red-coated infantry would break just like the Dutch-Belgian horsemen had broken. The trumpets screamed for that second effort, which, to ensure success, was strengthened with 800 cuirassiers, the Gros Frères, big brothers of the French army. The cuirassiers wore steel breastplates, helmets, and backplates, and rode the heaviest horses of all the French cavalry. A big brother, his armour, and his horse weighed more than a ton. The Gros Frères, their armoured steel reflecting the sun like silver fire, would lead the second charge and crush the infantry by sheer weight and terror. But the infantry, expecting the charge, was ready. The musket volleys crashed smoke and flame and punched their bullets clean through the armour plate. The cuirassiers were tumbled down to the crushed rye as the musket volleys settled into their killing rhythm. Dying horses quivered on the compacted rye, while wounded cuirassiers struggled to unburden themselves of helmets and armour before limping away. The lancers and hussars, seeing the slaughter of the armoured horsemen, did not press their own charge home.
"Cease fire! Reload!"
The officers and sergeants called to the British squares. The regimental bands played on, while in the squares the colours hung heavy in the humid and smoke-stained air. The enemy cavalry, bloodied and beaten, pulled back to the stream. From the east came the sound of cannon, proof that the Prussians still fought their battle. Then the French skirmishers crept forward and opened their galling fire again, and from beyond Gemiancourt the French 12-pounder cannons opened fire on the British ranks. The enemy cavalry was still in sight, and not so very far off, and so the infantry was forced to stay in their squares as prime targets for the heavy French cannon. It was time for the infantry to suffer. On the roads leading to Quatre Bras from the west and north, the hurrying British troops saw the growing canopy of smoke, and heard the incessant punch of the heavy guns. Carts were already travelling back to Brussels, carrying wounded men, who groaned in the afternoon heat, while their blood dripped through the bottom boards to stain the white road red. Other wounded men walked away from the battle, staggering in the sun towards their old bivouac areas. In Nivelles the townspeople huddled at their doors, listened to the noise of battle, and stared wide-eyed at the foully wounded soldiers who limped past. Some unwounded Belgian soldiers spread the news that the British were already beaten, and that the Emperor was already on his way to Brussels. The clouds thickened in the west, climbing ever higher and darker. 12 miles to the north of Quatre Bras, in the orchard of a farm called Hougoumont, which in turn was close to the small village of Waterloo, some men were busy thinning the apple crop. They plucked the unripe fruit and tossed it into baskets, thus ensuring that the remaining apples would grow big and juicy. The discarded fruit would be fed to the pigs that lived in the yard of the chateau of Hougoumont. It was a hot day, and as the men worked they could hear the percussive thumping of the guns to the south. From the top of their ladders they could see the growing cloud of dirty smoke that climbed over the battlefield. They chuckled at the sight, relieved that it was not they who were being shot at, nor their homes being invaded by soldiers, and not their land being ridden ragged by cavalry. The chateau windows were open, and white curtains stirred in the small breeze that offered a slight measure of relief from the stifling heat. A plump woman came to one of the upstairs windows, where she rested her arms on the sill and stared at the strange conical smoke canopy that grew in the far southern sky. On the main highway that ran through the valley east of the chateau, she could see a stream of soldiers marching south. The men wore red, and even at this distance she could see they were hurrying. "Better them than us, eh, madame?" one of the apple-pickers shouted. "Better them than us," the woman agreed, then crossed herself. "We'll get rain tomorrow," one of the men remarked, but the others took no notice. They were too busy picking apples. Tomorrow, if it did not rain, they were supposed to finish the haymaking down on the valley's bottom, and there was a flock of sheep to be sheared as well, while the day after tomorrow, thank the good Lord, they would have a day off, because it was Sunday. More British troops arrived at Quatre Bras, but they had to be sent to the flanks, which were under increasing pressure from the French. Sharp, after scraping home in front of the French cavalry, had been sent through the wood to find Prince Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar. The prince, a dour, tough man, had been holding his position, but his ammunition was running low, and his men were being killed by the ever-present skirmishers. Newly arrived British infantry were sent to support him, while yet more redcoats were sent to help the rifles on the left flank, who were also under heavy attack from a brigade of French infantry. "Why don't they attack our centre with infantry?" Doggett asked Sharp, who had rejoined Harper behind the crossroads. "Because they're being led by cavalrymen." An Hussar prisoner had revealed that it was Marshal Ney who led the French troops at Quatre Bras. Ney was called the bravest of the brave, a red-haired cavalryman who would have ridden through the pits of hell without a murmur, but who had yet to launch an infantry attack against the battered defenders at the crossroads. "You have to understand something about cavalrymen, Mr. Doggett," Harper explained. "They look very fine, so they do, and they usually take all the credit for any victory, but the only brains they've got are the ones they keep in their horses' heads." Doggett blushed. "I wanted to be a cavalryman, but my father insisted I join the Guards." "Don't worry," Harper said cheerfully. "The Guards aren't our brightest lads either. God save Ireland, but just look at those poor boys." The poor boys were the Highlanders beyond the crossroads, who could only stand and be slaughtered by the French guns. They were in square, which made them a tempting target for the French artillerymen, and they dared not relinquish the formation for fear of the French cavalry that watched them like hawks. The Scotsmen could only stand while the round shot slammed into the files, and each shot that struck home killed 2 or 3 men, sometimes more. Once Harper saw a round shot strike the flanking face of a square, and 10 men went down in a single bloody smear. The British artillery at the crossroads was being saved for any French infantry attack, though once in a while a gun would try to hit a French cannon. Such counter-battery fire was almost always wasted, but as the infantry's suffering dragged on, the Duke ordered more of it simply to help the morale of the redcoats. "Why don't we do something?" Doggett asked plaintively.
"What's to do?" Harper asked. "The bloody Belgians won't fight, so we haven't got any cavalry. It's called being an infantryman, Mr. Doggett. Your job is to stand there and get slaughtered." "Patrick?" Sharper had been staring up the Nivelle road. "Do you see what I see?" Harper twisted in his saddle. "Bloody hell, sir, you're right." A further brigade of British infantry was arriving, and among the troops was the Prince of Wales' own volunteers. Sharp and Harper spurred towards their old battalion. Sharp stood his horse beside the road and took off his hat as the leading company came abreast. It was his old company, the Light, led by Peter D'Alembert. The men's faces were pale with dust, through which the rivulets of sweat had driven dark trails. Daniel Hagman raised a cheer as Sharp tossed them a full canteen of water. D'Alembert, his white dancing breeches stained from the wax with which his saddle had been polished, reined in beside the two riflemen and looked dubiously towards the smear of smoke that marked the battlefield. "How is it?" "It's stiff work, Peter," Sharp admitted. "Is Boney here?" It was the same question that nearly every newly arriving officer had asked, as though the presence of the Emperor would dignify the day's death and dismemberment. "Not so far as we know." Sharp saw that his answer disappointed D'Alembert. The brigade halted while Sir Colin Halkett, its commander, discovered where his 4 battalions were wanted. Lieutenant Colonel Ford and his 2 majors, Vine and Micklewhite, walked their horses up the road until they came close to where Sharp, D'Alembert and Harper chatted. Ford, myopically peering towards the cannon smoke, realized too late that he had come close to Sharp, whose presence made him feel so uncomfortable and inadequate. But he put a brave face on the chance meeting. "It sounds brisk, Sharp, does it not?" "It's certainly hard work, Ford," Sharp said mildly. No one seemed to be able to find anything else to say. Ford smiled with a general benignity which he thought fitting to a colonel, while Major Vine scowled at the men of the Prince of Wales' own volunteers who had slumped on the roadside, and Major Micklewhite pretended to be enthralled by the enamel picture on the lid of his snuff-box. A sudden explosion was loud enough to penetrate the half-deaf ears of Major Vine, who twisted round to see that a British gun limber, crammed with ready ammunition, had been struck by a French shell, and was now spewing a thick skein of smoke and flames into the sky. Colonel Ford had jumped at the sudden violence of the explosion, and now he gazed through his thick spectacles at the rest of the battlefield, which appeared as a threatening blur of trampled corn, blood, smoke, and the lumped bodies of the dead. Cannonballs were ploughing through the slurry of rye and soil, spewing gouts of earth before bouncing into the bloody lines of Highlanders. "Dear God," Ford said with rather more feeling than he had intended. "Watch out for their skirmishers," Sharp advised dryly. "They seem to have more of the bastards than usual." "More?" The tone to Ford's voice betrayed the colonel's fear of taking his battalion into the cauldron beyond the crossroads. "You might like to think about deploying an extra company as skirmishers." Sharp, well aware of Ford's uncertainty, offered the advice as forcefully as he could without sounding patronizing. "But warn the lads to keep an eye open for the cavalry. They're never very far away." Sharp pointed across the highway to where the stream fed a small lake behind Gemiancourt Farm. "There's a fold in the ground over there, and it's swarming with the evil buggers." "Quite so, quite so." Ford took off his spectacles, cleaned them on the tasseled end of his red sash, then hooked the earpieces back into place. He stared through the newly cleaned glass, but could see neither a fold in the ground nor any cavalry. He wondered whether Sharp was deliberately trying to frighten him, and so, to show that he was quite equal to the prospect of fighting, Ford straightened his shoulders and turned his horse away. Vine and Micklewhite, like obedient hounds, followed their colonel. "He won't take a blind bit of notice," D'Alembert sighed. "Then you watch out for the cavalry, Peter. They're in something of a murderous bloody mood. There's about 3,000 of the bastards, hussars, lancers, and the heavies." "You do cheer me up, Sharp, you really do." D'Alembert superstitiously touched the breast pocket which bulged with his fiancée's letters. "Have you had your note from that bloody man yet?" It took Sharp a second or two to realize that D'Alembert was talking about Lord John Rossendale. He shook his head. "Not yet." "Oh, God. I suppose that means we'll have to arrange a duel in the morning." "No. I'll just find the bugger and cut his balls off." "Oh, splendid," D'Alembert said in mock seriousness. "Oh, that should satisfy everyone's honour." Orders came back to the battalion. The newly arrived brigade was to take up positions in the wedge of field in front of Saxe-Weimar's wood, from where their musket fire could rake across the flank of any French attack down the road.
Sir Thomas Picton's staff brought the orders, which insisted that the 4 battalions were to form square in the Rye. Sharp shook D'Alembour's hand. "Watch those skirmishes, Peter." He waved to Captain Harry Price, who had once been his lieutenant. "It's hot work, Harry."
"I'm thinking of resigning, sir."
Harry Price, too poor to own a horse, was sweating from the exertions of his long day's march.
"My father always wanted me to take holy orders, and I'm beginning to think I rejected his views too quickly. Good God, it's Mr. Harper."
Harper grinned.
"Good to see you, Mr. Price. I thought the army had discharged you. I did. You're as mad as a bloody bishop. But what are you doing here?"
Harry Price was genuinely puzzled.
"You could get hurt, you damned fool." "I'm staying well out of any trouble, so I am."
Price shook his head at Harper's foolishness, then had to hurry away as the battalion was ordered into the wood. The companies filed through the trees and so out into the sunlit rye field, where, like the other 3 battalions in Halkett's brigade, they formed square. Sharp and Harper walked their horses back to the crossroads, where the Prince of Orange was fidgeting with the ivory hilt of his sabre. He was frustrated by the day's setbacks. He'd seen his infantry crumple at the first French attack, then watch his cavalry flee at the drop of a lance point. Yet he blamed the day's lack of success on anyone but himself or his countrymen. "Look at those men, for instance." He pointed towards the 4 battalions of Halkett's brigade, which had just formed their squares on the flank of the wood. "It's a nonsense to form those men in square. A nonsense!" The Prince turned irritably, looking for a British staff officer. "Sharp, you explain it to me. Why are those men in square?" "Too many cavalry, sir," Sharp explained gently. "I see no cavalry." The Prince stared across the smoke-shrouded battlefield. "Where are the cavalry?" "Over there, sir." Sharp pointed across the field. "There's a lake to the left of the farm, and they're hidden there. They've probably dismounted, so we can't see them, but they're there, sure enough." "Oh, you're imagining it!" Since losing his Belgian cavalry, the Prince had been given nothing to do, and he felt slighted. The Duke of Wellington was ignoring him, reducing the Prince to the status of an honoured spectator. Well, damn that! There was no glory to be had in just watching a battle from behind a crossroads. He looked back at the newly deployed brigade that stood in its 4 battalion squares. "What brigade is that?" he asked his staff. Rebec raised an eyebrow at Sharp, who answered. 5th Brigade, sir." "Halkett's, you mean?" The Prince frowned at Sharp. "Yes, sir." "They're in my corps, aren't they?" the Prince demanded. There was a brief silence. Then Rebec nodded. "Indeed they are, sir." The Prince's face showed outrage. "Then why wasn't I consulted about their placement?" No one wanted to answer, at least not with the truth, which was that the Duke of Wellington didn't trust the Prince's judgment. Rebec just shrugged while Sharp stared at the smoke of the French guns. Harry Webster, beyond Rebec, looked at his watch, while Simon Doggett slowly moved his horse back till he'd left the group of embarrassed staff officers and was next to Harper's horse. The Prince drew his sabre a few inches, then rammed it back into its scabbard. "No one gives orders to my brigades without my permission." "When I was on the ranks, Mr. Doggett, we had a way of dealing with young gentlemen like His Royal Highness," Harper said quietly. You did?" "We shot the little buggers." Harper smiled happily. Doggett stared into the battered and friendly face. "You did?" "Especially buggers like him." Harper nodded scornfully towards the Prince. "He's nothing but a silk stocking full of shit." Doggett stared in horror at Harper. Doggett's sense of propriety, as well as his natural respect for royalty, were outraged by the Irishman's words. "You can't say things like that," he blurted out. "He's royalty." "A silk stocking full of shit with a crown, then?" Harper was quite unmoved by Doggett's outrage. "And if the little bugger doesn't watch out, Mr. Sharp will feed his guts to the hogs. It wouldn't be the first time he's done it." "Murdered someone?" Doggett blurted out the question. Harper turned innocent eyes on the Guards lieutenant. "I know for a fact he's rid the world of some bad officers. We all have. But don't be shocked, Mr. Doggett. It happens all the time." "But I can't believe it!" Doggett protested, but too loudly, for the sound of his voice made the Prince turn irritably in his saddle. "Is something offending you, Mr. Doggett?" No, sir." "Then get back here, where you belong." The Prince looked back to the 4 battalions of Halkett's brigade, which were an itch to his wounded self-esteem. Closest to the crossroads, and just forward of the Highlanders across the highway, was a battalion of Lincolnshire men, the 69th, who were unknown to Sharp. They'd never fought in Spain. Instead, they'd been a part of the disastrous expedition that had failed to free the Netherlands at the end of the previous war. Beyond them was the 30th, the 310s, a Cambridgeshire battalion which, like the 33rd next in line, had also been a part of the Dutch débacle. Furthest south was the Prince of Wales' own volunteers, the only veterans of the Spanish campaign in the brigade. "So who ordered them to form square?" the Prince demanded petulantly. No one knew, so Harry Webster was sent to discover the answer, and came back after 10 minutes to say that Sir Thomas Picton had deployed the brigade. "But they're not in Picton's division!" The Prince's pique had turned to a real anger that flushed his sallow face. "Indeed not, sir," Rebecca said gently. But nothing, Rebecca, but bloody nothing. Those men are in my corps, mine. I do not give orders to brigades in Sir Thomas Picton's division, nor do I expect him to interfere with my corps. Sharp, my compliments to Sir Colin Halkett, and instruct him to deploy his brigade in line. Their task is to give fire, not cower like schoolboys from non-existent cavalry." The Prince had taken a sheet of paper from his sabotage and was scribbling the order in pencil. "But the cavalry—" Sharp began to protest. "What cavalry?" The Prince made a great fuss of pretending to stare across the battlefield. "There is no cavalry. In the dead ground over, you're frightened of unseen horsemen on the left, but this brigade is on the right. Here, take this." He thrust the written order at Sharp. "No, sir," Sharp said. The bulbous eyes swiveled to stare in amazement at Sharp. Rebecca hissed a warning at the rifleman, while the other staff officers held their breath. The Prince licked his lips. "What did you say, Sharp?" His voice was filled with horror and revulsion. "I'm not taking that order, sir. He'll kill every man jack of that brigade if you insist on it." For a second the Prince literally shook with rage. "Are you refusing to obey an order?" "I'm refusing to take that order, sir, yes." "Rebecca, suspend Colonel Sharp from his duties. Have this order sent immediately." "You can't—" Sharp began, but Rebecca seized Sharp's bridle and tugged his horse out of the Prince's reach. "Rebecca, for God's sake!" Sharp protested. "He's entitled," Rebecca insisted. "Listen, by tomorrow he'll have forgotten this. Give him an apology tonight and you won't be suspended. He's a good-hearted man." "I don't give a damn for his heart, Rebecca. It's those men I care about." "Rebecca!" The Prince turned petulantly in his saddle. "Has that order gone?" "Immediately, sir." Rebecca shrugged at Sharp, then turned away to find another officer to carry the Prince's command. The order was sent. Sir Colin Halkett rode back to the Prince's command post vehemently to protest the command, but the Prince would not be denied. He insisted that there was no danger of a French cavalry attack, and that by deploying in square, the brigade was sacrificing 3/4 of the firepower that might be needed to rake the flank of a French infantry attack. "We mustn't be cautious," the Prince lectured the experienced Sir Colin. "Caution won't win battles, only daring. You will form line. I insist you form line." Sir Colin rode unhappily away, while Sharp, goaded beyond endurance by the Prince's crowing voice, spurred forward. "Sir," he said to the Prince. The Prince ignored him. Instead, he looked at Winkler, one of his Dutch aides, and deliberately spoke in English. "I can't think why the Duke called his men the scum of the earth, Winkler. I think he must have meant his officers, don't you?" "Yes, sir." Winkler, a sycophantic man, smiled. Sharp ignored the provocation. "Permission to rejoin my old battalion, sir?" The Prince gave the smallest, curtis nod. Sharp turned his horse away and spurred it forward. Hooves sounded loud behind him, making him twist in his saddle. "I thought you promised Isabella you'd stay out of trouble." "There isn't any trouble yet," Harper said. "When there is, I'll get the hell out of it. But till then, I'll keep you company." Harper followed Sharp down the bank onto the Nivelle Road, where Sharp exploded in rage. "Bastard! What a cretinous, dirty-minded little Dutch bastard! I'd like to ram his pox bloody crown up his royal arse!" Instead, Sharp snatched the tricorn hat off his head and ripped the black, gold and scarlet cockade of the Netherlands from its crown. He hurled the silken scrap into a patch of nettles. "Bastard!" Harper just laughed. They scrambled up the bank into the trampled field of rye. To their right, the trees were heavy with leaf, though here and there a splintered branch showed where a French cannonball or shell had struck high.
There was not much litter in this part of the field, merely the corpses of 2 dead voltigeurs, a scatter of dead horses, and the discarded and undamaged cuirassier's breastplate that Harper dismounted to retrieve. "Useful, that," he said as he tied the polished piece of armour to the strap of the saddlebag. Sharp did not reply. Instead, he watched as Sir Colin Halkett's brigade staff ordered the 4 battalions out of square and into line. The regimental bands played behind the brigade. Sharp saluted the colours of the 69th, the 30th, and the 33rd. He felt a particular fondness for the 33rd, the Yorkshire regiment which he had joined as a sullen youth 22 years before. He wondered if their recruiters still carried oatcakes pierced on a sword, the curious symbol he had seen as Sergeant Hakeswell had expounded to the 16-year-old Sharp the benefits of an army life. Hakeswell was long dead, as were almost all the other men Sharp remembered from the battalion, except for the lieutenant colonel who had led the 33rd when Sharp had first joined, and who was now His Grace the Duke of Wellington. The 600 men of the Prince of Wales' own volunteers were deployed the furthest south, a full half-mile from the crossroads. Peter Dallenborough's skirmishers were 50 yards in front of the battalion, and having a hard time with a greater number of voltigeurs. It seemed that Ford had not taken Sharp's advice to send out extra skirmishers, but was leaving Dallenborough's men to cope as best they could. Sharp, not wanting to interfere with Ford, reined in a good 30 yards behind the battalion, close to the tree line where the battalion's band was playing. Mr. Little, the rotund bandmaster, first greeted Sharp with a cheerful grin, then with a quick and cheerful rendition of "Over the Hills and Far Away," the marching song of the Rifles. Colonel Ford, who had just finished dressing his newly formed line, turned as the music changed. He blinked with surprise to see the 2 riflemen, then nervously took off his spectacles and polished their round lenses on his red sash. "Come to see us fight, Sharp?" "I've come to see you die." But Sharp said it much too softly for anyone but Harper to hear. "Can I suggest you form square?" he said more loudly. Ford was clearly confused. He'd only just been ordered to form the battalion into line, and now he was being asked to revert to square. He put his spectacles back into place and frowned at Sharp. "Is that an order from brigade?" Sharp hesitated, was tempted to tell the lie, but he had no written authority to prove the order, so he shook his head. "It's just a suggestion." "I think we'll manage quite well by following orders, Mr. Sharp." "A pox on you, too." Again Sharp spoke too softly for anyone but Harper to hear. Mr. Little's bandsmen played merrily on, while Colonel Ford took his place behind the battalion's colours, and Sharp slowly drew his long sword, which he rested on his pommel. The Prince, waiting behind the gun line at the crossroads, felt that at long last he was beginning to impose his youthful genius on the battle. On the shallow southern crest above Gemiancourt, a French cavalry scout stared in disbelief at the long exposed line of infantrymen that had been stationed in front of the woods. He stared for a long time, seeking the implicit trap in the formation, but he could see none. He could only see men lined up for the slaughter, and so, turning his horse, he spurred towards the dead ground, while Sharp and Harper, with 2,200 men of Halkett's 5th Brigade, just waited. Chapter 9. In Brussels the gunfire sounded like very distant thunder, sometimes fading to a barely perceptible rumble, but at other times swollen by a vagary of wind, so that the distinct percussive shocks of each gun's firing could be distinguished. Lucille, troubled by the sound, walked nosy to the southern ramparts, where she joined the crowd who listened to the far-off noise and speculated what it might mean. The majority hoped it signified Napoleon by nightfall, a torchlight parade and dancing. The Empire would be restored and safe, for surely the Austrians and Russians wouldn't dare attack France if Britain and Prussia had been defeated. The first news from the battlefield gave substance to those imperial hopes. Belgian cavalrymen, their horses sweating and exhausted, brought tales of a shattering French victory. It had been more of a massacre than a battle, the horsemen said. British corpses were strewn across the landscape, Wellington had been killed, and the troops of the Emperor were even now advancing on Brussels with drums beating and eagles flying. Lucille noted that the guns were still firing, which seemed to cast doubt on the Belgian claims of victory, though some of the hundreds of English civilians still in Brussels were more ready to give the news credence. They ordered their servants to load the travelling boxes and trunks onto the coaches that had been standing ready since dawn. The coaches were whipped out of the city on the Ghent road, their passengers praying that they would reach the Channel ports before the Emperor's scavenging and victorious horsemen cut the roads.
Others of the English, more cautious, waited for official news. Lucille, unwilling to flee with her child into an unknown future, walked beside one of the first carts of wounded that reached the city. A British infantry sergeant, his face bandaged and one arm crudely splintered, told her that the battle had not been lost when he left Quatre Bras. "It was hard work, Mum, but it weren't lost, and as long as Nosey's alive, it won't be lost." Lucille went back to her child. She closed the window in the hope that the glass would obscure the sound of the cannons, but the noise drummed on, insistent and threatening. To the west the thunderheads were heaping into a sombre bank that cast an unnaturally dark shadow across the city. 5 streets away from Lucille, in the expensive suite of rooms that had been so thoroughly fumigated, Jane Sharp vomited. Afterwards, gasping for breath from the stomach-griping heaves, she went to the window, rested her forehead on the cool glass, and stared at the great ridge of cloud that blackened the western sky. Beneath her, in the hotel yard, a groom whistled as he carried 2 pails of water from the pump. A flock of pigeons circled, then fluttered down to the stable roof. Jane was aware of none of it, not even of the harsh percussive grumble of gunfire. She closed her eyes, took a deep, tentative breath, then groaned. She was pregnant. She had suspected as much before she and Lord John had left England, but now she was certain. Her breasts were sore and her stomach sour. She ticked the months down on her fingers, reckoning that she would have a January child, a winter's bastard. She swore softly. She stepped away from the window and crossed to the dressing table, where last night's candles still stood in their puddles of cold wax. She still felt sick. Her skin was prickly with sweat. She hated the thought of being pregnant, of being lumpish and awkward and gross. She rang for her maid, then sat heavily to stare into the looking-glass. "Has Harris returned?" Jane asked the maid. "Yes, ma'am." "Tell him I shall want him to take a message to his lordship." "Yes, ma'am." Jane waved the maid out of the room, then drew a heavy sheet of creamy writing paper towards her. She dipped a quill in ink, sat for a moment and thought, then began to write. The guns fired on. More troops were arriving at Quatre Bras. Troops who had marched till their blistered feet were agony, but who now had to plunge straight into the humid, smoke-thickened air, where, unit by unit, the Duke was building the force that would counterattack the French and drive them back to Frasnes. More and more British guns crashed and jangled off the road and onto the crushed rye stalks. Fires were burning in the crops behind the French skirmishers as British howitzer shells exploded. The battle was not won yet, but the Duke was beginning to feel like a man who had escaped defeat. He knew his Guards division was close, and there was even a rumour that the British cavalry might reach the crossroads before dark. A small west wind was stirring the thick smoke. The British skirmishers, reinforced by newly arrived battalions of light infantry, were beginning to blunt the fire of the voltigeurs. The French artillery was still taking its grievous toll of the infantry by the crossroads, but now the Duke could replace the men who fell. If Blücher held off the Emperor, and if Marshal Ney was thrown back from Quatre Bras, then in the morning the Prussian and British armies would combine, and Napoleon would have lost. The Duke opened his watch-lid. It was 5:30 of a summer's evening. The battlefield was darkening, shadowed by the huge western clouds and shrouded by its pall of smoke. But plenty of daylight remained for the Duke's counterstroke. "Any news of the Guards?" he asked an aide. It seemed that the Guards were being apprehended by the Prince of Orange, who, as company after company of the elite troops arrived, was sending them north through the great wood to reinforce Saxe-Weimar's men. The Duke, muttering that the Prince was a bloody little boy who should be sent back to his nursery, ordered that the Guards were not to be so dispersed in penny packets, but were to be held ready for his orders. "Your Grace," an aide called in warning, "enemy cavalry!" The Duke turned to stare southwards. Through the smoke he saw a mass of French cavalry spurring up from dead ground and heading slantwise across the field. They were a half-mile away and well spread out in 4 long lines. Their loose formation made them a poor target for artillery, but the British gunners loaded with common shell and did their best. The explosions knocked down a few men and horses, but the vast mass of French cavalry trotted safely through the bursting patches of flame and smoke. The Duke extended his telescope. "Where are they going?" He was puzzled.
Surely his opponent had learnt by now that cavalry could achieve nothing against the stalwart squares, which had been reinforced with the newly arrived guns. "Perhaps they're testing Halkett's men," an aide suggested. "Then they're committing suicide." The Duke had his glass trained on the front line of cavalry that was composed of the heavy cuirassiers in their steel armour. Behind the cuirassiers were the light horsemen with their lances and sabres. "They must be insane," the Duke opined. "Halkett's in square, isn't he?" Almost in unison, the telescopes of the Duke's staff officers swept to the right of the field, racing past the patches of smoke to focus on the 4 battalions of Halkett's brigade which stood in front of the wood. The brigade was obscured by cannon smoke, but there were enough rifts in the dirty screen to show that something had gone terribly wrong. "Oh, Christ!" The voice spoke helplessly from the Duke's entourage. There was a moment's silence, and then again. "Oh, Christ!" "Sir?" Rebecque handed the Prince's telescope and pointed towards Gemiancourt Farm. "There, sir." The Prince trained the heavy glass. Thousands of horsemen had appeared from the dead ground, and now in 4 long lines swept either side of the farm. Dust spurted from the road as the horsemen crashed across. The enemy cavalry was trotting, but even as the Prince watched, he saw them spur into a canter. The cuirassiers had their heavy straight swords drawn, long horsehair plumes tossed and waved from the steel brightness of their helmets. A cuirassier was hit by a British round-shot, and the Prince involuntarily jumped, as, magnified in his lens, the steel-clad horsemen seemed to explode in blood and metal. The lancers and hussars, cantering behind, divided to pass the butcher's mess left on the ground. "They're going for Halkett's brigade, sir," Rebecque warned. Then tell Halkett to form square." The Prince's voice was suddenly high-pitched, almost sobbing. "They've got to form square, Rebecque!" he shouted, spraying Rebecque with spittle. "Tell them to form square!" "It's too late, sir, it's too late!" The French were already closer to the infantry brigade than any of the Prince's staff. There was no time to send any orders. There was no time to do anything now, except watch. "But they've got to form square!" The Prince screamed like a spoiled child. Too late. The French cavalry was led by Kellerman, brave Kellerman, hero of Marengo and veteran of 1,000 charges. In most of those charges he had led his men steadily forward, not going from the canter to the gallop till he was just a few yards from the enemy, for only by such discipline could he guarantee that his horsemen would crash in an unbroken line against the enemy. But this evening he knew that every second's delay would give the redcoats a chance to form square, and that once they were in square, his horsemen were beaten. A horse would not charge a formed square with its 4 ranks bristling with muskets, spitting fire, and bright with bayonets. The horses would swerve round the square, receiving yet more fire from its flanks, and Kellerman had already lost too many men to the British squares this day. But these redcoats were in line. They could be attacked from their flank, from their front, and from behind, and they must not be given time to change formation. And thus Kellerman abandoned the discipline of a slow, methodical advance, and instead shouted at his trumpeters to sound the full charge. Damn the unbroken line hitting home together. Instead, Kellerman would release his killers to a bloody gallop and loose them to the slaughter. Charge! Now it was a race between cuirassiers, hussars, and lancers. The cuirassiers raked their horses' flanks and let their heavy horses run free. The lancers dropped their points and screamed their war cries. The sound of the charge was like 1,000 demented drummers as the hooves beat the earth and churned up a mass of blood and soil and straw that flecked the sky behind the 4 charging lines, which slowly unravelled as the faster horses raced ahead. A cannonball screamed between the horses, ploughed a furrow and disappeared southwards. A lancer swerved round a dead skirmisher. The lancer's gloved hand was tight on his weapon's grip, which was made from a cord lashed about the long ash staff. The lance's blade was a smooth spike of polished steel, 9 inches long and sharpened like a needle. A shell erupted harmlessly in front of the leading horseman, the smoke of its explosion whipping back past the galloping killers. A red-plumed trumpeter played mad, wild notes. Ahead, beyond the cuirassiers, the redcoats seemed frozen in terror. This was a ride to death, to a triumph, to the glory of the best and most lethal cavalry in all the world. "Charge!" Kellerman bellowed. The trumpeters echoed his call, and the French torrent surged on. "Oh, God! Dear God!"
Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Ford gazed into the battlefield and saw nightmare. The Rye was filled with horsemen, and the evening light was glinting off hundreds of swords and breastplates and lance heads. Ford could hear the drumming sound of the earth being beaten by thousands of hooves, and all he could do was stare and wonder what in God's name he was supposed to do about it. A small part of his brain knew he was supposed to make a decision, but he was paralyzed.
"Cavalry!"
Dallenbaugh shouted unnecessarily. His skirmishers were racing back to the battalion. Dallenbaugh, like any good skirmish officer, had abandoned his horse to fight with his men on foot, and now he was running like a flushed hare from the threat of hunters. He could scarcely believe the speed with which the enemy horsemen had erupted from the dead ground beyond the highway.
"We should form square,"
Major Micklewhite, his horse next to Ford, suggested to the colonel.
"Are they French?"
Ford had nervously plucked off his spectacles and was frenetically polishing their lens on his sash. For a second, Micklewhite could only gape at the colonel. He wondered why on earth Ford should suppose the British cavalry might be charging the battalion.
"Yes, sir, they're French."
Major Micklewhite's voice was edged with panic now.
"Do we form square?"
Sharp had ridden forward, taking position just behind Dallenbaugh's men, who were hastily ranking themselves on the left of the battalion's line. At the right flank of the line, where the Grenadier Company was nearest to the French, an avalanche of cavalry was storming at the battalion's open flank. More cavalrymen were slanting into the battalion's front. To Sharp's left, beyond the 33rd, the 30th were already forming square, though the 33rd, like the Prince of Wales' own volunteers, seemed frozen in line.
"We should form square!"
Major Vine, the battalion's senior major, shouted at Ford from the right of the line.
"Get out of here, Dally!"
Sharp called to Dallenbaugh, then raised his voice so all of the men of the battalion could hear him.
"Run! Back to the trees! Run!"
It was too late to form square. There was only one chance of living, and that was to gain the shelter of the wood. The men, recognizing Sharp's voice, broke and fled. A few sergeants hesitated. Colonel Ford tried desperately to hook his spectacles into place.
"Form square!"
he called.
"Square!"
Major Vine yelped at the closest companies.
"Form square! Run!"
That was Harper, once regimental sergeant-major of this battalion, and still the possessor of a pair of lungs that could jar a regiment from 8 fields away.
"Run, you buggers!"
The buggers ran.
"Move! Move! Move!"
Sharp galloped along the front of the line, slashing with the flat of his sword to hasten the redcoats back towards the tree line.
"Run! Run!"
He was racing straight towards the enemy's charge.
"Run!"
The men ran. The colour party, encumbered by the heavy squares of silk, were the slowest. One of the ensigns lost a boot and began limping. Sharp slammed his horse between the sergeants, whose long axe-bladed spontoons protected the flags, and he grabbed a handful of silk with his left hand and speared his sword into the king's colour on his right.
"Run!"
He spurred the horse, dragging the 2 flags behind him. The first refugees were already in the trees where Harper was shouting at them to take firing positions. A sergeant screamed behind Sharp as a cuirassier stabbed a sword down, but the sergeant's long spontoon tripped the Frenchman's horse, which sprawled down into the path of a lancer, who was forced to rein in behind the thrashing beast. An hussar galloped in from the left, aiming at the colours, but Major Micklewhite slashed from horseback, and the hussar had to parry. He drove Micklewhite's light sword aside, then thrust with his sabre's point to slice Micklewhite's throat back to bone. The ensign who'd lost his boot was ridden over by a cuirassier, whose heavy horse smashed the boy's spine with its hooves. A lance, thrown like a javelin, ripped the yellow silk of the regimental colour, then hung there to be dragged along the ground. 2 more lancers spurred forward, but their attack came close to the trees where Patrick Harper lurked with his 7-barrel gun. His one shot emptied both saddles, and the very noise of the huge weapon seemed to drive the other Frenchmen away in search of easier pickings. Sharp ducked his head, struck back with his heels, and his horse crashed through a patch of ferns and into the trees. He dropped the one colour and shook the other off his sword, then wrenched the horse savagely about in expectation of French horsemen close behind. But the French had swerved away. They'd caught a handful of the slower men and cut them down, and they'd killed many of the mounted officers who had stayed behind to shelter the running redcoats. But now the French horsemen feared becoming entangled in the thick wood, where the trees would blunt the force of their charge, and so they spurred on for easier prey. Behind them they left Major Micklewhite sprawled dead in a pool of his own blood. Captain Carline was dead, as were Captain Smith and 3 lieutenants. but the rest of the battalion was safe in the shelter of the wood. The 33rd, next in line to the Prince of Wales' own volunteers, had also run to the wood, while beyond them the 30th had formed a rough square that proved solid enough to stand like an island amidst the torrent of French cavalry that split either side of the redcoats. The cavalry ignored the men of the 30th, because beyond their crude square the 69th had neither run nor formed square, but was just standing in line with muskets levelled as the full might of Kellerman's cavalry, cheated of its first 3 targets, thundered straight for them.
"Fire!"
a major shouted. The muskets crashed smoke. 10 cuirassiers went down in a maelstrom of blood, steel, and dying horses. But there were more cuirassiers on either flank, and a rage of lancers and hussars was storming in behind the armoured vanguard. The cuirassiers hit the open flank of the 69th. A man lunged up with a bayonet, then died as the sword split his skull. The heavy horses slammed into the red ranks that broke apart like rotten wood. The infantry were scattering, thus making themselves even more vulnerable to the enemy blades. The French were in front, behind, and chewing up the battalion's flanks with slashing swords that dripped red with every grunting heave. Then the lancers struck into the shattered battalion, and the redcoats screamed as the horsemen rode clean over the breaking line. The Frenchmen were shouting incoherently. A lancer threw a corpse off his spear point, then stabbed again. Some infantrymen had broken free and were running to the woods, but they were easily ridden down by lancers and hussars who galloped up behind, chose their spot, then stabbed or sliced, or hacked or lunged. For the French it was no more difficult than hacking or lunging at the practice sacks of chaff with which they had been trained at their depots at home. A knot of redcoats gathered round their battalion's colours. There were sergeants with their long-shafted axes, officers with swords, and men with bayonets. The French clawed and hacked at the defenders. Lancers rode full tilt at them, grunting as they drove their spears home. One lance struck home with such force that the red and white flag beneath its long blade was buried in the victim's body. A dismounted cuirassier hacked at the colours' defenders till he was shot in the face by an officer's pistol. An hussar's horse reared up, hooves flailing, then lunged forward into the knot of men. 2 officers went down under the slashing hooves. The hussar cut down with his sabre. A bayonet raked his left thigh, but the Frenchman did not feel the wound. His horse bit a man. The sabre hissed again. Then the hussar dropped the blade so that it hung from his wrist by its leather strap, and he grabbed the staff of one of the colours. The other colour had disappeared, but the hussar had his gloved hand round the remaining staff. 2 men drove bayonets at him. A spontoon wounded his horse, but the hussar held on. A burly British sergeant tugged at the staff. A lancer crashed his horse into the melee, trampling wounded and living alike, and lunged his weapon at the stubborn sergeant. The lance point drove into the sergeant's back, but still the Englishman hung on. But then a cuirassier, riding in from the far side, hacked his sword down through the man's shako and into his skull. The sergeant fell. The hussar tugged at the colour's staff. A British major seized the colour's silk and stabbed at the hussar with a sword. But another lancer came from the right, and his blade caught the major in his belly. The major screamed, his sword dropped, and the colour came free. The hussar was bleeding from a dozen wounds. His horse was staggering and bloody. But he managed to turn the beast, and he held the British colour high above his head. The rest of the French cavalry was thundering past, charging at the crossroads, where yet more infantry waited to be broken. But the hussar had his triumph. The 69th was destroyed. A few men had run to safety, and a few still lived in a pile of bodies so drenched and laced with blood that no cavalryman dreamt that any man could still be alive in the stinking heap. But the rest of the battalion had been broken and cut into ruin. Men had died at lance point, or been slashed open by sabres, or pierced by the long straight swords of the cuirassiers. The battalion, which moments before had been rigid in its formal line, was now nothing but a scattered mess of bodies and blood. There were hundreds of bodies, dead, creeping, bleeding, vomiting, weeping. The cavalrymen left them, not out of pity, but because there seemed no one left to kill. It was as if a slaughterhouse had been upended on this corner of a Belgian field, leaving cuts of meat and spills of blood that steamed in the warm, humid air. The victorious cavalry charged on to the crossroads, where the newly arrived artillery greeted them with double-shotted barrels, and the infantry battalions waited in square. And thus it was the Frenchmen's turn to die. The infantry aimed at the horses, knowing that a dead horse was a dismounted man who could be picked off afterwards. For a few moments the cavalry milled about in front of the guns and volley fire,
But then Kellerman's trumpeters called for the retreat, and the French, their charge done, turned for home. Slowly the few survivors of the 69th crept from their shelter in the trees, or pushed the dead away. One man, driven to near madness by the memory of the swords, and by his brother's blood that had near choked him as he lay beneath the corpse, knelt in the stubble and wept. A sergeant, holding his guts into his sabre-slashed belly, tried to walk to the rear, but fell again. "I'm all right. I'm all right," he told the rescuer. Another sergeant, blinded by a cuirassier and pierced in the belly by a lance, cursed. A lieutenant, his arm hanging by a shred of gristle, weaved as if drunk as he staggered among the bodies. Survivors pulled the bodies of the living and the dead away from the king's colour. Next to it was the major, who had made the last despairing effort to save the regimental colour. He was dead, pierced deep through his stomach by a lance that was still embedded in his spine. The major was wearing white silk stockings and gold-buckled dancing shoes, while, stuck in his shakos badge, and strangely untouched by any of the blood which had sheeted and soaked and drenched the pile, was an ostrich feather. A soldier plucked the grey feather loose, decided it was of no value, and tossed it away. A quarter-mile to the south, a bleeding French hussar on a wounded horse rode slowly back to his lines. In his right hand he carried the captured colour, which he punched again and again at the smoke-stained air, and with each triumphant punch he called aloud an incoherent shout of victory. His friends followed and applauded him. From the trees Sharp watched the Frenchman ride south. Sharp had dismounted, and was standing at the tree line with his loaded rifle. The hussar was easily within range. Harper, with his own rifle, stood beside Sharp, but neither man raised his gun. They had once come off a field of battle with an enemy colour, and now they must watch another man have his triumph. "He'll be an officer by nightfall," Harper said. "Bugger deserves it." Behind Sharp, the Prince of Wales' own volunteers were white-faced and scared. Even the veterans who'd endured the worst of the Spanish battles stood silent and bitter. They were frightened, not of the enemy, but of their own officers' incompetence. Colonel Forbes would not go near Sharp, but just sat his horse under the trees and wondered why his right hand was shaking like a leaf. D'Alembert, his sword still drawn, walked up to the two riflemen. He stared past them at the captured colour of the 69th, then shook his head. "I came to thank you. If you hadn't given the order to run, we'd be dead. And I've just been made a major." "Congratulations." "I'm pleased, too." D'Alembert spoke with a bitter sarcasm. He had wanted promotion. Indeed, it was the prime reason he had stayed with the battalion. But he resented the sudden price of his majority. "You're alive, Peter," Sharp consoled his friend. "You're alive." "The bloody man!" D'Alembert stared savagely towards Ford. "The bloody man! Why didn't he form square?" Then, to the north, a bugle sounded. Fresh troops were visible at the crossroads, a mass of men who marched forward to make a new line across the battlefield. The horse artillery was among the infantry, and to their left there was an impressive mass of horsemen. The British cavalry had at last arrived. "I suppose we've won this battle." D'Alembert slowly sheathed his sword. "I suppose we have," Sharp said, but it felt horribly like a defeat. Drums sounded, bayonets were levelled, and the newly formed British line marched forwards. The infantry trod across the scorched straw, over the smears of blood, and around the dead and the dying bodies of horses and men. From the southern end of the wood, where Saxe-Weimar's men had held through the day, the Guards division attacked the western farms. The French infantry fought back, but could not hold. In the centre, the redcoats marched through the stream, recaptured Gemiancourt farm, and went on up the slope. At the far left of the battlefield, the rifles drove the French back to recapture the eastern farms. Every inch of ground that Marshal Ney had taken during the afternoon was regained. The British line, supported by guns and cavalry, ground on like a behemoth. The French, suddenly outnumbered, were forced to retreat towards Frasnes. Quatre Bras had held, and the road to the Prussians was still open. The battle between Napoleon and Blücher still sounded loud in the summer's evening, but that too faded away as the shadows of the western clouds lengthened dark across the landscape. Lord John Rossendale, riding behind the British light cavalry, stopped where a cuirassier's body was sprawled beside the road. The man's guts had been flayed clean from his belly, and now lay in a blue-red dribble across 15 feet of the highway's churned surface. Lord John wanted to vomit,
but only choked. He gasped for breath and twisted his horse away. A dead British skirmisher lay in the trampled rye, his skull laid open by a bullet. Flies were thick on the exposed brains. Next to the dead man was a French voltigeur, blood thick in his belly and lap. The man was alive, but shivering with the trauma of his wound. He stared up at Lord John and asked for water. Lord John felt faint with shock. He turned his horse and galloped towards the crossroads where his servants were preparing supper. In the barns behind the crossroads, the surgeons were at their grisly work with knives and saws and probes. The amputated arms, hands and legs were tossed into the farmyard. Lanterns were hung from the barn beams to light the operations. A Highlander, his right calf shattered by a French cannonball, refused to bite the leather gag, and made not a sound as a surgeon took his leg off at the knee. Sharp and Harper, knowing they were not welcome to stay near the brooding Lieutenant Colonel Ford, walked their horses back down the flank of the wood, but stopped well short of the crossroads. "I suppose I'm out of work," Sharp said. "The bugger'll want you back in the morning." "Maybe." The two riflemen tethered their horses in a clearing among the trees. Then Sharp walked out to the bloody patch of ground where the 69th had died. He picked up 4 discarded bayonets and took the leather bootlaces off 2 corpses. Back in the wood he made a fire with twigs and gunpowder. He stuck the bayonets into the ground at the 4 corners of the fire, then pulled the straps off the cuirassier's breastplate that Harper had scavenged earlier. He threaded the bootlaces into the holes at the shoulders and waist of the breastplate, then waited. Harper had taken his own knife out to the battlefield. He found a dead horse and cut a thick, bloody steak from its rump. Then, the steak dripping in his left hand, he crossed to one of the silent British guns, and, ignoring its crew, stooped under the barrel to scrape away a handful of the gun's axle grease. Back in the wood, Harper slapped the axle grease into the upturned breastplate, ripped the pelt off the steak, then dropped the meat into the cold grease. "I'll water the horses while you cook." Sharp nodded acknowledgment. He fed the fire with branches he had cut and split with his sword. In the morning, before the army marched to join Blücher, he would find a cavalry armourer to put an edge back on the blade. Then he wondered whether he would even be with the army next day. The prince had dismissed him, so he might as well ride back to Brussels and take Lucille to England. Sharp tied the breastplate to the 4 bayonets, so that it hung like a steel hammock above the flames. By the time Harper brought the horses back from the stream, the steak was sizzling and smoking in the bubbling grease. Night was falling across the trampled rye. 9,000 men had been killed or wounded in the fight for the crossroads, and some of the injured still moaned and cried in the darkness. Some bandsmen still searched for the wounded, but many would have to wait till the next day for rescue. "Rain tomorrow," Harper sniffed the air. "Like as not." "That's good to smell proper food again." A dog ranged near the fire, but Harper drove it away by shying a clod of earth at it. Sharp burned the meat black, then carefully cut it in halves and speared one piece on his knife. "Yours." They held their meat on knife points, gnawed it down, and shared a canteen of wine that Harper had taken from a dead French lancer. In the east, the first stars pricked pale against a sky still misted by battle smoke. In the west it was darker, made so by the towering clouds. Men sang behind the crossroads, while somewhere in the wood a flautist made a melancholy music. The trees sparkled with campfires, while to the south, and reflecting against the spreading clouds, a red glow showed where Marshal Ney's troops made their bivouacs. "Crapeau's fought well today," Harper said grudgingly. Sharp nodded, then shrugged. "They should have attacked with their infantry, though. They'd have won if they had." "I suppose we'll be at it again tomorrow." "Unless the Prussians have beaten Boney and won the war for us." Sharp fetched a flask of Calvados from his saddlebag, took a swig and handed it to Harper. The flute music was plangent. He had once wanted to learn the flute, and had thought to make an attempt this last winter, but instead he had spent the evenings making an elaborate cradle from applewood. He had meant to decorate the cradle's hood with carvings of wild flowers, but he had found their intricate curves too difficult to cut, so had settled for the straight, stark lines of piled drums and weapons. Lucille had been hugely amused by her baby's martial cot. "Shouldn't you go and see the prince?" Harper asked. "Why the hell should I? Bugger the bastard!" Harper chuckled. He sat with his back propped against his saddle and stared into the dark void where the battle had been fought. "That's not the same, is it?" "What isn't?" "That's not like Spain." He paused, thinking of the men who were not here, then named just one of those men. "Sweet William." Sharp grunted. William Frederickson had once been a friend, almost as close as Harper. But Frederickson had tilted a lance at Lucille and lost, and had never forgiven Sharp for that loss. Harper, who disliked that the two officers were not on speaking terms, offered the flask to Sharp. "We could have done with him here today." "That's true." Yet Frederickson was in a Canadian garrison, just one of the thousands of veterans who had been dispersed round the globe, which meant that the Emperor must be fobbed with too many raw battalions who had never stood in the battle line and who froze like rabbits when the cavalry threatened. Far to the west, a sheet of lightning flickered in the sky, and thunder grumbled like a far sound of gunnery. Rain tomorrow," Harper said again. Sharp yawned. Tonight, at least, he was well fed and dry. He suddenly remembered that he was supposed to have been given Lord John's promissory note, but it hadn't come. And that was a problem best left for the morning. But for now he wrapped himself in the cloak that was Lucille's gift, and within a few minutes he was fast asleep. And the Emperor's campaign was 41 hours old. The third day, Saturday the 17th of June, 1815. Chapter 10. More battalions, cavalry squadrons, and gun batteries arrived at the crossroads throughout the short night, until, at dawn, the Duke's army was at last almost wholly assembled. In the first sepulchral light, the newcomers stared dully at the small shapes which lay in the mist that shrouded the hollows of the battlefield. Bugles roused the bivouacs, while the wounded, left all night in the rye, called pitifully for help. The night sentries were called in, and a new picket line set to face the French campfires at Frasnes. The British campfires were revived with new kindling and a scattering of gunpowder. Men fished in their ammunition pouches for handfuls of tea leaves that were contributed to the common pots. Officers, socially visiting between the battalions, spread the cheerful news that Marshal Blücher had repulsed Bonaparte's attack, so now it seemed certain that the French would retreat in the face of a united Prussian-British army. "We'll be in France next week," an infantry captain assured his men. "Paris by July, lads," a sergeant forecast. "Just think of all those girls." The Duke of Wellington, who had slept in an inn 3 miles from Quatre Bras, returned to the crossroads at first light. The Highlanders of the 92nd made him a fire and served him tea. He cupped the tin mug in both hands and stared southwards towards Marshal Ney's positions. But the French troops were silent and unmoving beneath the heavy cloud cover that had spread from the west during the short hours of darkness. One of the Duke's staff officers, heavily protected by a troop of King's German Legion cavalry, was sent eastwards to learn the morning's news from Marshal Blücher. Officers used French cuirassiers' upturned breastplates as shaving bowls, the senior officers having the privilege of the water when it was hot, and the lieutenants and ensigns being forced to wait till the water was cold and congealed. The infantrymen, who had fought the previous day, boiled yet more water to clean their fouled musket barrels. Cavalry troopers queued to have their swords or sabres ground to a killing edge on the treadled stones, while the gunners filled the shock cases of their field carriages with ready ammunition. There was an air of cheerfulness about the crossroads, the feeling that the army had survived an ordeal the previous day, but that now, and thanks largely to the victory of the Prussians, it was on the verge of triumph. The only grumble was that in the desperate hurry to reach Quatre Bras, the army had left its commissariat wagons far behind, so that most of the battalions started their day hungry. The battlefield was searched for bodies. The wounded who still lived were taken back to the surgeons, while the dead were collected for burial. Most of the dead officers had been buried the previous night, so now the diggers would look after as many rank and file as they could. Sharp and Harper, waking in the overcast dawn, found themselves just a few yards away from a work party that was scratching a wide and shallow trench in which the slaughtered men of the 69th would be interred. The waiting bodies lay in such natural poses that they almost seemed to be asleep. Captain Harry Price of the Prince of Wales' Own Volunteers found the two riflemen drinking their morning tea just as the first corpses were being dragged towards the inadequate grave. "Any tea for a gallant officer?" Price begged. Harper cheerfully scooped another mug of stewed tea out of the breastplate kettle. The dead, who had been stripped of their uniforms, stank already. It was only an hour after dawn, yet the day threatened to be humid and sticky, and the gravediggers were sweating as they hacked at the soil. "They'll have to dig deeper than that," Harper commented as he handed Price the tin mug. Price sipped the tea, then grimaced at its sour aftertaste of axle grease. "Do you remember the chaos we made trying to burn those poor buggers at Fuentes de Oñoro?" Sharp laughed. The ground at Fuentes de Oñoro had been too shallow and rocky to make graves, so he'd ordered his dead cremated. But even after tearing down a whole wooden barn and lifting the rafters of 6 small houses to use as fuel, the bodies had refused to burn. "Oh, they were good days," Price said wistfully. He squinted up at the sky. "It'll pour with bloody rain soon." The clouds were low and extraordinarily dark, as though their looming heaviness had trapped the vestiges of night. "A rotten day for a battle," Price said gloomily. "Is there going to be a battle?" Harper asked. "That's what the brigade major told our gallant colonel." Price told Sharp and Harper the dawn news of Prussian victory, and how the French were supposed to be retreating, and how the army would be pursuing the French, who were expected to make one last stand before yielding the frontier to the Emperor's enemies. "How are our lads feeling about yesterday?" Harper asked Price, and Sharp noticed how, to the Irishman, the battalion was still our lads. "They're pleased that Mr. Dallenbore's a major, but he's not exactly overjoyed." "Why not?" Sharp asked. "He says he's going to die. He's got a premonition. He says it's because he's going to be married." "What's that got to do with it?" Price shrugged as if to demonstrate that he was no expert on superstitions. "He says it's because he's happy. He reckons that the happiest die first and only the miserable buggers live forever." "You should have been dead long ago," Harper commented. "Thank you, Sergeant." Harry Price grinned. He was a carefree, careless and casual man, much liked by his men, but averse to too much effort. He had served as Sharp's lieutenant at one time, and had been perpetually in debt, frequently drunk, yet ever cheerful. Now he drained the vestiges of his tea. "Oh, I'm supposed to be reporting to brigade to discover just when we march off." He shuddered with sudden distaste. That was a bloody horrible mug of tea. "It had a bit of dead horse in it," Harper explained helpfully. "God-damn Irish cooking. Oh, I suppose I'd better go and do my duty." Price gave Harper the mug back and ambled on with a cheerful good morning to the burial party. "And what are we going to do?" Harper asked Sharp. "Use the rest of the tea as shaving water, and bugger off." Sharp had no wish to stay with the army. The Prince had relieved him of his duties, and, if the rumours were true, the French invasion had been thwarted by Blucher's Prussians. The rest of the war would be a pursuit through the fortress belt of northern France until the Emperor surrendered. Sharp decided he might as well sit it out in Brussels, then go back to his apple trees in Normandy. "I suppose I never will get to fight the Emperor." He spoke wistfully, feeling oddly let down. Yesterday's battle had been an unsatisfactory way to gain victory, but Sharp was an old enough soldier to take victory whichever way it came. "Is there more tea?" A troop of King's German Legion cavalry trotted southwards, presumably going to the picket line to watch for the beginnings of the enemy's withdrawal. Some guardsmen were singing in the wood behind Sharp, while other redcoats moved slowly across the trampled rye, collecting discarded weapons. A few mounted officers rode among the debris of battle, either looking for keepsakes or friends. Among the horsemen, and looking very lost, was Lieutenant Simon Doggett, who seemed to be searching the wood's edge. Sharp had an impulse to move back into the shelter of the trees, but lazily stayed where he was, then wished he had obeyed the impulse when Doggett, catching sight of his green jacket, spurred past the 69th's mass grave. "Good morning, sir." Doggett offered Sharp a very formal salute. Sharp returned the salute by raising his mug of tea. "Morning, Doggett. Bloody horrible morning, too." "The Baron would like to see you, sir." Doggett sounded deeply uncomfortable, as though he was still embarrassed by his memory of Sharp's altercation with the Prince. Sharp may have been right to protest the Prince's order, but a prince was still a prince, and the habit of respectful obedience was deeply ingrained in Doggett. "Well, I'm here if Rebecca wants me," Sharp said stubbornly. "He's waiting just beyond the crossroads, sir." "Please, sir." Sharp refused to hurry. He finished his tea, shaved carefully, then buckled on his sword and slung his rifle. Only then did he walk back to the crossroads where the Baron Rebecca waited for him. The Dutchman smiled a greeting at Sharp, then gestured up the high road as if suggesting that the two of them might care to take a morning stroll. The fields on either side of the road were thick with the men who had reached Quatre Bras during the night, and who were now readying themselves to pursue the beaten French. "It rather looks like rain, doesn't it?" Rebecca observed mildly. "It's going to rain like the very devil." Sharp glanced up at the bellying dark clouds. "It won't be any kind of day for musketry." Rebecca stared at the grass verge rather than at the clouds or at the tall rifleman who walked beside him. "You were right," he said at last. Sharp shrugged but said nothing. "And the prince knows you were right, and he feels badly. So tell the little bastard to apologize, not to me but to the widows of the 69th. Rebecca smiled at Sharp's vehemence. "One is generally disappointed if one expects royalty to make apologies. He's young, very headstrong, but he's a good man underneath. He has the impatience of youth, the conviction that bold action will bring immediate success. Yesterday he was wrong, but who can say that tomorrow he won't be right? Anyway, he needs the advice of people he respects, and he respects you." Rebecca, suffering from the day's first attack of hay fever, blew his nose into a huge red handkerchief. "And he's very upset that you're angry with him. What the hell does he expect after he dismisses me?" Rebecca waved the handkerchief as though to suggest that the dismissal was a nonsense. "You're not just a staff officer, Sharp. You're a courtier as well. You have to treat him gently." "What the hell does that mean, Rebecca?" Sharp had stopped to challenge the mild Dutchman with a hostile stare. "That I'm to let him slaughter a brigade of British troops just because he's got a crown on his damned head?" "No, Sharp." Rebecca kept remarkably calm in the face of Sharp's truculence. "It means that when he gives you an idiotic order, you say, 'Yes, sir,' at once, sir. And you ride away and you waste as much time as you can, and when you get back and he demands to know why the order hasn't been obeyed, you say you'll attend to it at once, and you ride away again and waste even more time. It's called tact." "Bugger tact," Sharp said angrily, though he suspected Rebecca was right. "Yesterday you should have told him that the brigade was going to obey his order and would deploy into line just as soon as there was any enemy movement in front of them. That way he'd have felt his orders were being obeyed." "Oh, so it's my fault they died," Sharp protested angrily. "Of course it isn't." "Oh, damn!" Rebecca sneezed violently. "I'm just asking you to deal with him tactfully. He wants you. He needs you. Why do you think he specifically requested that you should be on his staff?" "Well, I've often wondered," Sharp said bitterly. "Because you're famous in his army. You're a soldier's soldier. If the prince has you beside him, then he reflects some of your fame and valor." "No, you mean I'm like one of those decorations he dangles around his skinny neck?" Rebecca nodded. "Yes, Sharp, that is exactly what you are. And that's why he needs you now. He made a mistake. The whole army knows he made a mistake. But it's important that we continue to show confidence in him." Rebecca looked up into Sharp's face. "So, please, make your peace with him." "I don't even like him," Sharp said bitterly. Rebecca sighed. "I do, and he does want to be liked. You'll find him much easier if you flatter him, but if you cross him or make him feel foolish, he'll just become petulant." Rebecca offered a ghost of a smile. "And royalty is very good at being petulant. It is, perhaps, its major talent." Sharp waited while a cart of wounded rumbled noisily past, then looked into Rebecca's eyes. "So, now you want me to apologize to the little bastard?" "I'm astonished how swiftly you learn our courtly ways." Rebecca smiled. "No. I shall apologize for you. I shall say that you deeply regret having caused His Highness any perturbation, and wish only to be at his side as an adviser and friend." Sharp began to laugh. "It's a bloody odd world, Rebecca. So, you'll report for duty?" Sharp wondered just how much duty would be left in the war, now that the Emperor was beaten. But he nodded his acceptance anyway. "I need the money, Rebecca. Of course I'll report back." Rebecca seemed relieved. He offered his snuff-box to Sharp, who refused the offer. Rebecca, as though he was not sneezing enough already, put a pinch of the powder on his left hand, sniffed it vigorously, sneezed 3 times, then wiped his eyes with his handkerchief. A file of shirt-sleeved cavalry troopers walked past, with canvas buckets of water for their horses. "So, where is the prince?" Sharp asked. He supposed the bullet would have to be bitten, and he would need to face the bloody boy. Rebecca gestured northwards, suggesting that the young frog was many miles up the road. "I'm keeping him well out of harm's way. It would be politically disastrous if he was taken prisoner today." Sharp stared with surprise at the kindly, middle-aged Dutchman. "What does that mean? Wasn't there the same danger yesterday?" "Yesterday?"
Rebecca said mildly. "We weren't retreating. Any minute now, Sharp, and this whole army could be surrounded and fighting for its very existence." "Its existence? I thought we were pursuing the bloody French today." It was Rebecca's turn to look surprised. "Well, didn't you know? Blücher got beaten. His army wasn't destroyed, thank God, but they took a thrashing and have been forced to retreat." Rebecca sounded very calm as he delivered the appalling news. "It seems that their chief of staff preferred us to think that they had won. That way our army stayed here as a temptation for Napoleon. He might prefer to attack us, you see, and let the Prussians escape. It's really quite a clever Prussian ploy, when you think about it, but likely to be damned uncomfortable for us." "The Prussians are retreating." Sharp sounded disbelieving. "They went late last night, which means we're stranded here on our own. Marshal Ney is still in front of us, and at any minute the rest of the French army will attack our left flank." Sharp instinctively looked to the east, but nothing moved in the cloud-shadowed landscape of woods and fields. He tried to understand this new reality. Yesterday's victory at Quatre Bras was all for nothing, because Napoleon had kicked the two doors wide apart and the Allies were separated. The Prussians had fled in the night, and the British had been left isolated to face the full power of the Emperor's whole army. "So, very soon," Rebecca continued placidly, "we're going to retreat. The Duke's not making too much fuss because he doesn't want to start any panic. There's only this one road we can use, you see, and once the rain starts it's likely to be difficult going." Sharp remembered Wellington leaning over the map in the Duke of Richmond's dressing room. "Are we going to Waterloo?" he asked Rebecca. The Dutchman seemed surprised that Sharp had even heard of the village, but nodded. "We're going just to the south of Waterloo, to a place called Mont Saint-Jean. We march there today, make a stand there tomorrow, and pray that the Prussians will rescue us." "Rescue?" Sharp bridled at the word. "Of course." Rebecca, as ever, was imperturbable. "Blücher has promised that if we make a stand he'll march to our aid. That's so long as the French don't stop him, of course, and undoubtedly they'll be trying. Yesterday we failed to reach him, so we can only pray that tomorrow he doesn't repay the compliment. We certainly can't beat Napoleon on our own, so if Blücher lets us down, we're all beaten." Rebecca smiled at his catalogue of bad news. "All in all, Sharp, things are not good. Are you sure you still wish to serve on His Highness's staff?" "I told you, I need the money. Of course, we may never reach Mont Saint-Jean today. The Emperor must realize that he has us at his mercy, so I've no doubt he's hurrying to attack us, even now. Might I suggest that you serve as the Prince's personal picket on the retreat? If it looks as though the Emperor will break through and destroy us, send word to me. I'd rather His Royal Highness wasn't taken prisoner, because it would be politically very embarrassing. Keep young Doggett as a messenger. Did you have any breakfast?" "Some tea. I've got some bread and cold beef in my saddlebag." Rebecca turned back towards the crossroads and offered to shake Sharp's hand. "The neck of being right, Sharp, is not to show it. It embarrasses the incompetent who rule over us." Sharp smiled and took the offered hand. "Then thank God for the Duke of Wellington. Even he may not be good enough for this predicament. We shall see." Rebecca walked back to his horse and used the stone wall by the crossroads as a mounting block. He settled himself in the saddle. "Send word if disaster threatens, otherwise do your best to keep dry." He handed the food down to Sharp, then clicked his tongue and rode northwards. Sharp turned to stare east and south. Somewhere, under the lowering clouds, was the man he had fought against for most of his life, yet had never once seen. The Emperor of France, conqueror of the world, was coming to fight the British at last. The rain, like the French, held off. The news of the Prussian defeat spread swiftly. Optimism turned to resignation, then to nervousness as the army realized how precarious was its position. The whole might of the French army was about to be concentrated on Quatre Bras, and there was no hope of any help from the Prussians. The retreat began. One by one the battalions of infantry were dispatched towards the crossroads of Mont Saint-Jean, which lay 12 miles to the north. The men who waited their turn grew increasingly tense. Every battalion which escaped north was one battalion less to face the expected French onslaught, which left the rearguard ever more likely to be outnumbered and overwhelmed. Marshal Ney's troops were still just to the south, and the Emperor was presumably hurrying from the east, yet battalion after British battalion slipped away unmolested as the morning passed, without any French attack. The Duke of Wellington pretended insouciance.
For a time he sat on the trampled rye reading a newspaper, and even lay down and slept with its pages over his face. He still slept as the outermost pickets were pulled back, yielding the stream and Gemiancourt farm to the French, if they cared to advance. Strangely, the French did not move, and their campfires still burned to drift placid smoke up to the darkening clouds. By midday, those clouds were as looming and threatening as the monsoon skies of India. The windless air was curiously still and heavy, presaging disaster. The last infantry battalions edged towards the road that led northwards out of the unsprung French trap. The horse artillery, who together with the cavalry would form the British rearguard, nervously watched the enemy-held ground. But still no French troops marched from Frasnes or appeared in the east. The only sign of the enemy was their smoke.
"They always used to do that,"
Harper commented. The Irishman with Sharp and Doggett waited at the edge of the wood by the half-covered grave of the 69th. "Do what?" Doggett asked.
"Take a morning off after a battle and cook themselves a meal."
"Let's hope it's a big meal," Doggett grinned. The Guards were the last of the British infantry to march north, leaving only the horse gunners, the cavalry, and the staff at the crossroads. That rearguard waited long after the Guards had left, giving the slower infantry a good chance to march well clear of Quatre Bras. Still the French hesitated, and still the rain did not come. The first of the British cavalry trotted north, and Sharp saw the Duke of Wellington at last pull himself into his saddle. "Time for us to go too," Sharp said. A vagary of storm-threatening clouds caused a rent somewhere in the churning sky, and a leprous shaft of sunlight, yellow and misted, slanted down to shine on the highway beside Gemiancourt farm. "Dear God!" Doggett was staring at the curiously bright patch of land beneath the sky's unnatural blackness, in which sunlit path were lancers. There were suddenly thousands of lancers, lancers in green coats and lancers in scarlet coats. The farmland had sprouted a thicket of flag-hung spear points that were touched gold by the errant shaft of sunlight.
"Well, let's get the hell out of here."
Sharp settled himself into his saddle. "No, sir, look! Look!" An excited Doggett was standing in his stirrups pointing south. Sharp turned back, saw nothing, so pulled his telescope from his saddlebag. The lens slid past the foreshortened lancers, back through the dust which their hoofs were kicking up from the rye fields, and back up the white highway, to where, outlined against the sun-brightened crops, and illuminated by the wash of errant light, was a single horseman. The man was darkly dressed, mounted on a grey horse, and wearing a cocked hat sideways across his scalp. He was slumped in his saddle, as though he rode unwillingly. "It's him!" Doggett spoke almost reverently. "My God!" Sharp's voice was awed. There in his glass was the small, plump man who had dominated Europe for the past 10 years. A man Sharp had never seen, but whose form and face and posture were familiar from 1,000 engravings and 1,000 statues. Sharp handed the glass to Harper, who stared at the far emperor. "It's Bonaparte!" Doggett sounded as excited as though he saw his own monarch riding towards him.
"There's bloody time to get out of here," Harper said.
The lancers climbed the shallow slope from the ford, and in greeting every waiting British gun was fired. The cannons crashed back violently. The gun wheels jarred up while the ground quivered with dust. Smoke jetted 20 yards in front of each cannon muzzle, while above the trampled crops the shell fuses left small white smoke trails that arced towards the line of advancing cavalry. There was a pause. Then it seemed as though the lancers plunged into a maelstrom of exploding shells. Smoke and flame billowed as horses screamed. Sharp saw a lance cartwheeling above a boiling mass of smoke. Then, as if to show that man was puny, a sudden wind howled from the northwest. The wind erupted so abruptly that Sharp half twisted in the saddle, fearing an exploding shell behind him. And as he turned, there was a booming discharge of thunder that sounded like the end of time itself. The rift in the clouds closed as though a vast door had slammed in heaven, and the reverberation of the door was the horrendous thunder that hammered down at the earth in a deafening cascade. A spear of lightning sliced blue-white into the far woods, and then the rain came. In an instant, the whole battlefield was blotted from sight. It was a cloudburst, a torrent, a seething, pelting storm that slashed down to soak the fields and flood the ditches and hiss where it hit the hot barrels of the cannons. Sharp had to shout to make himself heard over the downpour. "Let's go! Come on!" Within seconds, the field had been churned into a morass. The rain was even heavier than the great sky-shaking storm Sharp had seen in India. As he led his companions out from the tree's shelter, he had to duck his head against the maniacal force of the wind-whipped torrents that soaked his uniform in seconds. The horses struggled against the gale of rain, their hooves sticking in a glutinous mess of mud and straw. The rainwater sluiced off the fields with its load of precious soil, uncovering the white, swollen bodies of the barely buried dead. Thunder cracked in the sky, a battle of gods that drowned the man-made sounds of war. The vast explosions rumbled from east to west, rebounded, split the clouds with multiple forks of lightning, and deluged the crouching earth. Sharp led Harper and Doggett onto the Nivelle road that was now a writhing river of water-carried mud. He could see a troop of cloaked cavalry to his left, and a gun team hitching their weapon to its limber on his right, but any object more than 30 yards away was utterly obscured by the silver shafts of rain that crashed down like shrapnel. Behind Sharp a gun fired, its sound drowned by the greater violence of the storm. Sharp turned onto the main highway. The paved surface was firmer, a causeway out of disaster. The hooves of those cavalry horses who struggled northwards in the flanking fields were clubbed with earth, proof that no gun would escape unless it reached the road. "Move! Move! Move!" Gunners whipped their horses up from the fields onto the road that was swimming with a chalky white effluent. The horses strained, seemingly sensing their master's panic caused by the near presence of enemy lancers. Men glanced behind into the storm-blotted landscape, then whipped at the gun teams till at last the horse artillery was clear of Quatre Bras and galloping northwards with blood dripping from the horses' whipped flanks and water spraying silver off the gun wheels. Sharp, Harper, and Doggett raced with them. Miraculously, no gun was lost. The mad charge was checked at the village of Genappe, where the road narrowed as it twisted between the thatched cottages. The delay gave the French pursuit a chance to catch the rearmost guns, but a regiment of British dragoons turned and charged the lancers. More French cavalry spurred forward, and it took an assault by the heavy lifeguards, the sovereign's own escort, to drive the Frenchmen away. The lifeguards, scarlet-coated and wearing black and gold Grecian cockscomb helmets, hammered at the enemy with their ungainly heavy swords. The sheer weight of the heavy cavalry drove the lighter French horsemen back, giving the guns time to thread the narrow village street. North of Genappe, the French pursuit seemed to lose its ferocity. The rain also slackened, though it was still heavy. Every mile or so the British guns would stop, unlimber, fire a few rounds at their pursuers, then gallop on. The French were never far behind, but did not press home. The British cavalry, dragoons and lifeguards hovered on the flanks. Every few moments, when a French squadron trotted close, the British would advance, but each time the French declined to fight. Sharp was amused to see that if a life guardsman tumbled from a slipping horse, the man would remount, then hide his soiled uniform in the rear rank of his troop, just as if he was on parade in Hyde Park. The French managed to bring up some of their own light 8-pounder cannons that opened fire with round shot. The small cannonballs fountained a slurry of mud and water wherever they landed. The mud was saving the retreat, not only soaking up the power of the French round shot, but forcing the French cavalry to stay close to the high road. If the land had been dry, the quick, light enemy horse could have raced far round the British flanks to come slashing in with lance and sabre on the struggling column, but the mud and rain held them back. Another weapon came to the British aid. A sudden crashing hiss made Sharp twist round to see a rocket being fired. He'd fought with rockets in Spain, but familiarity did not blunt his fascination with the odd weapons, and he watched enthralled as the ungainly missile hurled itself forward on its pillar of flame that scorched the long stick that gave the rocket its balance. Doggett, who had never seen the new and mysterious weapon, was impressed, but Harper shook his head scornfully. "They're guaranteed to miss every time, Mr. Doggett. You just watch." The first rocket arched in fire across the damp valley to leave a serpentine trail of smoke. The missile fell towards the French guns, then the fuse inside its head exploded, and the rain of red-hot shrapnel crashed down to slaughter every man in a French gun crew. "Good God Almighty!" Harper said in astonished wonder. "The bloody thing worked! Encouraged by their success, the rocket artillery fired a whole barrage. 12 rockets were fired from 12 metal troughs angled upwards on short legs. The rockets' fuses were lit, then the rocket men ran for cover. The missiles began to spew flames and smoke. For a few seconds they quivered in their firing troughs, then one by one they shot up into the wet air. They wobbled at first, then their acceleration hurled them on. 2 streaked straight up into the clouds and disappeared. 3 dived into the wet meadow where the rocket flames seared the wet grass as the missiles circled crazily. 5 went vaguely towards the French, but dived to earth long before they did any damage. And 2 circled back towards the British cavalry, who stared for a second, then scattered in panic.
"That's more like it," Harper said happily.
"That's how they always used to be, isn't that so, Mr. Sharp?"
But Sharp was neither listening nor watching the barrage. Instead, he was staring across the highway to where a group of horsemen had scattered frantically away from the rogue rocket's threat. Lord John Rossendale had been among the small group, but, in his effort to find safety, was now separated from his friends.
"I'll join you up the road,"
Sharp said to Harper.
"Sir?"
Harper was startled, but Sharp had already twisted his horse away and gone. Lord John Rossendale couldn't remember being so wet, elated, frightened, or confused. Nothing made sense to him. He expected a battle, and the retreat seemed like a battle to him, to be something orderly and well managed. Officers should give loud, confident orders, which the men would smartly obey, and to which the enemy would dutifully yield. But instead, he was surrounded by disorder. Strangely, the actors in that disorder seemed to understand what needed to be done. He watched a battery of horse artillery unlimber and go into action. No orders were given that Rossendale could hear, but the men knew exactly what to do, did it with cheerful efficiency, then limbered up to continue their mad careering gallop through the rain. Once, standing his horse in the pelting flood, Lord John had been shocked to hear a voice yelling at him to bloody well move his arse, and Lord John had skipped his horse smartly aside, only to see that it was a mere sergeant who had shouted. A second later a gun slewed in a spray of mud to occupy the very place where Lord John's horse had been standing. 10 seconds later the gun fired, appalling Lord John with its sound and the violence of its recoil. In Hyde Park, which was the only place Lord John had ever seen cannons fired before, the polished guns made a decorous bang, and because there was no missile packed down onto the charge, such guns hardly moved at all. But this weapon, dirty, muddy, and blackened, seemed to explode in noise and flame. Its wheels lifted clear out of the mud as its trail was driven back like a plough before the tons of metal and wood crashed down, and its mud-covered crew ran forward to serve the smoking beast with spongers and rammers. Yet, curiously, the violence of the discharge seemed very disproportionate to the gun's effect. Lord John watched the missiles strike, and there would be a gout of mud, perhaps an explosion if the gun had fired shell, but so little destruction. Once he had seen a lancer fall from his horse, but within seconds a man had been on his feet, and another Frenchman had quickly rescued the frightened horse. At Genappe, Lord John had been close enough to see the lifeguards charge, and he'd even spurred forward to join them. He had watched a sword snap a lance shaft like a twig. He'd seen a lancer's skull crushed by a blade. He had watched a lifeguard twisting like a fish on the point of a lance. He had heard the grunt of a man making a killing lunge, and heard the hiss of air from a wounded trooper's lungs. He'd smelt the sweet thickness of blood and the acrid drift of pistol smoke in the soaking air. Blood from a dying horse spewed onto the road to be instantly diluted by rain. By the time Lord John had drawn his sword and touched his spurs to his horse's flanks, the French had pulled back, leaving a dozen dead and twice as many wounded. It had all been so quick and so confusing. But an acquaintance of Lord John's, a Captain Kelly, whom Lord John had often met when he was on royal duty, gave his lordship a happy, confident smile.
"Bagged a brace of them. Well done, Ned. Once you're past the lance point, it's a bit like killing rabbits."
Captain Kelly began wiping the blood off his blade.
"Too easy, really."
Lord John tried to imagine slipping past a lance point, and found it hard. After the skirmish, riding through the village street, he had seen the fear on the faces of the civilians, and he had felt very superior to such muddy, drab creatures. Later, north of Genappe, when the French didn't pursue so closely, he noticed how nervous both sets of cavalry were of each other. A lot of threats were made, and men would ride belligerently forward as if to provoke the other side, but if there was no clear advantage to be gained for either force, the two sides would disengage without a battle. It was all very odd. Strangest of all were the rockets.
Lord John had heard much of the rocket corps, for they were a pet project of his former master, the Prince Regent, but this was the first time he had seen them fired. The first missile was wonderfully accurate, and so lethal that every French gun crew within 100 yards had fled in panic, but the next salvo was laughable. One rocket had seemed to threaten the group of Lord Uxbridge's staff officers, and they'd whooped gleefully as they scattered away from its hissing shell. Lord John spurred his horse too hard, and it almost bolted with him. He managed to curb the mare after 100 yards, and turned to see the rocket buried in the mud, with its stick burning merrily above it. The buried powder charge exploded harmlessly. Then, looking towards the road to find his friends, he saw Sharp coming towards him instead. For a second, Lord John knew he must stand and fight. The next second he realized he'd be dead if he did, and so he turned and fled. Lord John's servants were somewhere ahead with the cavalry's baggage. Harris, the coachman, who'd ridden from Brussels with a letter from Jane, had also ridden ahead to find that night's quarters. Christopher Manville and Lord John's other friends had disappeared in the panic engendered by the rogue rocket. Lord John was suddenly alone in the pelting rain, with his one dreadful enemy spurring towards him. He gave his horse its head. It was a good horse, 5 years old, and trained on the hunting field. It had stamina and speed, and was certainly a faster horse than Sharp rode. And Lord John had learned on the hunting field how best to ride treacherous country. He must have stretched his lead by an extra 100 yards in the first half-mile. There were ironic cheers from the road, where the retreating gunners supposed the two officers to be racing. Lord John was oblivious to the cheers, and the rain, indeed to everything but his predicament. He was cursing himself. He should have ridden towards his companions and sheltered under their protection, but instead, in a blind panic, he was racing even further away from help. He dared not look behind. His horse thundered along a field margin, raced over soaking rows of newly scythed hay, then galloped down a gentle incline towards a hedge, beyond which, and across one more field, a long dark copse of trees offered a concealed path back to the road. His horse almost balked at the hedge, not because of the height of the blackthorn, but because the approach to the obstacle was inches deep in mud. Lord John savagely rowelled the beast, and somehow it lumbered and scraped its way over the thorns. It landed heavily, splashing thick mud that soaked Lord John's red coat. He spurred the horse again, forcing it to struggle up from the sticky ground. The pasture was firmer going, but even here the earth was spongy from rain. He reached the trees safely, and, looking back from their shelter, saw that Sharp had yet to negotiate the deep mud of the hedge. Lord John felt safe. He ducked into the thick and leafy copse, which proved a perfect hiding place. The road, along which the guns crashed and jangled, was no more than a quarter-mile away, and Lord John would be hidden under the wood's leafy, dripping cover right to the road's verge. There he could wait until his friends offered him support. Sharp, he was certain, would try nothing violent in front of witnesses. Lord John slowed his blown horse to a walk, letting it pick a twisting path between oak and beech. The rain spattered on the uppermost leaves and dripped miserably from the lower. A scrabbling sound to his right made him whip round in sudden alarm, but it was only a red squirrel racing along an oak branch. He sagged in the saddle, feeling despair. He despaired because of honour. Honour was the simple code of the gentleman. Honour said a man did not run from an enemy. Honour said a man did not flirt with the temptations of murder. And honour said a man did not show fear. Honour was the thin line that protected the privileged from disgrace. And Lord John, slouched in his wet saddle in a damp wood under a thunderous sky, knew he had run his honour ragged. Jane, in her letter, had threatened to leave him if he fulfilled his promise to return Sharp's money. How long, she had asked, would Lord John allow Sharp to persecute her happiness? If Lord John could not settle Sharp, then she would find a man who would. She had underlined the word man 3 times. He stopped his horse. He could hear the gun wheels ahead of him, and closer, apparently on a ride that must have pierced the wood parallel to the road, the sound of hooves as a troop of cavalry splashed northwards. Another voice nagged at Lord John. He couldn't bear it if another man was to take Jane. Jealousy racked him. He persuaded himself that her sudden desperation to marry him was a measure of Jane's passionate love, and to think of that passion being expended for another man's happiness was more than he could endure. A curb chain clinked. Lord John looked up to see his enemy in front of him. Sharp must have guessed Lord John would double back under the cover of the trees, and so had risen slantwise to where the wood met the road, then turned eastwards.
Now, just 20 paces off, he sat his horse and stared at Lord John. Lord John felt oddly calm. A few moments before, his nerves had been jangled by a squirrel, but now that his enemy had come, and now that he knew what had to be done, he surprised himself by his calmness. Neither man spoke. There was nothing to say. Lord John licked the rainwater from his lips. If he drew his sword, then he knew the green-jacketed killer would be on him like a fury, so he kept his hand well away from the silver-wrapped hilt of his sword, and instead, not caring for honour, he drew the long-barreled pistol that was holstered on his saddle. It was a beautiful gun, a gift from Jane, with a percussion cap instead of a flint. Its elegantly curved pistol hilt was of chased walnut, and its long rifled barrel was blued and gilded. The rifling gave the weapon a deadly accuracy, while the expensive percussion cap made it proof against the worst downpour of rain. He drew back the hammer, exposing the small copper wafer in which the gunpowder was packed, and when that wafer was struck, a lance of flame would pierce through the touch-hole to spark the main charge. He raised the gun. His right hand shook slightly. Sharp had made no move to defend himself, neither by flight nor by drawing a weapon of his own. Rainwater beaded the gun's barrel. Its blade foresight wavered. Lord John tried to remember his tuition. He must not be tense. He should take a deep breath, let half the air out of his lungs, momentarily hold his breath, and at the same instant squeeze the trigger gently. Sharp urged his horse forward. The sudden movement disconcerted Lord John, and the gun shook in his hand as he tried to follow Sharp's advance. Sharp seemed utterly oblivious of the pistol's threat, as though he hadn't even seen the weapon. Lord John stared into his enemy's eyes. He knew he should pull the trigger, but he was suddenly paralyzed by fear. He could hear voices not very far off in the wood, and he felt a dreadful fear that the murder might be witnessed, and Lord John knew it would be murder. And he knew the only mercy shown to him as a lord would be that he would be publicly hanged with a rope made of silk instead of a rope made from hemp. He wanted to pull the trigger, but his finger wouldn't move, and all the time the hooves of Sharp's horse slurred through the thick, wet leaf-mould, until the rifleman was so close to Lord John that the two men could have shaken hands without even leaning from their saddles. Sharp had not once taken his eyes from Lord John's eyes, even though the pistol was now just inches from his face. Very slowly, Sharp raised his right hand and pushed the pistol away. The movement seemed to startle Lord John from his trance, and he tried to pull the weapon back, but Sharp had gripped the barrel firmly and now twisted it from Lord John's nerveless fingers. Lord John, expecting death, shivered. Sharp made the gun safe by lowering the hammer onto the percussion cap. Then, holding the barrel in his right hand and the curved stock in his left, he began levering the weapon apart. It took all his strength, but suddenly the wooden stock split away from the barrel pins, and when the trigger assembly had been wrenched loose, Sharp was holding the gun in two useless halves, which, still without a word, he dropped into Rossendale's lap. The expensive barrel slid down to thump on the leaves, while the torn walnut stock lodged by his lordship's top boot. Lord John quivered and shook his head as Sharp reached towards him, but the rifleman just took hold of Lord John's sword-hilt, then, quite slowly, scraped the polished and engraved blade free. Sharp looked up, thrust the narrow blade into the fork of a branch, and snapped the precious sword with one brutally violent jerk. 9 inches of steel was left with the handle. The rest of the blade slid down to the ground. "You're not worth fighting." Sharp still held the broken sword-hilt. "Shut your bloody mouth." Sharp's left hand slapped hard across Lord John's face. "I'll tell you when to speak," Sharp said, "and it isn't now. You listen. I don't care about Jane, she's your whore now. But I've got a farm in Normandy, and it needs new apple trees, and the barn needs a new roof, and the bloody Emperor took all our horses and cattle for his goddamned army, and the taxes in France are bloody evil, and you've got my money. So where is it?" Lord John seemed unable to speak. His eyes were wet, perhaps from the rain, or else from the shame of this meeting under the trees. "Has the whore spent it all?" Sharp asked. "Not all," Lord John managed to say. "Then how much is left?" Lord John didn't know, because Jane wouldn't tell him, but he guessed that there might be £5,000 left. He stammered out the figure, fearing that Sharp would be angered when he realized how much Jane had squandered. Sharp didn't seem to care. £500 was a fortune that would have restored Lucille's chateau. "Give me a note now," he told Lord John. Lord John seriously doubted whether a promissory note with his signature had the legal force to produce the money, but if it satisfied Sharp, then Lord John was happy to write 1,000 such notes. He snatched open the gilded flap of his sabotage and took out a leather-bound notebook and pencil. He scribbled the words fast, the pencil's point tearing the paper where the rainwater dripped from his helmet's visor onto the page. He ripped the page out and handed it wordlessly to his tormentor. Sharp glanced at the words, then folded the paper. "Where I come from," he said in a conversational tone, "men still sell their wives. Have you ever seen it done?" Lord John shook his head warily. "Because the poor can't afford a divorce, you see," Sharp continued. "But if everyone agrees, then the woman can be sold. It has to be done in the marketplace. You put a rope around her neck, lead her there, and offer her to the highest bidder. The price and the buyer are always fixed in advance, of course, but making it an auction adds a bit of spice. I suppose you prinked-up aristocratic bastards don't do that to your women." Lord John shook his head. "We don't," he managed to say. He was beginning to realize that Sharp was not going to hurt him, and the realization was calming his nerves. "I'm not a prinked-up bastard," Sharp said. "I'm the real thing, my lord. I'm a whore's bastard out of a gutter, so I'm allowed to sell my wife. She's yours. I've got your money." Sharp pushed the promissory note into his pocket. "So all you need is this." He fumbled in a saddlebag, then drew out the scruffy piece of rope that was Nosey's usual leash. He tossed the dirty scrap of sisal across Lord John's saddle. "Put the noose round her neck, and tell her that you bought her. Among the people I come from, my lord, such a divorce is as good as an Act of Parliament. The lawyers in the church don't reckon it is, but who gives a turd about what those greedy bastards think? She's yours now. You've bought her, so you can marry her, and I won't interfere. Do you understand me?" Lord John tentatively touched the rope. He knew he was being mocked. The poor might sell their wives, but no respectable man would ever so contract into a woman's second marriage. "I understand you," he said bitterly. "But if I don't get the money, my lord, I'll come back for you." "I understand." Sharp still held the broken sword. He held it hilt first towards Lord John. "Go away, my lord." Rossendale took the truncated blade, stared one more time into the dark eyes, then spurred his horse forward. He fled from the trees, the rope still trailing from his saddle, and burst onto the road where the last of the guns were rolling northwards. Sharp waited a few moments. He swore silently to himself, for there had been no joy in humiliating the weak, but at least he considered he'd made a good bargain. A new roof for the chateau in return for a faithless wife. He patted the pocket where the note was folded, then turned his horse. He was still somewhat shaken, for until he had actually taken the pistol from Lord John, Sharp hadn't realized that it was a rainproof percussion weapon. Otherwise he would never have ridden so slowly to its black muzzle. Harper waited for Sharp on the high road. He'd seen a shaken Lord John Rossendale burst from the trees. Now, with a bemused Doggett beside him, the Irishman watched Sharp urge his horse up to the paved surface. "So, what happened?" Harper asked. "He pissed himself, then pulled the bitch." Harper laughed. Doggett didn't like to ask for any explanation. Behind them a gun fired a shell at the threatening lancers, making Sharp glance south of the pursuing French. "Come on!" Sharp lifted his face to the cleansing rain, then spurred his horse northward. Just 12 miles south of Brussels, the highway to Charleroi in France became the wide main street of the village of Waterloo. South of the village, the road threaded the forest of Soignes, where the villagers grazed their pigs and chopped their firewood. 2 miles south of the village, the trees gave way to a wide expanse of farmland, which lay about the hamlet and crossroads of Mont-Saint-Jean. A half-mile further south still, and the highway crossed a shallow flat-topped ridge which lay east and west. At the crest of the ridge, a solitary elm tree grew beside the high road, which then descended into a wide and shallow valley that was filled with fields of rye, barley, oats, and hay. The road crossed the valley before rising to another low ridge, which lay 3/4 of a mile to the south. The crest of the southern ridge was marked by a white-painted tavern called La Belle Alliance. If an army took up a position on the northern ridge that was marked by the lone elm tree,
and if an opposing army was to assemble around the tavern, then the gentle valley between would become a battlefield. Between the elm tree and the tavern, the road ran straight as a ramrod. A traveller riding the road would probably see nothing very remarkable in the valley, other than the richness of its crops and the solidity of its farmhouses. It was evidently a good place to be a farmer. In the centre of the valley, hard by the road itself, was a farm called La Haie Sainte. It was a prosperous place, with a courtyard bounded by stone barns and a stout wall. To the east, 3/4 of a mile down the valley, was a huddle of cottages about a farm called Papelotte, while to the west there was another large farm with a walled courtyard and an extensive orchard which lay just north of a patch of rough woodland. That western farm was called the Chateau of Hougomont. If a man wished to defend the northern ridge against an attack from the south, the Chateau of Hougomont might serve as a bastion.